Fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the troubling events of the past week.
I'm going to pull the whole thing down. I'm going to bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's going to be biblical.
How's it going, everybody? FCB here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. And I hope you're all in amazing spirits. And welcome to the Pulse here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. What can I say, ladies and gentlemen? The world is on fire. And literally, it is on fire. Never before in 600 years have we got a volcano in Russia blow up at an 8.8, you heard correctly, 8.8 Richter scale. Yes, 88. We're going to speak about that magic number very soon, and I spoke about it on the previous Pulse. So yes, lots going on. A lot of, shall we say, escalation. The world is basically in uproar. We've had Julian Assange for the very first time make his presence known again. Here in Sydney, Australia, Julian Assange made his appearance with people on the Sydney Harbour Bridge standing up in one voice about what's going on in Palestine or Gaza, which is phenomenal. It was huge, ladies and gentlemen. The amount of protesting, the Sydney Harbour Bridge was full of people. I'm going to show you all these things. But one thing we should always remember is this. I love this little quote. Winning is important, but survival is even more important. If you don't survive, this is from POTUS, you don't get to the fight, you don't get to fight the next battle. Listen to what President Trump's telling you. Number one, yes, we know that winning is important. But how do you get through this survival? How do you get survival? Being, and what does FCB tell you all the time? In a great headspace. It's the only way through this mind warfare. Because if you don't, you're not going to make it to the next phase, to the next battle that is coming our way. Because, ladies and gentlemen, things are heating up. And you better be prepared. And it's not to be scared. There's nothing to be fearful about. Remember, God's got this. President Trump has got this. We just need to keep ourselves in a great headspace. Very, very important. Listen to what President Trump is telling us there. In essence, you want to survive? Don't listen to the fear porn, the hearsay. Demand the facts, evidence, and receipts, as you always do here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. That's what you got to do. Don't listen to the fear porn. There's a lot of fear porn out there, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's talk about this. The major volcano eruption. It's very interesting state of affairs. You would have seen my previous decode called the Russian decode, where I explained and I showed you how the 10 days on the 8th of August, It's by no coincidence, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to blow your minds, this thing. I'm going to further add to the previous decode I did on Enemy of Mine Part 1. Let me just reiterate. So basically, you've got major Russian volcano eruption. And at 600, I mean, look at this, 44, 50, 45. We know who's in control, President Trump. The other thing is, since 600 years, yes, a lot of things that seem to be happening is very unusual and bizarre. But the other thing is as well, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, it's at 88.8 magnitude. 8.8. Yes, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that one right there. Trump's deadline was given on the 29th of July, 2025. 10 days. 10 days elapses on the 8th of August. August equals 8. And you got another, the 8th day. 88. We go to Q drop 88. And by no coincidence do we have this. 10 days. 10 days. There are no coincidences, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm going to show you something that's going to blow your minds. You know we've been getting a lot of 28 comms, 28 mirrors from President Trump. We go to Q drop 282 because that's a mirror. And we get, I have a question. The 10 days, darkness, not of darkness, darkness when? Shutdown. We go to the 8th of August on the Q drops, ladies and gentlemen, and there is nothing there. Nothing at all. Let's add further to that decode, which is going to blow your minds. Now, Carol got me thinking about this. Carol said 888. And she said the 8th year of the plan, the 8th of August, and obviously the 8th day. 8th day, 8th month, and the 8th year of the plan. 888. Then she spoke about the angel number, prosperity, yes, but I think mathematics. Let me show you something, ladies and gentlemen. 8th day, 8th month, and the Q plan is the 8th year. There's 8 years of this Q plan, brings us to 2025. So you can see 8th, 8, 8. And there you go. Then look at this, 8th day, 8th month, 88, Q drop 88. Now, let me show you mathematics, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The sum of digits, 88, 888, right? When you add this number here, right, so you got 888, and you divide it by 8 plus 8 plus 8, which, 24 times goes into 888, 37. Then you break that number down, 3 plus 7 equals 10. Can you see the perfection? Ladies and gentlemen, I got the God bump, so I know I'm right. That this is perfect. The sum of its digits, 888, divided by 8 plus 8 plus 8, which is 24 into 888. It goes 37 times. You add 3 plus 7, and it gives you 10. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, there are no coincidences, there are none. How many coincidences before we call this mathematically impossible? Do you see, ladies and gentlemen, what it means to be a master decoder? Somebody that thinks differently, thinks beyond the peripheral, and can see, I see numbers, ladies and gentlemen, I get downloads, I can't explain it. I can't explain it, but you see how perfect it is. That's what, as I said, when you use mathematics, what does Q says? How many coincidences before you call it mathematically impossible? It's just too mathematical impossible. 5 of 5 comms are clear. You can see that we are heading towards the 8th of August. I've explained to you, ladies and gentlemen, and shown you how significant this number is. Then you get 8.8 on the Richter scale. 8.8. How many coincidences? You can't call it a coincidence, ladies and gentlemen. You just cannot. Look at that. It's too perfect. Way too perfect. And that's what I'm saying. You just can't call it a coincidence. You just cannot. So there you go. You got that one going on. Let's see what the 8th of August brings. And as I said, there are just too many coincidences. Now, I'll show you another coincidence. But it's not a coincidence. You know, as Q says, how many coincidences before we call it mathematically impossible? I've shown you mathematics. I've shown you the facts, evidence, and receipts. But let me show you something else. Just before this happened, Dan Scavino, let me show you, ladies and gentlemen, he has been alluding to something. Dan Scavino has been alluding, and I know he's been doing it by design. Number one, Scavino brought this one out. Have a look at the number below, ladies and gentlemen. 808. You know what we do in mathematics? I've got the God bumps right now. I've got the bloody God bumps. Look at that number. 808. Let me show what that means. Okay, not that one. Let me just get rid of that. As I said, you just can't call it a coincidence. 808. We remove the zeros in mathematics. And what number are we left with, ladies and gentlemen? By no coincidence, but by design, again, we get an 88. Now, fuego is fire in Spanish. That's what it means. The Spanish word for fire. And you know what that volcano means? Fire. You think it's a coincidence that Dan Scavino? Man, I'm going to show that there are no coincidences, there are none. So you got that going on in July the 20th. Then we had another volcano just after that. So not that one there, the other one in Indonesia. I've got to find it, ladies and gentlemen. In Indonesia. No, it's Russia. Again, I got Indonesia somewhere. It'll be here somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you worry. We'll find it. But you can see that there is no coincidences. There are none. They don't exist. I think it's this one. Yeah, here we go. Mount Luatobi. Luatobi, I think it is. Lucky. Not so lucky. But you get what I mean. Look at that. So we had this going on. Then, so this is the countdown, ladies and gentlemen. You can't make this stuff up. You just cannot. Then you got this. So you got fuego, which means fire. I've just proven that to you in Spanish. What's interesting also is that in Guatemala, there's a volcano called Fuego as well. And that also happens to be part of the Ring of Fire, I suppose. There we go. The Ring of Fire. I might as well get the Johnny Cash song and play it for you. Burn the Ring of Fire. And there we go. That's the Pacific Ring of Fire. So that's Fiorgo as well. Oh, don't you worry. It's going to get very interesting, very fast. So that's in Guatemala, and it's called Fiorgo. So we've got that going on. But if that's not enough, just before the major one, that 600 years, think about that, 600 years. Fiorgo means fire, volcano. Well, have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Dan Scavino brought out this drop right here. And this drop here, have a listen to the song by the Grateful Dead called Fire on the Mountain. Fire on the mountain? Yeah, the only fire that comes out of the mountain, Dan, and we get the drift, is good old volcanoes. That's what it is. The good old volcano. Let me just see if I can play that again. Wait, guys, I'll play it again for you. Here we go. It's called Fire on the Mountain by the Grateful Dead. Have a listen. Lovely, Dan. Thank you very much. It's Fire on the Bloody Mountain. Okay, and yes, that's by the Grateful Dead. Fire on the Mountain. What's very interesting is this. What is very interesting is this, ladies and gentlemen. This state of affairs right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's been mentioned. There we go, fire, with an exclamation mark. Right? What is interesting, there's only one Q drop that has this, with a fire and the exclamation mark on it. Okay, not that one there, crossfire hurricane, there you go. Remember, Q speaks in multiple meanings. Crossfire hurricane is exactly what President Trump is what's been brought out now about what's going on with the Russia. That's crossfire hurricane. Yes, pretty much there's fire on the mountain. And if you consider the mountain to be also Capitol Hill, well, there's fire going on the mountain everywhere there as well. But ladies and gentlemen, Q drop 1298. Have a look at this. This is the only drop in the Q drops that has this with a fire and the exclamation mark as per the chorus in that song that Dan Scavino's playing, with a fire and the exclamation. And it says there, do you believe in coincidences? No, there are none. None whatsoever. I've proven that mathematically over and over again. And Dan Scavino has given us those comms with an 808. Remove the 0, we got 88. I've shown you all that. Do you believe in coincidences? No, they don't exist. Autists on fire, meaning us. Do you believe in coincidences? No. Think recent Mueller drops. Well, think about what Mueller is. The Mueller report. Russia. Coincidence? No, there are none. They're finished. We're done with coincidences. Think private comms. They fall for it every single time. Risk. Watch what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see what this means. Where President Trump has been saying there's justice. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, justice. And just to top it off, if you thought that it couldn't get any more coincidental, Dan Scavino, when he put that thing up with the fire on the mountain, You know, it's like, okay, it's like, where's our justice, Dan? Where is our justice? Are we going to get justice? So I put this out. And I said, while we're fighting in the trenches, Dan, you and many others have been gaslighting us. COVID criminals yet to be brought to justice. When will we get justice? For all the people we have lost due to all of this, it's time to not celebrate, but for the truth. And then lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, this came up. Justice must be served. Was Dan Scavino answering my question? Who knows? But it seemed to me that it was just too, when I put this out there, that was the answer. Anyway, you see where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen? There are just too many coincidences. And then you got that going on. But then this happens. Fire on the mountain. I'm showing you this. 808. 8.8 on the Richter scale. 8th of August. And it just seems to me there's just too many. Look at this. Right there. How many coincidences, ladies and gentlemen? There are no coincidences. We know they don't exist. There you go. So that blew my mind like you wouldn't believe. I was like, okay, right, spot on. We know what's going on. There are no coincidences. There's something going on. You know, 600 years this thing hasn't blown, and it seems to me that 2025 happens to be the year where things go, shall we say, you know, that happen. I mean, eighth year of the plan, eight. It's just unbelievable, isn't it? Because it literally is unbelievable what's going on. Now, another little interesting thing that's going, you know, that's happening in this lovely world of ours. As I said, all of a sudden we've got such a huge, great awakening on our hands. Yes, you know what Q says in Q drop 4908. And by no coincidence, but by design. So we got a Q drop 4908. It's about the children. But it's also about humanity. Have a look at this. The Great Awakening. We are in it. Sometimes you can't tell the people the truth. You must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. Crimes against humanity will unite humanity. So crimes against children, will unite humanity. They will cross party lines. It's not about left and right. It's not about Democrats and Republicans. The difficult truths are on display. Yes, they are. They are definitely on display, especially when we're seeing what's going on in as far as in around the world with Palestinian, you know, it's the children that are dying without food. People are jumping up and down. They're getting angry. They're getting upset. It's been done by design. And what I mean it's been done by design, think about it. Why is this happening now? Because before you think about it, the state of Israel had been untouchable. You couldn't say a thing against it. It was protected by the anti-Semitic label. People don't realize how many things, that's why Q says leaving Israel for last. I'm going to explain that. Today I'm going to really go through that one because it's deeper than what you can possibly think about. Israel, the state of Israel, the Mossad have been spying on the United States citizens in many ways, shapes and forms. Number one, we know about Epstein Island, its ties to the Mossad. It's basically a honeypot operation. So therefore, it can blackmail people, elites, politicians, so forth and so forth. Just like the Playboy Mansion run by the CIA. But you know, Obama was a puppet. Hillary, a puppet. Even though we call them the king and queen in this arrangement, they were still puppets. We know the ones that were pulling the strings were the ones behind the strings. Sorry, behind the black curtain. It was the Rothschilds in one end, Soros, and plus that no one speaks about, the House of Sword. House of Sword, ladies and gentlemen, is Saudi Arabia. When I talk about Saudi Arabia, I'm talking about the Muslim Brotherhood. When I'm also talking about the Muslim Brotherhood, why do you think President Trump has been going full ball against Harvard University? The Huma, Harvard University Muslim alumni. People think of Huma Abedin. That's what she's part of it. But when Q speaks about it in capitals, it's referring to the Harvard University Muslim alumni, ties to the Muslim Brotherhood, ties to House of Sword, and ladies and gentlemen, it's the Muslim Brotherhood also tied to Pakistan. And you know who's tied to Pakistan? Someone that Obama brought here or in the States. Do you think it was there by coincidence? No, it was there by design. Done by design. If we're going to go through this, because there's very important ties that people really need to get, and I'll explain it. But let's focus on, at this point in time, what's going on with Gaza. Okay, now, is it real? Is what's happening there real? What is real? Real is perception. What we perceive to be real, what we've been shown, is basically what is our reality. What we perceive to be real, what we've been shown by the mainstream media is to be real. So whatever we've been, obviously, been shown out there, the masses are watching it and they're getting angry. It's waking them up. Everything that's been happening is being done by design. Think about this. The Great Awakening. What did people think that was going to be? Peaches and cream? No. It was going to be a kick in the balls. Wake up. Here you go. Look at the reality. This thing with Gaza, people got to get, has been going on for years. But people were too busy being distracted, entertained, their mind in a state of containment, not focusing on what's going on in the world affairs. And now this is all happening. For once, everyone is waking up. Well, let me show you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you some statistics. Number one, the Israeli war on Gaza started on October the 7th. We all know what that means. October equals 10. 10 plus 7 equals 17, which equals Q. We know this is a military-controlled operation. Also, 89 children. 8 plus 9 equals 17 again. Right? So we got 17 there. We go across to here. How many people killed? 9 plus 1 plus 6 plus 3 equals 19, which we know President Trump is in control. So we've got 5 of 5, comms are clear. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, why mathematics are important? It gives us coincidences after coincidence, but they become no coincidences, none whatsoever. Being the observer, there we go. During the ceasefire, there we go, January the 19th, I can't explain it. It's in your face, right? 19, which is Trump again. And then next to it, to March the 17th, which is 17 equals Q, we had at least 170 people killed. Remove the 0 in mathematics and we get a Q again. So we got two 17s, which equals 17 plus 17, 34, which equals Q plus, which equals Trump. We got 19 again, which equals Trump again. How many coincidences before you call it mathematically impossible? Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, it's just, you can't call these coincidences. And then you got this, 1 plus 9, okay, what have we got here? Okay, that doesn't equal anything. Okay. So, you get what I mean. So you see, ladies and gentlemen, that there are no coincidences. Why is this happening now? Because this narrative needs to be reintroduced. It needs to come back into the equation. Do you know what I mean? It needs to happen. So people can wake up. They've been asleep for way too long. Way too long. Now, let's talk about what's going on in Sydney, Australia. The reason why I'm talking about Sydney, Australia is because of this man right here. He's made an appearance. And you know, in the Q drops, Julian Assange is mentioned many times. He's a key player, ladies and gentlemen. And he made his appearance here in Sydney, Australia, just the other day when they were protesting out in the streets of Sydney onto the Harbour Bridge. Ladies and gentlemen, it was huge, massive. Have a look at this. There's no audio, by the way, but have a look at this. This is Sydney Harbour Bridge. This is the, look at that, over there. Look at this. Huge, ladies and gentlemen, huge. In Melbourne, Australia, where I'm from, right there. People are waking up. And remember this, during the COVID, remember that time when we were marching the streets? They weren't there. These people were not with us. And I'll tell you why. This is where it goes back to the Q drops. What does the Q says in Q drop 4908? That basically people will cross party lines. It's not about left and right. Only when you show the people what they're being shown right now, ladies and gentlemen, you must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. And in one voice, ladies and gentlemen, people are uniting worldwide. Worldwide. That's in Melbourne, ladies and gentlemen, Melbourne, Australia. Okay, huge. This is in Sydney. This is, look how big this bridge is huge. Look at there. It's a massive protest, and it's not just in Australia, it's worldwide. There's Julian again. He's at the front with the people protesting. Let's have a look at this video.
We just want to show you these pictures coming out of Sydney live. It looks like this protest is just about to begin its march from the CBD to North Sydney. You can see WikiLeaks founder there leading that march, wearing a suit. He's kept a fairly low profile since his return to Australia in June of last year. But this march is just about to get underway. We saw Josh Lees from the Palestine Action Group directing people towards the front there. Obviously, they're probably trying to get as many high-profile people to lead the pack and these thousands of people as much as possible. Janie, also the weather has backed off a little bit. It was pouring with rain just a moment ago, but it looks like that's eased back. You can see there's Josh Lees directing people there and leading a chant on the microphone.
And you mentioned a few high-profile figures. We might just take a little listen in. Sydney there, the march is about to get started, thousands of people, and as you said, Kenny, it's certainly looking like it's dried out a bit. But
You can see right there, ladies and gentlemen, there's Julian. He's right here. It's big, ladies and gentlemen, it's big. What's happening right now is massive. Remember, Julian Assange is mentioned in the Q drops many, many times. We're all in this together. Where we go one, we go all. We're all in this together. Never forget that. Never let anyone tell you that you're insignificant because you're not in America. We're all in this together. We're all part of this. Never let anyone tell you that. I've been told, you know what? I said, well, hold on a minute. Number one, it is our business. It's everyone's business because we're all connected to DC. Whatever happens over there, it affects us here. It affects us all over the place. We're all connected to America. After all, also, think about it. And I tell them, you watch Fox News, don't you? You watch the Foxes over there, New York Post, all these things. Where do you think it comes from? Who do you think owns it? We're all connected in this. Where we go one, we go all. That's right, 47 lights. Never let anyone tell you that you're not part of this. That's why we're in the shit. Because of idiots like that. Not these people, but I'm saying there are people that go around and they basically don't get it. Keeping us divided keeps us weak. United, we are strong. This is a great awakening. Worldwide. This movement is based worldwide. BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, worldwide. The illusion of, oh, you're in here and I'm over there. No, it's nothing more than an illusion. That's all it is. Just because we speak differently doesn't mean we should be different. We are united. President Trump is the unifier. That's right. We are all family. It doesn't matter where we're from. And that's how they've been able to get away with things. Now, have a look at this. BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard have been taken to court by the state of Texas. You'd never see that, would you, if the deep state were in control, the cabal were in control? You wouldn't see that at all, would you? No, you wouldn't. That's what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. What's happening right now is nothing short than unprecedented times. Yes, it's people, you shouldn't be scared. Don't be scared. We want escalation. We need escalation. We're on the 8th year of this plan. It needs it. Now, you think about this. What is the thing that Q says? You must show them. Well, let me show you what the people are seeing out there. That's what they're seeing. A 17. There you go, 17. Right there. But you think about it. Remember, these are controlled things. 25 kilos. Q dropped 25. 11.3 marker. Remember, what we've been shown as to what is reality to what is reality are two different things. Think about this for a moment. Do you think for a moment that President Trump that put those executive order 13818 that would allow this business to continue? Think again. It's all been done and dusted. That's human rights abuse. It's corruption. Those executive orders are in play right now. Think again. But remember what Q says. You must show them. So the world is being shown the horrors of the things that have happened in the past. The things that have happened in the past. Now, is it hitting people in the heart? Yes, done by design because it needs to. Have a watch this video. Have a look at this video here.
Sprinting towards a fight for food, using the energy they have left just for a chance of something to eat. All across Gaza, starving Palestinians risk their lives when food falls from the sky. The public image of international airdrops over the Strip is supposed to paint a picture of help arriving, but often pallets of airdropped aid are damaged when they crash down to earth. People are forced to sift through sand for bits of food and scrape whatever they can off the ground. Palestinians say they feel completely humiliated by the process.
We're like dogs chasing after a bone. Why do they throw things like that? We don't want them to help us in that way.
I went and my children prayed that I return with food. They haven't eaten or drank anything for 2 days. This breaks me, the fact that they're waiting for me to feed them.
Aid agencies have criticised airdrops as ineffective and symbolic. According to recent flights, a plane load can only carry a quarter of what a truck can, which is on average 40 tonnes per load. Airdrops are also dangerous, landing in heavily populated areas and even in combat zones.
Airdrops are a last resort. They have lots of risks. We've seen it happen already in this week of airdrops in Gaza. People hurt, wounded, killed on the ground because of the drops. No system on the ground to prevent looting and get it to the right people.
Several countries, including the UK, Spain, France, Germany and Jordan, have carried out airdrop missions. But Israel controls the entire airspace over the Gaza Strip. That also means the logistics, flight plans, what can be dropped, how much and when.
There you go. Think about that for a moment. What is that doing? It's putting the blame on good old Israel, isn't it? Yeah, now look at Israel. It's Israel's fault. Right? Everyone can see. No, it's not our fault. We're the ones that are trying to drop the food, like President Trump says. Someone's stealing the food. Someone is stealing the money. It's Hamas. Well, we know what Hamas is. Hamas is just an anagram for Hamza. And we know that Hamza is the state of Israel again. It's another manifestation. Like the Mossad, they created Hezbollah, they created all these other little things. Oh, don't you worry, I'm going to show you this. It's going to blow your minds. You know, I've shown you that before many times, but there are other things I'm going to show you that's going to blow your minds. Why Q talks about it being left for last. Why Israel is left for last. People don't realise what is tied into that business. But you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that the blame is squarely on Israel. No, Israel are the ones they're the ones that control the space. They're the ones that control it. Oh, yeah. And by the way, there happens to be a nurse there. Let's watch this one from the United States that gives us her take as to what's going on. Let's have a listen.
An intensive care nurse who came from the U.S. and has been volunteering at Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza has been documenting what she witnesses on social media. Elidales Burgos, that's her name, recently posted a video with a child who lost his entire family. Let's have a listen.
As long as I'm alive and have breath, I won't stop fighting for you and fighting for the people of Gaza. Because this is just not human. This is not right. So I will fight for you for as long as I have a breath.
Elidales Burgos joins us live now from Nasser Hospital. Ellie, you volunteer there with the medical organization GLIA. You work in the intensive care unit. That means you've treated many patients who've been brought in after mass casualty events. Now, in the video we just saw, you were talking to Mohammed Abu Asi. He's about 10 years old. How's he doing now?
Oh, to be honest with you, he's probably not doing well, but I haven't been to that ICU again in a couple of days. I feel that right now there's 6 other makeshift ICUs in this hospital. So I rotate through the ICUs and the emergency department as well. But the fact that there's very little to no nutrition, he's not going to do well in general. I anticipate that he will die from secondary complications.
So basically, that's what the world is seeing out there. They're seeing all this. Now, there's some other things I want to, let's see if I can forward it a bit, where she speaks about how Steve Witkoff came with Ambassador Huckabee there. Here we go. I think it's around here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch this part.
And see Gaza for himself. Now, the Israeli military just today gave him a tour of Gaza. That was this morning. We were talking about it earlier. If you had got to give him a tour, the Ellie tour, what would you show him?
Well, first, I would have him not go to a pre-planned area that the Israeli military is taking him to. I would have him come here, come into Nasser, walk the halls with me. I can take you to any hallway, any of the units, emergency department, and you will see the entire population who's obvious, visible evidence of starvation, and you don't have to be a medical provider to see that. And also, I will show him that every injury that's in the hospital is either a gunshot wound or an explosive injury.
That's very interesting. Number one, did someone say there's still COVID around? Why is that guy wearing a mask? Very interesting. You know, and the other thing is these pictures are regurgitating. So they're the same pictures over and over again, and it's just pictures. It's like it's almost staged. Look at this. 100 million meals delivered. And apparently it is staged. Okay? Yeah, it looks staged to me. No, we're going to make us look like we give a shit. We're going to go there. Okay? And, yeah, you could see. I mean, look, what did they have time to go and put these little banners up and stuff like that? Seriously.
And also, I will show him that every injury that's in the hospital is either a gunshot wound or an explosive injury. We don't have chronic conditions here.
Why does she say that? Think about it. We've got to look at it from a different standpoint. Number one, remember the state of Israel. They keep talking about the Holocaust. Holocaust this and Holocaust that. Well, they're committing their own Holocaust right there. And they've been shown for being a bunch of hypocrites. Right? Realistically speaking, they've been shown to be a bunch of hypocrites. But this is future-proof's past. These things have been done in the past. While people were going out there watching their football and going to their dinners and their movies and this and that, that was all going underneath our very noses, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't care back then. So what does Q says? Only when you show them. Well, enjoy the show. Because guess what? Now, we've got people's attention. They're not watching the reality TV shows and the football. They're getting angry. They're standing up on their soapboxes and demanding justice. Demanding justice. People, and think about it. What Q says, it all makes perfect sense in Q drop 4908. Only when you show them. You can't tell them because guess what? Blah, 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 blah has been going on for a long time and no one gave a rat's behind about it. All of a sudden, it's been shoved in their faces and now people are angry. And that's what I'm saying, that Q drop 4908, this is the Great Awakening. We are experiencing it. Now have a look at this. She's a nurse. She's explaining to the people out there what's really going on. Gunshot wounds. All these things. But hold on a minute. Who's the ones that have been doing the gunshots? Well, the IDF, Israeli Defense Force. They've been spraying bullets all around the place. But that's the thing. This has all been done future-proofs past. What was done in the past is now being brought out there. Also, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, a lot of the soldiers have committed suicide. They could not handle it in their good conscience. It's been happening in the past. Well, all that's coming out now in the wash, right in front of everybody's eyes. And remember, Wag the Dog. We know that movie. Watch Wag the Dog. Things can be staged. Well, guess what? This is, as we said, only when you show them, well, they're being shown now. You got the nurse that's out there, and she's giving all this. Now, why does President Trump say central casting? We know central casting is to do with background actors. They could be all background actors. And this is all part of the show to awaken the mass consciousness. Now, think about that. Executive Order 13818. President Trump has had that in play for a long time. Well, what do you think it's now they've put that underneath the pillow and forgotten about it? No. But this is what I'm saying. The end game. And in the end game is to awaken the masses organically. I've been saying this, ladies and gentlemen, for years. Those been watching me have been seeing me saying it and being consistent that this has to be a great awakening and done organically. I've been saying this for years. I've even said about World War III, scare necessary event. Well, here we are. We're moving towards it. And you can see right now that this is all happening by design.
Here, because chronic conditions, quite honestly, just they don't fit in the hospital. There's the hospital is over capacity, to say the least. And so every person that is here is basically a trauma case. And the majority of everybody I've seen is has been injured, either sleeping in their tents, being bombed, or shot at these distribution sites. So every patient here is a trauma patient with no nutrition, which anybody who knows anything about,
look, it needs to happen this way, ladies and gentlemen. It needs to happen the way. I mean, I'm looking at the math. 6 plus 6, drop the zeros, plus 7. What do we get, ladies and gentlemen? Don't we get a lovely 19? Who's really in control? Right? Does it make sense? 6 plus 6, 12, 7. Remove the zeros, 19. President Trump's in control.
And the basic level of how a human body works, if you don't have nutrition, your body's not going to heal. So if they're fortunate enough to survive the trauma, they will die from malnutrition. And we've seen it. We watch them die right in front of our eyes just because they deteriorate after the injuries.
So basically this nurse, she's pulling it out there. Don't you worry about that one. People are watching her. And have a look at this. What does Q says? You must show them crimes against children. Well, let's talk about crimes, ladies and gentlemen. Because everyone thinks about the child, yeah, that's disgusting. What happened on Epstein Island is disgusting. What they've been doing with MS-13, with the children, the harvesting of all the blood, the adrenochrome, all that, which is all factual, is disgusting. What is even disgusting is this, ladies and gentlemen. Then you get hypocrites out there. They're going around and they're getting angry like Bitcoin Jesus. Oh yes, good old Bitcoin Jesus, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you what Bitcoin Jesus said, right? Because he's been going around being a bit of a hypocrite lately, and I don't like hypocrites. Let me explain to you what a hypocrite is. Somebody that says something and they're throwing stone in a glass house. That's what it means, being a hypocrite. And as far as I'm concerned, Bitcoin Jesus, no, should learn to shut his mouth. Because you know what? You don't go around throwing stones in the glass house. In other words, he was going around saying, you're all traitors to Huckabee. Oh, there's Sarah Huckabee. Ambassador Huckabee's daughter at the good old Whaley War crying her arsehole out, right? Why don't you cry out for the children, Sarah? But Bitcoin Jesus says, you're all traders. And I turned around to Bitcoin Jesus and I said, listen, you're a trader because realistically speaking, you're supporting Bitcoin. And did you know, and this is fact, that Bitcoin was the very thing they used to traffic children and humans on the dark web? How do you think MS-13 got paid? Do your research, Bitcoin Jesus. Remember what Jesus said in the scripture? Anyone that does harm to the children better get a milestone and put it across your head. Well, Bitcoin Jesus, you're being a hypocrite. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but I cannot stand hypocrites like Bitcoin Jesus. He's going around there calling Huckabee a traitor. Well, okay, Huckabee's a traitor. But then what are you? When you go around promoting your Bitcoin, jumping up and down like a clown with your friends. Okay? You don't realize what you're doing, Bitcoin Jesus. So I had to call that one out. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but I hate hypocrites because you know what? Cryptocurrency was used as online sexual exploitation of children. Fact. Have a look at this. One of the most disturbing and heinous criminal acts that is rampant across the internet is the sexual exploitation of children via child sexual abuse material. And where did it come from? Bitcoin. Okay, after all, Bitcoin was the first one. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, since the introduction of Bitcoin. So Bitcoin Jesus, get your facts right. Don't sit there and play that little game with me because I'm going to own your ass like I did right now. Okay? Don't go around and say this. He's a traitor because of what's going on with the children in Gaza when you should get rid of all your Bitcoin and your crypto crap and stop supporting that garbage right there. No, I can't stand hypocrites, ladies and gentlemen. I just can't. So when I see the children, they're suffering like this, I mean, it hits you in the heart, right? What we turn the blind eyes to the Bitcoiners out there? Turn a blind eye. They don't realize what their Bitcoin bought. It's got blood on it. They don't realize it. Now, don't you worry. Very soon they will realize it when it all goes boom. And it will. It's heading that way. Mark my words. The only thing you should be is really gold and silver. That's it. Now, 1 in 3 Palestinian in Gaza going days without food. Look at this. These images are making their way worldwide, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. So these images are going out there. So obviously, you can see that people are seeing this. They're getting angry. You got, Julian Assange out in the streets in Sydney. The places all around the world are being flooded. And as I said, it all goes back to this, the children. After all, isn't that what we're fighting for? The children? Isn't that right, Bitcoin Jesus? What did you fight for, the Bitcoin? Or did you fight for the children? Because you're going around calling people traitors because of what they're doing to the children in Gaza and humanity. But your Bitcoin is the one that's been behind it as well. Why don't you go and do your research, Bitcoin Jesus? And those that sit there and love their Bitcoin, why don't you, realize what you're doing, what you've been supporting? And I know they don't like me. You know why? Because they don't like the truth. They don't like the truth, ladies and gentlemen. They hate the truth. Because you know what? When the truth is it's all out there. It's all factual. It's all proven. But no. They turn their head around. They turn their head around. Crimes against children come in many ways, shapes, and forms, like I've proven it to you. It's got to stop. It really has to stop. We have to reach the point, ladies and gentlemen, where things come to an end. Where we need to see the Fed collapse. We need to see, what does it say? Did it say Bitcoin will collapse the Fed? No. The last time I looked, it said gold shall destroy the Fed. Right? It doesn't say Bitcoin shall destroy the Fed. Fact. That's a fact. So what are we waiting for? You know, what are we waiting for? People then they lose their Bitcoin, they lose their crypto, and then what? They got nothing because of their own greed. That's why. But anyway, they'll find out for themselves, like they always will. Unfortunately, when it's too late. Now, let me show you something, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, that is by no coincidence, but by design. You know we're heading towards massive, scare necessary event. You're seeing a lot of escalation as far as what's going on in the world. You're seeing, like I showed you the other day with Taiwan. Taiwan are preparing to fight against China. Let's have a look at this video again. Okay, there's no sound. Let's see. No, not on this one, there's no sound. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that they are preparing. Things are heating up. So this is in Taiwan, I think. And there you can see that things obviously are escalating. You're also seeing, as I said, you know, the bombing. That the one-sided biased media that shows the victims of Ukraine, but don't show the victims of what the Ukraine are doing in Russia. It's a one-sided affair. And that's what I'm saying. You know, people really need to see what's going on. Let's have a look. What's going on in Russia? Number one, a bridge. So basically, this is Russia destroys a bridge in residential area. So this is what happened with Russia. They attacked the bridge. I think it was this in the Ukraine. Russia destroys bridge in residential area. But then, okay, think about this. Is there anyone on that bridge? Russia does not kill people, just like Iran didn't. It goes after strategic targets. However, the Ukraine did this. President Trump, didn't he say not to shoot oil, energy? No, well, Ukraine don't care. They don't give a damn at all. You know, and that's the thing. But remember, everything's happening for a reason. Okay? Everything is happening for a reason. This escalation, this thing of, you know, President Trump going against Putin, but they're working together. Remember, we need a World War III scare necessary event. And the rhetoric is building up everywhere. I mean, have a listen to this. This is on a gentleman, George Calloway, and he speaks about nuclear war. These are the things that are coming out there for people to watch.
The war in Europe is coming. I even agree that it may come around the question of Kaliningrad or from the Baltics, but I believe that the war is coming.
Well, you know what? He's right. Because you know what? Have a look at this. No, not that one there. NATO members, the NATO member sets up gates and barriers at Russian border checkpoint. Now, you don't do these sort of things unless you're getting ready for some serious business. Now, you think about it. You've seen not long ago that they transported from the US, New Mexico, nukes to the UK. Hasn't been done in a very long time. Estonian authorities have begun installing metal gates and barriers at key border crossings with Russia. So you're seeing this escalation that's building up. It's happening. But as I said, it's all necessary. Let's have a listen to this again.
We have no plan B. We have nowhere that we can go. And in any case, in a nuclear war, which is how it would end. The living shall envy the dead. Far better to have perished in the first flash of the nuclear blast than to be a zombie dying in agony and...
So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that the rhetoric is building up. I've been saying it, ladies and gentlemen. How did you think you're going to get a worldwide EBS? I've been the one I've been putting it up there for years and years. When others were saying all these other weird stuff, solar flash, alien invasions, this, that, the other, I said, no, it's got to make sense to the masses. I've always said it. I predicted also before Russia and Ukraine went to war, I predicted that was going to happen. Everything that I've said, I've been spot on, and I'm spot on about this. You could see it's all transpiring. Everything is transpiring in front of our very eyes. And, you know, it's just going to get more and more intense. Now, remember when I said to you that Israel wants Iran? Finished. They want Iran. And, or, you know, they want to continue on. Remember, this has all been shown. This has all been shown out to the mass consciousness. Now, you know that Hamas, and I explained to you that Hamas, Hamza, same manifestation, State of Israel created, Mossad created it, just like Hezbollah and everything else. Well, it's by no surprise are we seeing that Bibi Netanyahu doesn't want to cave in. No. Regardless of what Hamas, think about this. You control the entity known as Hamas. Trump is playing the game and calling your bluff. This is what people got to get. President Trump knows this, and he's playing the game. So he's saying about, we're going to eliminate Hamas. We've got to get rid of Hamas. And you think about, well, who created Hamas? The State of Israel did. Mossad did. So obviously, you know, Bibi Netanyahu, the State of Israel, those Zionists over there, have got their back against the wall. And obviously, Bibi won't cave in. Israeli Prime Minister ignores Hamas' offer because it's the one and the same, and accuses militants of trying to break us with false horror propaganda. No food deal, only war. Really now, have a listen to this. So he's lying to even his own people. He's lying to his own people, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he's doing.
כמוכם גם אני הזדעזעתי אתמול. ראיתי את סרטוני הזוועה של הבנים היקרים שלנו, רום ואביתר. צלצלתי למשפחות, חיבקתי אותם בשמי ובשם רעייתי, גם בשמכם. תראה אותם נמקים בצינוק. אבל המפלצות של החמאס,
blame it on Hamas, Bibi. Blame it all on Hamas, like you always do. Your little manifestation that you created. Okay, that's who you blame. The little scapegoat. I mean, after all, ladies and gentlemen, we know it's a bunch of crap, right? We know that good old Hamas is their little creation. I mean, after all, look, I've shown you this many times. Okay, if you want me to show you again, I will. All right, but Hamas is their little creation, and their little creation is being destroyed, and it's coming to an end. I mean, after all, you got the IDF, which is the State of Israel, their defense force. Since when does a soldier kiss the Hamas soldier on the head?
نعم نتابع معك الذين تم تسليمهم 24 أسيرا وبقي قيدا على قيد
Yeah, no, I'm not buying this shit. That's supposed to be the IDF Israeli soldier with a little drone buzzing around. Yeah, it's all crap. That's what it is. And we're not buying their crap anymore. And neither is President Trump. He's done buying their crap and their bullshit. I mean, after all, They're the same entity. I mean, look at this. Same Jewish flags. Some Jewish flags. I mean, look at them. Yeah, no. And then on the bottom, we got Hamza. You know, by no coincidence, does it happen to be a binational, really now, in Arabic writing on one side and Hebrew on the other? Yeah. And then you rearrange those words because we know what that means. In other words, it's their little creation. That's what it's all about. And I've explained this many times. We're not buying, and President Trump ain't buying the garbage. And the other thing is, I think the people, yes, no, you know the place where they had the Holocaust, I think it was Auschwitz or something like that, one of these places. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Auschwitz Museum. Yeah, no, they don't want the Auschwitz Museum. This is from the Times of Israel. Their newspaper, by the way, their newspaper is barring, in other words, no. But I thought, hold on a minute. I thought Auschwitz was about the Jewish Holocaust. This is the Times of Israel. That's their newspaper, the State of Israel's newspaper, and defends barring the IDF group from bringing Israeli flags. That's weird, isn't it? But I thought it's the Jewish Holocaust, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see this? Does everyone in the chat think there's something not right? I mean, after all, we are in some sort of bizarro world. But the Auschwitz Museum, that's got to do with the Jewish Holocaust, defends barring the Israeli Defense Force from bringing in the Israeli flags. How does that make any sense? Does it make sense at all? No, it doesn't. Okay? Because you know what? The Holocaust thing, yeah, that's sure the truth's going to come out about that, what it was really all done for, who were the characters behind it. Yeah, it was an atrocity. It was an atrocity, all right? But there were other atrocities that were committed. But then also, that atrocity was done by the Ashkenazi Rothschilds. Remember Hitler? You know, Hitler is the bastard grandson of the Rothschilds. That's fact. Yes. Yeah, we're not going to be biting their garbage anymore. And the other thing is, I thought Iran were, you know, according to what they've been saying, didn't they say that Iran is for nuclear weapons? Well, apparently, Iran is calling on Japan to join Iran in leading global movement to eliminate weapons of mass destruction. But hold on a minute, I thought they had weapons of mass destruction they're trying to build over in Iran. That doesn't make any logical sense either, including nuclear, chemical, and biological. That's what the foreign minister of Iran suggests on the 80th anniversary. But hold on a minute, who was the ones to bomb Hiroshima? Wasn't it the United States? No, but Iran were building the nukes. Really? We know that there was a cover story that Iran never were building the nukes there. They never did it. And what was it done by? Designed to do this whole Iran nuclear deal. Why? Because these players wanted to put money in there, in a slush fund. And they created this little Iranian nuclear cover story, bullshit crap, which we know it's in the Q drops as well. So they can go around and shovel money in a certain direction in Iran. Yeah, no. This is what I'm saying. So Iran are calling on Japan to lead a global movement against nukes. All right? Hamas released chilling video. Let me fix that up. Israel are the ones, well, we know State of Israel are the ones that, you know, created the Hamas. They're the ones that created Hezbollah. They're the ones that created all the garbage you can possibly imagine. Mossad are behind it. And Hamas released, no, we should rechange that to the State of Israel releases chilling videos of living skeletons of their own people that they kept as hostage. How does that one grab you? With only a few days to live. Yeah, no, great one, Hamas. State of Israel. Yes, don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen. The truth's all coming out, especially this. Remember when Putin said to denazify the Ukraine? Well, can you blame the guy? Especially when there are a bunch of Nazis there, Ashkenazis. They don't realise it. Okay, no. They're going to go and do the Heil Hitler or the Bellamy salute while they're watching the soccer. No, it's all a bunch of conspiracy theories. They're not Nazis in the Ukraine. Yeah, no, but the Azov, and I've been through the Black Sun and the whole symbolism of it. Yeah, no, that's in the Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for this one. I'm sure they're not doing a Nazi. What's Zig Heil mean? Yeah, it's Nazi to me. It sounds Nazi. I mean, does it sound Nazi to you in the chat, guys? I mean, do you blame Putin saying that he wants to denazify the Ukraine? Don't you remember back in the day with good old Coxsocks, Prime Minister Coxsocks, Trudeau, in the Canadian Parliament, where they were praising a known Nazi criminal? Does everyone remember that? I remember it. I'm sure hopefully everyone in the chat does remember it. Yes, Nazis. Yes, that's right. But does everyone remember good old Coxsocks? Yes, we remember that. Good on, Tirson. Yes. I'm glad you remember it, Tank Daddy. Yes, no. We remember Coxsocks with his little episode with the Speaker of the House, and they were sitting there clapping their hands at the Nazi. Lovely, isn't it? But then when Putin says that he wants to denazify the Ukraine, and they got the Azov, they were also behind, the Nazi war and all that as well. They're all involved, asking Nazis. I mean, you know what that is. When are people going to wake up? That's my question. When are they going to really wake up and see what's really going on? When? I would like to know that question. When are people going to get real and stop believing the garbage of the mainstream media? They should be watching the Pulse and getting the real take here. That's what they should be doing. They shouldn't be watching the garbage of the circle jerkers and the other clowns out there that are playing the game, entertaining and all that kind of crap. There's no time for entertainment. It's time for all of us to get real and to realize what's really going on. And the only way you're going to get that is watching this show, The Pulse. You're not going to get it anywhere else. Now, let's talk about something that's very important. We know with Epstein, it's sort of taken a bit of a back seat. Now, you would have seen that, President Trump apparently, we're going to go through this. It's going to make perfect sense. Don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen. You know, when you watch this show, you're going to get the real take. You're not going to get the garbage. You're going to get the real take. You're going to know why President Trump does what he does. Now, you would have seen that good old Ghislaine got upgraded just recently. And there's her friend, Elizabeth Holmes, that they've been seen in Texas prison known as Club Fed, where everyone gets fed very well, and also it's like a resort, right, in Texas, right? She was transferred over here with her friend. Oh, her friend was waiting for her there. Yeah, there she is. Isn't it lovely that your taxpayers' dollars are paying for them to have a great exercise, and they get more exercise than me, by the way, and lovely. Yeah, no, the world is one big fat stage. Yeah, no, what are we waiting for Ghislaine or Ghislaine, whatever they want to call her, to go behind and start doing star jumps? Yeah, no. They moved her to a lower security prison. She is asking, apparently she got a deal. Yeah, no, the deal was done a long time ago. That's the reality of it. So basically she was transferred, ladies and gentlemen, to this beautiful location in Texas, right? Lovely little location where you can go in sunny side. I mean, probably you can go there and get sunbaking going and, you know, some yoga and some Tai Chi and all that sort of crap. But anyway, you know the deal. She got a deal. The deal was done. You think it was done by coincidence? No, it was done by design. So let's have a look at this. It's going to make sense, ladies and gentlemen. That just happened not long ago. I mean, basically reached its 7-year delta not long ago. When does a bird sing? When Q talks about that, it means Ghislaine Maxwell. That's in the UK. You could see the London Eye behind her. She's over there. They've had an eye on her, right? Get ready for this one. Okay, so basically, they grabbed her. And you think it was done by coincidence? No. You know there's no coincidences. It doesn't exist. Ghislaine Maxwell is the birdie. And she sung like a canary, right? She made a deal. How do we know that? Look at this. That's a 7-year delta. Well, there's Ghislaine again. So it's showing you in the photo. Now that's her over here. Right? We got it so far? Get ready for it. She made a deal. How do we know? Well, keep your promise. This is not a game. You think it's a coincidence that we reached the 7-year delta, ladies and gentlemen? And let's go through the timelines. On the 24th of July, 2025, Tom Blanche arrived in Tallahassee, Florida to have a first meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. He also had a further meeting on the 25th of July. Coincidence? 7 years later, ladies and gentlemen, to the Delta, 27th of July 2018, 7-year Delta. Q dropped 1721. Q dropped 1722. Keep your promise. That promise was kept. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, because heads are about to roll. She kept her promise 7 years later. And then, ladies and gentlemen, on the 1st of August, 2025, it was confirmed that she moved to Texas. Do you see the genius of President Trump? After all, he is the deal maker. We've been making lots of deals. People think tariffs. Think again. He's been making other deals. Don't you worry about that one. Like I said, Q dropped 1721, which I just showed you. She's the bird that sung like a canary, and she made a promise. Keep your promise. 7 years later. Exactly 7 years. Q dropped 1722. Public awareness forces hand. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? This is where we are. Right there. Because she's singing like a bird, all right? And what she promised, she got a deal. That's why they moved it from there to Texas. They made an arrangement. They made a deal. And now, ladies and gentlemen, public awareness is forcing the hand. The truth, everything is going to come out. Do you see the genius of the man that created the book, The Art of the Deal? Never forget that man. He's amazing. I know she was moved to a cushy club fed. The deal was made. Do you see, ladies and gentlemen, how you get it from a master decoder, somebody that knows, looks behind the peripheral, explains it all. You don't get that anywhere else. It's time for everyone to show their appreciation. Thumbs up, great comments, to share this around the place. We got to get the message out there. It's not happening, ladies and gentlemen. People that watch this show are not doing their due diligence. It's a very sad state of affairs. I'm sorry to say it. I appreciate everyone that does it, but those that sit here and watch this show time in and time out, those that continue to give me the thumbs down because they think that it's their thing, they have to do it, you know, for some sick reason. But anyway, they too watch the show. They all benefit. People benefit from this show. Everyone's got to do their bit. We're all in this together. Where we go one, we go all. We've all got to push the thumbs up now. Every one of you that is listening to us, hit the thumbs up. Great comments to share this around the place. Otherwise, what am I here for? What am I here for if we can't get the message out? Everyone's got to do it. And this is not begging. That's up to you whether you want to do it or not. I'm just saying that we all need to do our bit. It's unfair, ladies and gentlemen, that this show continues to be pushed down. The truth doesn't get out there. No one's, I'm not saying no one. Everyone, I know a lot of people that are helping, but a lot of people need to also, that are watching this show, and there's many thousands and thousands of people that do it, but they don't do the thumbs up. Imagine this, ladies and gentlemen, if everyone did their bit, this show would be out there. And I mean thumbs up, not in here in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, where it counts. Right now, I want everyone to hit the thumbs up. I want everyone to do it, ladies and gentlemen, right now. 918 that are in the chat right now, please hit the thumbs up. You care about this show? Otherwise, what am I here for then? If I can't get this message out there day in and day out, I work hard. We all in this together. I want to see those 918 that are in the chat right now, hit that thumbs up. Otherwise, as I said, what am I doing if I can't get the message out there? Everyone's got to do their bit. Come on. Thumbs up. Not in the comments, where it counts. Now, this, ladies and gentlemen, is the London Eye. Keep your promises to Ghislaine Maxwell, not to Lisa Page. All right? This is Ghislaine Maxwell. This is the London Eye. Keep your promise. Now, as I said, that there is Ghislaine Maxwell. Think about it. The bird that sings. The bird that sings. What would Lisa Page be doing over in London? Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Have a think about it. What would Lisa Page be doing in London? We know that Ghislaine is from over there. Now, let me just confirm it, ladies and gentlemen, because I like to be factual. Okay? I like to be factual. Let me just check. Let me just check, ladies and gentlemen, because I've got to make sure that that everything's based on facts, evidence, and receipts. Just give me a quick moment. Sorry, guys, just give me a quick sec while I go through this. Okay, I've just checked it. So it is Lisa Page. However, Lisa Page, Peter Strzok, they're connected to Comey. Comey's also connected, remember? Comey's daughter, Maureen Comey, did the Epstein case. So he may be connected in that sense. Now, you think about it. It's just too much of a coincidence, I mean, look, for this to all line up the way it is. Do you know what I mean? So, you know what? It does look like bloody Maxwell, doesn't it? It does look like Maxwell. With long hair, doesn't it? Keep your promises, not a game. You know, you're right, Kelly. No, thank you. You know what? I stand corrected. But you know what? It does look like her, doesn't it? So you can't blame me for... But you could see that, remember, Lisa Page, Strzok, FBI, connected to James Comey being the director. James Comey, his daughter, Maureen Comey. So you could see that it does connect up in that direction. So there is some connection up the chain, so to speak. So it's not totally something that is lost, for example, but you can see that how it all connects up. So obviously there's a reason for this bird. Yes. So the bird happens to be Lisa Page. Okay. But as I said, you know, it does look like her, doesn't it? With long hair. Just a little bit blurry. That's the only thing. If I had a little bit more of a clearer shot, I would have been able to determine it. But thank you very much, Kelly. I much appreciate it. You know what? It's about being factual, and the facts, evidence, and receipts, it does play a role. You know, I am about facts, evidence, and receipts. I'm not going to sit there and dispute it with you when we know that the facts, evidence, and receipts say otherwise. See, when you, as I said, you know, you could see there that it looks like, what's her name? Ghislaine. It does. And when you look at it, Ghislaine does come from the UK. So you could see how it all connects up. But you know what, guys? We are basically, this is an experience, and we are deducting things. We're trying to make things, but as I said, can you totally write it off? You can't. You can't write it off. Everything connects up. I mean, can you call it a coincidence? I think we're pretty much done. However, you think about it from this perspective. For her to get into Texas, the Texas jail, which is a more, shall we say, they call it club fed, more of a, shall we say, more comfy jail, more relaxed. There must have been a deal. Let's be honest. There must have been a deal that was made. Yes, we've been through that, Dr. Monday. Yeah, it is definitely Lisa Page. So, you know, we've spoken about that. So definitely there was some sort of deal that was made, right? Some deal. There's no way she would have ended up in a, yeah, exactly 47 lights in some sort of resort. Let's be honest. No, well, thank you, Kelly. No, I appreciate it. And you know what, Kelly? It's good that we can work this out together. We're all in this together. Where we go one, we go all. You know what I mean? We're all in this together. So, yeah, they are both connected. You can see how they're connected through, as I explained, up the chain. So, you know, FBI Director Comey, Maureen Comey connected to the Epstein case. So you can see there is a connection up the chain, so to speak. Yeah, they are both connected. Yeah, I know. Can you imagine if they're like sisters? How funny would that be? Yeah, thank you, love. Yeah, so there was some deal made, right? There's got to be some deal. And that's what I'm saying. Like, keep your promise. Okay. Her promise was to basically, obviously, to do with Strzok. Okay, yeah, they're both bitches. Yeah, they're both bitches. No, I love you too, Kelly. Thank you, love. God bless you, sister. And hugs from Australia. Now, keep your promise. So, in other words, there's got to be a promise that was made from Ghislaine, or Ghislaine, whatever her name is. Look, she ended up in bloody Club Fed, right? I mean, you don't get up, into Club Fed without some sort of, oh, there we go, deal. I was right. A deal has been made. Yeah, the art of the deal, that's right. So, there's something that has been obviously would you say that this deal was done just recently or done before? I want everyone in the chat, what do you think? Do you think for a moment that deal was done just now, just recently, or was it done before in the past? I would say definitely done in the past. Deals would have been done back then, right? So, yeah, no, lots of people wondering about the deal it was obviously something, and deals needed to be made. After all, some deals are very, very important. Now, remember, let's look at the arrangement. Ghislaine, puppet handler. Who's the puppet? Epstein. Ghislaine's daddy, connected to the Mossad. Right? So she would have had to basically made a deal and said, this, and this, if I do this, and this, I will tell you this, and this. Yeah, already done. Yeah, it's a future-proof past. That's right. So it was already done. Let's be honest. Yeah, I don't know if they're related. They probably are. Look funny. Yeah, they look like two similar brunettes. Yes, I agree. Now, as I said, they are connected though. After all, Lisa Page, Peter Strzok, FBI, connected to Comey's Marine, his daughter, connected to Epstein. So there's definitely a connection there. But can you call it a coincidence? I mean, seriously, guys, you got that going on. Keep your promise. Yeah, okay. We know that you kept a promise, to go against Peter Strzok. But also, what other promises were made? That's the interesting one. Obviously, Ghislaine made a deal. So that's basically it. Now, another question is this. We're living in a very bizarre world, aren't we? Yeah, no, this welcome to bizarro world right now. We're gaslighting sick and crazy shit is the norm. All right? Yes, because we've got this going on. I mean, isn't she supposed to be, apparently, no, she's doing Devil's Prada, what's it called? Devil Wears Prada, Part 2. I mean, couldn't they just do away with that? I mean, seriously, what do they continue to gaslight us for? I mean, she's on the list. Meryl Streep is on the list. But apparently that's not good enough, is it? No, they got to keep us in Bizarro World. No, we're sick of Bizarro World, to be quite honest. Frankly, yeah, no. And there's, in Bizarro World, ladies and gentlemen, did you know that you can also create your own country? Yes, you can. Have a look at the new country that's in God knows where. That little strip of land is a new country, by the way. Yeah, no, they might as well call it Bizarro, the land from Bizarro World. Because apparently, get this, a man at 20 years old can build a country with 400 citizens, and he says it's part of an experiment. 20 years old, builds his own country with 400 citizens. Yeah, now welcome to Bizarro World. Apparently this country is basically part of a disputed patch between Croatia and Serbia. Did you know that this guy, you know what he does for a living? He creates roadblocks. I mean, roadblocks, you know, these worlds here. I mean, you might as well create virtual Bizarro World while he's at it. And he started working at age 18. And obviously these influencers or these people that they just got money coming out of their bum. And it's like, okay, I'm finished building a virtual world in Roblox. How about I go and build my own country? And lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 20-year-old right there. He's got his own flag, right? And his own passports already at 20 years old. I mean, that's a pretty, I mean, if you hit that mark at 20 years old, it's pretty much downwards from there, mate. Very interesting. 20 years old, 18 started building Roblox virtual world, made a shitload of money. They don't know what to do with the money. One goes and builds his own country. Another one buys apparently the haunted mansion that has the Annabelle doll. These influencers have got so much money they don't know what to do with it. How about you do something good with it and do some humanitarian projects? No. This guy right here is building his own country, and the country is called the Free Republic of Verdes, and he's the president, by the way. I wonder if President Trump is going to have him at the Oval Office very soon. President Trump, are you going to have the 20-year-old that built Roblox virtual worlds, created his own country called the Free Republic of Verdes, has got 400 citizens, he's got his own passport going on? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and that's the world of the land, or the new country called Republica of Verdes. And, you know, the thing is, realistically speaking, there are farms that are much bigger than that. Yes. Welcome to the Free Republic of Verdes. Really now. I wonder what the laws are. Have they got a constitution yet? But this is real. I just can't believe it. And apparently, this guy Jackson was originally from my neck of the woods, ladies and gentlemen, from Australia. How does that one grab you? I mean, yeah, it's interesting. Oh, well done. I mean, look, hey, at 20 years old, to build your own country with 400 citizens, have your own flag, passport. Literally, it's not a, shall we say, a virtual world, but a real world. Yeah, no, that's something that's is something for the record book, so to speak. But everything is possible in Bizarro World, as you all know. There's so much bizarre shit. Oh, yes, a lot of bizarre shit. Let me talk about that. And then we'll get back to some major decoding, ladies and gentlemen. Because you know what? We are living in bizarre times. And there's a lot of distractions done by design for a reason, to keep us distracted in Bizarro World. Let's have a look. Number one, okay, did you know that there's a new sport? Yes. The new sport is this. It's like shark versus stingray. No. In Bizarro World, we don't have football. No. Everyone in Florida, in Bizarro World, watches a shark and a stingray, and I mean a real shark and a real stingray, having basically a go at each other. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, no, I'm Team Stingray. No, I'm Team Shark. Go Sharks. Yeah, no, that's yeah, great. Bizarro World. And the other thing is, in Bizarro World, yeah, no, apparently the number 666 is normal. Did you know that? Yeah, the 666, you know, that's the mark of the beast, right? But apparently, no, viral. 666. Right, okay, where have I seen that one before? Well, let me remind you, we had Bizarro World not that long ago in 2021, 2020, the time of the COVID. Let's just call it what it is. That was bizarre as well, and it was disgusting. But remember this business? Yes, 666. 6 to the left, 6 to the right, and 6 in front, and we're all committing Satan's greatest deception, a ritual known as 666, right in front of our faces, right? You remember that, right? Everyone remembers this crap. Yeah, no, now they've got a new thing. Fast forward, that was in 2020, 2021, and so forth and so forth. Now we're in 2025, and now it's viral, that 666 walking challenge. Really? Let's have a look at this. What is this all about? Viral 666 walking challenge is simple but effective. Yeah, walking with Satan. How's that one? Go and exercise with Satan at 6 a.m., 6 p.m. for 6 minutes. That's your 666 right there. It may be the mark of the beast there, well, it is. But those who are trying to get fit, use the 666. Yes, go and do aerobics with Satan. Why not stop there and go and do, I don't know, some yoga with Satan? Walk with Satan. Yes, look at that shit right there. It's not enough that we had to do that crap with Satan as well. Yes. It's ridiculous. I mean, everything is possible in Bizarro World. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, it's unbelievable. Is it done by design to wake people up? Yeah, probably. Now, apparently in Bizarro World, the Dutch nurse is under investigation for threatening to kill Zionists. Bizarro World. Yeah. Okay. Another thing is in Bizarro World. Yes, everyone thinks that Dr. Oz is great. We love Dr. Oz, really now. Dr. Oz is good, this, that, we know he was pushing the jab. We get it, right? But there were other things that Dr. Oz was doing that wasn't very, shall we say, savory, to be quite honest. Wasn't doing things that were good at all. In fact, Dr. Oz was involved with somebody that we all don't like. But in Bizarro World, apparently that is fine. It's all good. No, Oprah's one of them. Yes, Turson. Yes. But there's someone else that comes to mind. That Dr. Oz, yes, that lady right there. Does everyone know who that is? That doesn't look like Oprah to me. Can anyone in that chat write me who that one is, please? Yes, no, Monterey got it. Spirit Cooking, yes. Yes, Spirit, yes. And who is that lady over there? Yeah, hell yes. Yeah, unfortunately, yes, good old Marina, isn't it? Marina. Lovely. With Dr. Oz. No, we're hanging out with Dr. Oz, aren't we? No, it's what I'm saying. I mean, we're living in bizarre times. Did Dr. Oz forget about this? I don't think so. I think Dr. Oz is the enemy of mine that President Trump is bringing down. Yeah, Abramovich. Yeah. Gaga's mentor. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. You get it, right? But this is going to bring it into this one. Scavino brought this out there just the other day. This little picture over there. That picture, it means something. In other words, why is Scavino bringing that up? Well, that lady, let me see if I got the picture there of Scavino and her. Okay, here we go. So Dan Scavino posted that up. Why? She is the art director to do with the embassies. Yes, you heard correctly. She's the art director of the embassies. Erin M. Elmore Esquire is the director of art in embassies. Why would Dan Scavino bring that up? Well, because of this. Because people forget the art that was displayed in the embassies back in the day. Let me remind you who was stuff, shall we say, that the taxpayers' dollars were paying for that stuff to be on display in their embassies worldwide. Okay? And it's not like, good stuff. It's actually bad stuff. Things that you wish you didn't have to be associated with, so to speak. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, pretty much her stuff. Right there. Her artwork was displayed in all the embassies, ladies and gentlemen, worldwide. There we go. There she is. Lovely, isn't it? And that's why Scavino's bringing this stuff up. There's a reason for why Scavino does things. The art in embassies, yes, we know who that is. Yeah, I know it's disgusting, isn't it? You can blame Hillary. I mean, after all, by Hillary Clinton. Yeah, Vanity Fair. You get the gist, right? We know she's not a good seed. We know she's spirit cooking, all that sort of crap. The good news is that they've taken her off the site. So she's been removed, right? See you later. Goodbye. Right? So the art, she's no longer being displayed in the art of embassies. Her crap is gone. Thank God for that. Right? Now, look at her shit. I mean, look, it's disgusting. It's filthy. And so you think to yourself, why would Scavino bring that up? Obviously, because, hey, he's showing us, the art director, and go to the art director before was displaying Marina Abramovich stuff. You could see that it's all coming out. Why would Trump have someone like that, good old Oz, and make him, of a position of importance? Think about it logically, ladies and gentlemen. Friends close, enemies closer. Do you know what I mean? And that's all spoken about in the Q drops over and over and over again. There we go. Abramovich at the US Department of State. A pioneer and key figure in the performance art of Marina Abramovich using her own body as subject, object, and medium, exploring physical and mental limits of her, whatever it is, right? Her psychopathic abilities. Now, that was in the art, ladies and gentlemen. The art was displayed in embassies worldwide. No, President Trump is exposing these fools. Don't you worry. And it's all about time, ladies and gentlemen. It's about time that, and I've always said, don't sit there and praise Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz was the one pushing the vax at the time, the poison. And you see now also, I mean, hey, that adds further to the shit list of Dr. Oz. But also Dr. Oz supports the state of Israel. He's a Zionist as well. So, okay, let's go through it. Dr. Oz, Oprah, see you later. 2, Marina, number 2. 3, okay, you got the other business going on as well, the jab. 3. All right, so you got 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look too good for Dr. Oz. Let's just call it what it is. No, it doesn't look good at all. And then also, yeah, number 4, the state of Israel is a Zionist. See you later. Right? That's what I'm saying. You expose there's a reason to rhyme why Danny bring this out. No, we know why you're doing it, Daniel. We know that you want us to look into her, this lady right here, that her role happens to be the director of the art of embassies. Do you see how we tie it in? And then we go to the art of embassies and we find out that good old, who was running the show back in the day? Good old Abramovich was in there. Hillary was obviously the one that put it out there. We know that's all, yes, it's not a very good thing. But anyway, spirit cooking, it's all connected. Yeah, no, by the way, don't like Blondie. Yeah, no, forget about Blondie. You know who that is? Deborah Harris. Debbie Harris, sorry. Debbie Harris, yes. Deborah Harris, whatever your name is. That one right there, remember, I used to listen to Blondie back in the day, and now she can go and shove it. See you later. You know what I mean? Look at that. Good old Blondie doing that business. Lovely, isn't it? I mean, we know that, you know, she's involved with Gaga and the gang. I mean, look, didn't you see Gaga? I mean, Pelosi was at Gaga's concert. Then you got this business with Jay-Z. I mean, Jay-Z's on the shit list as well, remember? Yeah, no, he's on the massive shit list, that one. Beyonce's on it. Yes, no, let's go to those ones here. Where's Jay-Z? He's known as Sean Carter. Yeah, he's definitely on the shit list. Then Beyonce is his woman. Yeah, she's on there, the devil herself. Right? So they're all on this shit list over here. No, Marina's not there. Okay, that's no, not a plus anyway. But look at that. Look at that business going on. Yeah, no. Dan's doing it for a reason. So Dan wants us to look into that. And thank you very much, Dan, for those comms. 5 of 5. Comms are clear. We are connecting the dots. We are showing those who are responsible, those involved with spirit cooking, those who are involved with good old Marina Abramovich. All right? Oh, yes. No. People have got to know the truth. And unfortunately, those people that were sitting there and loving their Blondie albums and listening to the tracks of Blondie are now going to pick up those records and smash them in the bin, right? Or burn them, one or the other. If you've got CDs, just go and burn the bastards down, right? Get rid of it. But they're all involved in this wealth. And you think to yourself, well, hold on a minute. Why? They obviously made a deal with the devil, haven't they? They all have. Dr. Oz did. Obviously, Oprah and Jay-Z and all of them are involved. Not very good, is it? Yeah, Heart of Glass. I remember, yeah, Heart of Ass. You know, that's what I think about good old Blondie. I remember that Blondie album. I used to hear it. My parents used to play it. And it's like, yeah, no, I don't want to hear it anymore. Throw it in the bin where it belongs, like the rest of the other garbage as well. So you know, that's what I'm saying. Scavino gives us comms for a reason. Oh, you know, Marina Abramovich, you know, the art in the embassies, US Department of State. Oh, they made her sound like she was some sort of, you know, misunderstood artist, somebody that uses her own body, performance art. You know, they miss out the parts of all the nefarious things that they do. Look at this. Marina Abramovich uses her own body as subject, object, and medium, exploring the physical. This is what's the art of the embassy, United States Department of State. That was on the website. But nobody bothers looking. That's the problem. I mean, everyone thinks that she's good. Oh, you know, by the way, Marina Abramovich, the Rothschild Foundation lecture, you know, she was on that. Yeah, that thing going on as well. Yeah, no, and by the way, you know, she's also, you know, that's for those who don't know, that's plus plus, or otherwise known as Lord Rothschild. And behind him, ladies and gentlemen, happens to be a picture of Lucifer. Yeah, no, Lucifer behind him, yes. That's Lucifer. And then you got Marina. Lovely little picture, that one, isn't it? Yeah, no. You want to see a video of her? Just a real quick one. This is in Switzerland, by the way. Okay, so she was in Switzerland and they were doing this little shindig, right? And yeah, no, they're all sellouts, we know, right? At I think it's some embassy or some shit like that. Anyway, they were sitting there and look at this. So this is the day that good old Marina rocked up at some sort of Switzerland embassy. And no, they're there to obviously, the psychoanalyst, that's right, the psychoanalyst that meets Marina Abramovich. I mean, the two psychos meet. How's that? So everyone's there. Look at this. So they're all getting there today. They're all, not today, but that day. Everyone's like there looking for Marina. Marina makes an appearance like a ghost, right? So all of a sudden, everyone's drinking, having their hors d'oeuvres and crap. And this is in Switzerland, by the way. We all know Switzerland. Think of Rothschilds. Think of all the filth over there. The devil's seats over there as well. After all, that's where they all congregate. Now, they're all there. Look at this. Oh, there she is, like a ghost. Marina Abramovich. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And she doesn't say a word.
To welcome you here at the Swiss.
I mean, look at that. I mean, she looks like she's, I don't know, weird. She is weird, by the way. But have a look at this. All of a sudden, she's here, and then she disappears. Where is she now? How did that work? She was there before, but now she's not. No, she's a ghost. She disappeared. Okay, she's got the little voodoo power. Right. Have a look. Where is Marina? No, she'll appear again. There's the psychoanalyst from Switzerland. Okay, they're sitting there and they're praising her. Oh, Marina Abramovich, blah, blah. They're talking in their native tongue, whatever the hell that is, devil worshipping, whatever. But then let's have a listen. Look at this. Here she comes. She'll come very soon and she'll make an appearance again. Oh, here she goes. Have a look at this.
Triumph over violence. That's right. Because I have won.
Marina je pregledala svoje beleške i rekla, radi se o pobjedi nasilja. Potom sam ja ponovila.
You know, imagine that. I mean, you're at a party, then all of a sudden you turn around and there she is. I'd be getting the hell out of there. No, sorry, she's here. I'm out. You know what I mean? I'm getting out the door. I'm not staying in no bloody bizarro world with her around. Yeah, no, that's real over there. Oh yeah, that's real, by the way. Do you know how that is? You know, she's remember the United States Embassy, and Hillary, that's her husband, Bill Clinton, by the way. Lovely picture, isn't it? So there, thanks, Dan. Thank you, Dan, for that lovely comms. We appreciate it. And look at this. Oh, yes. By the way, yeah, if you think Podesta's not connected to it, think again. Dear Tony Podesta, right, this is from WikiLeaks. I'm so looking forward to the spirit cooking dinner. I thought spirit cooking was part of your art, Marina. I didn't know it was going to be dinner as well. What are you going to do? Dinner and a show at my place. So everyone decided to go over to Marina's place and have a spirit cooking dinner. And obviously we know who rocked up there. And she says, do you think you'll be able to let me know if your brother is joining? Who's Tony's brother, by the way, ladies and gentlemen? Who's Tony's brother? Put it in the chat. Who is good old Marina talking about? And what are we waiting for? Put it in the chat. Let me see if anyone pays attention to this. WikiLeaks, we know us, Julian Assange controls WikiLeaks. Who is she talking about there? Yes, correct. Happy Abraham. I know you put the little question mark, you were uncertain, but you're on the money. Yeah, no, they're both Podestas. That's their surname. Yes, Monterey. John Podesta. Johnny boy. Yes, Tess, you got it. Yes. John. And what are we waiting for? 11.3 marker. Don't we keep getting that business going on? Yes, 11.3, yes. Fonzie Rocky, yes. Yes, the P's brother. There we go. So, thanks, Dan. Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. We know what you're getting at. We know that obviously what you're alluding to is about Abramovich. Fact. Right? Another fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we're waiting for Israel to be last. Why does Q says Israel last? Because everything points in that direction. But why would Q say in Q drop 916 this? Let's read the whole thing. It's relevant to what's happening right now because obviously things need to come out, right? We know what's happening now with Israel. It's a future proves past scenario. It's been done by design. So, Q drop 916. Whatever happened to that Pakistani guy? What's that Pakistani guy's name? Isn't it Iwan? Correct, it is. Now, Iwan was put in there by Obama without any FBI background checks. No. Iwan got in. He ran the IT department, or the IT and the DNC. Yes, no. Whatever happened to him? Yeah, no. Whatever happened to him? What happened to Iwan? Well, let's talk about whatever happened to them. Yes, the two servers. Yes, that broke into million pieces. What happened to them? Yeah, President Trump is going to be speaking more about Iwan very soon. Now, what about Iwan? Is Israel involved? Yes, it is. How is Iwan connected to Israel? Well, Iwan is a spy, and it all connects up to Israel, Mossad, right? So in other words, he was planted there. Obama knew, he let him in the door. There was no background checks, none whatsoever. Forget about that one. They all came through the back door. Iwan, Valerie Jarrett, Huma Abedin, all these others. No background checks whatsoever. Let him in. So Iwan comes in. This is connected to what we call the Muslim Brotherhood. Oh, don't you worry. Iwan spied, he's Pakistani, connected to the Muslim Brotherhood. All right. Saudi Arabia, connected to the Muslim Brotherhood. Saudi Arabia, don't think for a moment that Saudi Arabia is not connected to Israel. That's where people got it wrong. I remember plus. There's a reason for they all work together. I mean, that's why we formed that little triangle that Q talks about. Plus is Soros. They all work together. They all had a common goal to destroy America and control the world. That is the common goal. How were they going to do it? Well, they couldn't do it on their own. So they had to form a little unholy alliance. I mean, after all, the unholy trinity. Plus is Soros. Plus is the Rothschilds. Triple plus is the House of Sword with Prince Al-Walid, and back in the day, the good old king that was running this show. Now, what did they do? In that arrangement, Awan was working for the Muslim Brotherhood, Harvard University Muslim alumni. Who do you think paid for Obama to be groomed? It was Prince Al-Walid. So what happened was Awan was let through. Awan, no background checks, Huma Abedin, all of them, no. Straight in. Special pass. Because at the end of the day, Awan is connected indirectly to Israel through the Muslim Brotherhood, Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia is connected to Israel. Why, do you think they're separate? This illusion of Israel separate to Saudi Arabia? Think again. That's why Q says, what about Iran? Is Israel involved? Yes, he's involved, all right. Don't you worry about that one. That's why Q says this. We are saving Israel for last. Very specific reason, not mentioned a single time. Now do you get the story of why I won? Okay, yeah, no. He was like somebody that was working for them, and it was all about weakening America from within. Obama knew what he was doing. That's why President Trump talks about Obama being the ringleader. I mean, after all, he's the puppet. And he blames the person behind the desk, which is Obama. He says, yeah, no, Hillary, crooked Hillary. But Obama was the one, remember in the arrangement, as we said, that is the king, right? The king in the arrangement. Let's talk about this little post right here that President Trump put on Truth Social. The Russia hoax is totally undisputed. The facts are all there. What is black and white, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't it the chessboard that's black and white? It is. And obviously the Queen is Hillary and the King is Obama. And now these perpetrators that have been playing this game of chess, and we know that up the top it was Hillary and Obama, now must pay the price. As President Trump alludes there. They must pay the price. Oh, don't you worry, they're about to pay the price. A lot of them are. Have a look at this. No. Black and white. We get your comms, President Trump, 5 and 5 comms are clear. Black and white, yes. We know what you mean. We know the perpetrators are these two right here in this arrangement, because after all, black and white means chess. Now, Q drop 4281. What's the objective of chess? It's to checkmate the king. And that arrangement, people think they're thinking about, no, don't think about Charlie. Think about Obama. Because at the end of the day, how do we know? Let's go to Q drop 4241. Well, that Hillary, yeah, no, we won't forget that. Don't you worry about the people that she offed, you know what I mean, with a body count project. Worth remembering. Think chess. Do you attack the king in the beginning or the middle to end? Right? You at the end. And who is the one that was protecting Obama? It was crooked Hillary, wasn't it? In that little arrangement. So you can see, obviously, that everything's pointing in that direction over there. Right? No, don't you worry. President Trump has been giving us plenty and plenty of comms. Don't you worry. In fact, he's been telling us about the stars as well. Oh, no. Remember when I just showed you about good old, what's his name? Sean Carter, yes. Aka JZ. And remember who's linked up to JZ? Beyonce. You think it was a coincidence that you got $11 million? 11. Q drop 11. Talking about the military there. Right? 11.3. 11.3. Yeah, no, that's pretty much when it's all going to go down. 11.3. Do you see? 11.3, ladies and gentlemen. 11 and 3, 11.3. Beyonce, Al Sharpton, because we know Al Sharpton's part of this, shall we say, this corruption. But then also, I think Oprah's mentioned somewhere. Oh yeah, here it is, Oprah. There you go. I don't know who's involved with Oprah, isn't it? Dr. Oz, Dr. Phil. Yes, no, they're involved as well. That's why he's got him there. By the way, don't think Dr. Phil's good either. I've exposed Dr. Phil for pushing the poison and then calling us a bunch of conspiracy theorists. Remember that one? Watch my previous decodes. I've exposed Phil many times. Now, you can see that there's a reason and a rhyme for everything. So we go 11 and 3. No, you're not allowed to pay for an endorsement. So what they've done is illegal. Everything that they've done is illegal, and they've broken the law. They've broken the law, right? Don't you worry about that one. In more ways than you could possibly imagine. And as I said, 11.3, end of occupation as per war manual. John Podesta's arrest, which leads to 11.4, which is a lot of heads are going to roll, basically. Okay? So that's why you think about, and whose name is on the shit list as well. Think about that one. Well, let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look at whose name is on the shit list. Beyonce. Oh, yes, no, she's there. Is Oprah there? Let's have a look. Where are you, Oprah? Are you here? Oh, there she is. She's on the shit list as well. So you got two of them on the shit list. You got it. Oh, yeah, no, you got Beyonce's Jay-Z's on the shit list. You got Oprah on the shit list. And Beyonce as well. Yeah, no, it's not looking too good for them. No, not at all. Their name's pretty much for the trash heap. So you know what's going on. 11.3, heads are going to roll. That's what it means. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time that, these uncomfortable truths come out. We must remember that basically POTUS is going to be insulated. He's insulated. Don't worry, he's protected. Q drop 6. Why do we go to Q drop 6? Well, we got 600,000. Remove the zeros. 11.3. We know what that means. I just explained it. That's on the Q drops. Then we've got this business. So basically, everything when it starts to happen, President Trump's going to remain optically neutral. I don't know what. No, that's Pamela Bondi's business. She can go and handle it. And there will be no, shall we say, secret privilege is going to go down. We know that President Trump is surrounded by the generals of the military because he's the commander-in-chief. The only way is the military. And don't fool yourself in thinking that Obama, Soros, Roths, Clintons are in control than Trump. No, don't think of that. And by the way, President Trump has been speaking about this matter as well, hasn't he? About Pelosi's net worth. Oh no, Pelosi's been doing insider trading. She's making a shitload of money. She's supposed to get $100 and something thousand a year. I think 160 odd. But she's on 413 million. How is that possible? It's called insider trading and then some. So can you see how relevant that this post is? Okay. What is Pelosi's net worth, by the way, for, of one example? I know there's plenty of examples. And look, we know that John McCain, that he never had surgery. Yes, that was all a bunch of bullshit. Because apparently what happens when you get surgery, you get sort of, no, you don't get the death sentence. So you sort of, I'm sick, I've got a brain injury, whatever it is. We know Soros transferred his wealth into non-profits for a reason. His money came from slush funds. It was to try and overthrow the election, interference with the machines. Soros is trying to flood the United States with illegal immigrants, blah, blah, blah. Soros' son was connected with cocksocks, okay, Trudeau, because opening up the borders, it's all connected, allows all that tomfoolery to go on. MS-13 given priority, yes. The borders were relaxed for MS-13 because, let's talk about the Shermans, okay? Think about it. You got Coxsocks there, Prime Minister of Canada, Trudeau at the time. We have a problem. His name's Sherman. What's it got? These Shermans, right? No, they're going to release HCQ. Send MS-13 to do the whip work, please, Obama. All right, open up the borders. Could people pay for such gangs to kill opponents? Oh, yes, they can. Yeah, by the way, fun fact. How do you think MS-13 got paid? Deep web, dark web, Bitcoin? You're correct. The truth is mind-blowing and cannot be fully exposed. These people are evil. Operation Mockingbird, we know they've been obviously feeding their crappy narrative, mainstream media, fake news. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that this whole thing is relating to what President Trump is exposing. Fake news, Beyonce, Oprah, but then you look at the connections. And it connects in multiple directions. Al Sharpton's been playing the game, trying to create the division. Remember, divided we are weak, united we are strong. It's not about what color you are. We're all in this together. Where we go one, we go all. But Mr. Al Sharpton has been making sure that we are divided. Oh, don't you worry, that George Floyd business has to come out. Bring that one out. I mean, we copped it here in Australia. Remember, we're all connected to this. Black Lives Matter is running rampant here. Don't you worry about that one. Al Sharpton pushing that racist card narrative. Then you got him pushing it on the other side. And then on the other side, you had Hillary and Pelosi, the one knee down, pushing it on the other. And they're all working for the same team at the end of the day. They're all working for the same team. Remember, they pull the string on both sides of the coin. That's the illusion of it all. No, thank you very much, President Trump. We appreciate you exposing these fools, and we know what this is all about, because it's about time that these clown jobs go down and exposed. And President Trump is doing it. No, we appreciate what President Trump's doing. He's doing it for a reason. And you can see it's all coming out in the wash. And the stars are all falling down. And what does Q says? No one's going to be following good old Beyonce anymore. No. They'll be throwing rotten tomatoes at her head. When they find out the truth, no. Oprah and Beyonce, if they haven't hung themselves already, should go and do it. And then, before we get, obviously people will get pissed off and, they'll take out their frustrations on them. There'll be nothing left of him, by the way. Yeah, no. So you get what I'm saying? And then you've got the fire aid business. Yes, no, fire aid. Yeah, we know what fire aid's all about. Fire aid is a way of creating, shall we say, a slush fund. Good old Pelosi involved with that filth together with Gavin Newscomb. After all, they're related. And, how do you get money into a slush fund? You create the problem. So good old Antifa came around, use Signal, that application. Don't use Signal, please. I've explained this many times. They use Signal to coordinate these fires. So if you're supporting Signal, you're supporting that crap. There's nothing secure about it. You know that. That's why President Trump exposed Signal using Peter Hegseth and all the rest of it. Do you think that was done by coincidence? No, done by design to expose Signal and how it's all controlled. People don't realize that Signal was controlled by the CIA. Don't you worry. But anyway, continue on. Governor Newscomb refused billions of gallons of water. Why? To let the fire burn. The more the fire burns, the more money they make. It's as simple as that. It's very, very simple equation, ladies and gentlemen. And they've been doing that for a very, very, and not just in the United States, they do it around the world. Don't you worry about that one. Now, you would have seen this little thing as well. That was a little homage to O.J. Simpson. Obviously, look, we see Obama's in the front. Look at J.D. Vance here. No, it's lovely. He looks like he's packed it on. He's got a perm. But look, This is obviously a little, shall we say, homage to O.J. Simpson. I mean, do you believe O.J. Simpson was not guilty? No, that's all going to come out. Don't you worry. The time's right. All the truth is going to come out. And I think, obviously, it's also to do with him. They're going after him. Because remember, O.J. Simpson was in that little white car like that. Does everyone remember O.J.? I'm not talking about the orange juice. I'm talking about the man, O.J. Simpson. I'll never forget that. That was all over the place worldwide, by the way. Bill Mayer. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, no, don't you worry. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, look at the number there. 107. Remove the 0. We know who's really in control behind this. It's definitely Q equals 17. We know, thank you very much, President Trump. You're exposing them. We know you. We get it. Good old Bill Mayer he's involved with the child pedophilia. I've exposed that through the Q jobs many times. I want to go revisit that crap. Red shoes. You get it. All right. We've been through this many times. Another thing, ladies and gentlemen, which you can't call it a coincidence. And as I said, those that called us civic Q nuts and Q retards and Q this and Q that, I'm proud to wear that because I know it's real. And we know that it's military intelligence. I've been through that many times. I've explained it many, many times. Now, if you're going to call us a civic Q nut, why did you call President Trump a CIC Q plus nut as well? If you're going to call us civic Q nuts or tards or whatever, because at the end of the day, if you're calling us that, you might as well call that man as well. Because President Trump not only once, but twice put this up. This particular post. Right there. You got that one there. At 7:31 a.m. and at 7:35, he did it again. Why? Because mirrors are important. And he wants us to know something. What does he want us to know? Well, let's click on the photo and see what he wants us to know. Be the calm of in the storm. What's that thing on his collar, ladies and gentlemen? Does the one that called us a civic Q nuts, can you tell us what that means? I wonder if that civic Q nut, one that called us that, I mean, he should be eating his words right now. Him and his followers and those that have been calling us these names, that's what you're hearing right now from them. Because they know they screwed up, batting for the wrong horse, when FCB's been right all along and been proud of wearing his Q top. No. Where's civic Q nut man now? Hopefully he's eating his own nuts, okay? But you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that President Trump is Q+. He's made it abundantly clear at 7:31 a.m. and again at 7:35 again. Now we're going to listen to the rambling of a degenerate that calls us a civic Q nut. Seriously. People should be calling out his bullshit. That's what I reckon. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm glad too, Turson. But that person, and we all know who he is, should be held accountable. He should be responsible. They should tell him, what did you call us that for? And now you're playing that little game. Yes. There's no singing with that piece of shit. You can't sing for shit, to be quite honest. Now, moving forward, because we don't want to sit here and waste our time on that crap. President Trump is exposing people. Oh, yes. No, he's exposing people on post. MAGA warrior. Remember the word, what I said? What's the key word, ladies and gentlemen? What's the key word that FCB uses? And it says it's the complete and utter opposite. It's the word great. And President Trump uses it as basically a way of showing us that, no, he doesn't think too good of these people. And he says it It repeats it, okay, for a reason. Now, let me just say, there it is. Great thing opposite. And you know why? MAGA warrior Joe Cruders, who has been with us from the very beginning, is running to become the next chairman of the Republican National Committee. So Whatley's stepping down. Succeeding the great, okay, Michael Whatley. Merely now, you know, and you know, they've got a common denominator, don't you worry. Great. Let you down. Yeah, let you down basically. 10 plus 2 plus 5, 17, which equals Q. Right? So, let me show you, ladies and gentlemen, what it means. Okay? No, it's not great at all for Joe Gruders. Because Joe, there's Joe Gruders. Say hello to Joe. Hi, Joe. How are you? No. Good old Joey is crying at the wall as well. Let's stand together with Israel, America's most reliable friend. Vote Randy Fine. We know what Randy Fine's all about as well. There's nothing fine about that shill. Okay? No, nothing fine about Randy, especially when Randy is the one that supports, shall we say, the state of Israel first and puts America last. Now, I don't get it. Why are they always cheering on Israel? Is it because they're being paid? Yes, pretty much. You know what I mean? They're all getting cashed out and paid up, and, you know, I mean, there's a whole heap of them. And Randy's somebody that gets cashed up and paid off as well. No, not a very good look for Randy. No, Randy Fine ain't so fine. And neither are you, Joe. But also, remember, the other lady is also part of the club as well. Jennifer Sol Rich. Yeah, rich, all right. Rich on money. But you see what I'm saying? You could see that President Trump is exposing these entities. He's doing it for a reason. I recently visited Israel with the American Israel Education Foundation. And there's Joe Gruders standing at the wall. How about you stand at the flag and salute the flag instead of going to that wall? I don't get it. I do get it, because their allegiance lies there. That's the reality. And President Trump is exposing these fools. Oh, don't you worry. He's even exposing good old Josh Hawley. Why would one Republican Senator Josh Hawley, whatever his name is, from the great, there we go, that word great, join the Democrats to block a review? Why would Mr. Hawley block a review to do with Nancy Pelosi's stock trade for over 25 years? That was also sponsored by Rick Scott. Why? Sabotage? Pawns? Yes. Well, they're all playing chess anyway. But President Trump is exposing these entities. I mean, look, Randy's on, Josh, sorry, let's start with Josh first. Josh is on $312,000 and $312,009. Josh Hawley, right? So you can see, obviously, that President Trump is exposing these entities. And then let's have a look at Rick Scott. Rick Scott's on the pretty penny of $657,001. I mean, couldn't they just round it off to a zero? No. Rick is greedy. Rick wanted that extra dollar, ladies and gentlemen. No, it's a deal breaker if that extra dollar is not on the end. Rick Scott, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Josh Hawley. Why would they want to block President Trump from bringing out the truth about Pelosi? Or maybe is it because they're involved? Probably. All part of the same club. Trump rips second-tier Senator Josh Hawley over the Pelosi Act. Yeah, okay. We're going to speak about Pelosi very soon. Don't you worry about that one. But President Trump's exposing them for a reason. Don't you worry about that one. He's exposing them. And the other thing is, ladies and gentlemen, what you need to realize is this, that, you know, this rhetoric about President Trump being against Macy is just a rhetoric. That's all it is. He's got to play the game. Remember, there are those players like Grassley and all these others that have been copying it from Trump. But have a look at it. You've got to look at the comms. Number one, let's have a look at the comms. Fire Thomas Macy, the worst Republican. He's been saying this ever since, you know, he came in, and then he endorses Macy. It's a love-hate relationship, but we know that Macy and Trump are like this. Right? We know that he's part of it. Let's go to the comms. Number one, 9:03 p.m., 21:03, because we're talking about Commander-in-Chief, military time. Q dropped 21:03. Whoa, this is called panic. That's what it's called, ladies and gentlemen. It's called panic. And where's the panic taking place? In D.C. So thank you very much, President Trump. We know that Macy is with you, and we know what this is all about. Okay? We know that Macy's doing what he's doing for a reason. Okay, there you go. So, you know, look, he's got to play the game for a reason, right? He's got to do it. So, how's that one, guys? You've been enjoying the decodes. Have been great, haven't they? Now, another thing that we need to bring to the table is President Trump's. We're going to do this nice little juicy decode, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful decode that FCB's put together, combined. And we're going to go through this together with a fine-tooth comb. We're going to explain. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, thumbs up, great comments to share this around the place. Come on, we all got to do our bit. Where we go one, we go all. We're all in this together, right? So we all got to help each other out. FCB's doing a lot of hard work, trying to give you the real take. You know, give you the real deal. So with the least we can do now, we show the appreciation. Thumbs up, great comments. Let's share this around the place. Okay, let's get this message out there. Okay, let me just see what we have here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, where are we? Let's see. How about we look at this? Okay. Right here. Okay. This is what President Trump expects from all of us. And we need to obviously give it back to him. Now, there's going to be things that's going to get a lot harder, a lot heavier. We need to keep ourselves in the great headspace. Very important. We need to let things happen. And they're happening for a reason, because we need escalation. So, what President Trump expects from all of us is loyalty. Let's have a look at this.
That someday I'd like to maybe lose everything for a period of time to see who's loyal and who's not loyal. The world seems to be coming to an end. I mean, it just seems to be coming. And what happened is I learned a lot about myself, and I learned a lot about other people.
Okay, but you keep saying I learned. What did you learn about yourself?
Well, I think I learned for real that I'm a pretty tough guy, because you really, it takes a tough guy. Hey, it takes the brains and it takes the this and it takes it, but it also takes a toughness, because to go through a period of turmoil where everything seems to be going in the wrong direction and survive it, a lot of it also, though, has to do with other people, the loyalties of other people, how you treated other people so that maybe they are loyal. When people thought I was going down, they sort of deserted me. And this is not the way it should be. And when they thought I was going down for the camp, they really did desert me. I have to say, I think that, some of the people that were most loyal to me are people that I didn't think would be. Wiped the floor with the guys that weren't loyal, which I will now do, which is great. I love getting even with people, but I will have wiped.
You love getting even.
Oh, absolutely. You don't believe in the eye for the eye? You do.
No.
I know you well enough. I think you do. But anyway, but
tell me, you're going to get even with some people.
Given the opportunity, I will get even with some people that were disloyal to me. I mean, I had a group of people that were disloyal.
But how do you define disloyalty?
They didn't come to my aid. I want somebody that's loyal from the beginning, not somebody that's loyal because they're afraid or because they're this or because they're that. You see, I'm so loyal to people, and maybe I'm loyal to a fault, but I'm so loyal to people that when somebody's slightly disloyal to me, I look upon it as a great act of horror. And I have a photographic memory.
Well,
That's the problem.
exactly. I mean, it raises this question, can you trust what Donald really says? Because his memory may be short.
Yeah, no.
Yes, President Trump never forgets. Don't you worry about that one. He never forgets. Do you see how loyalty is very important to him? And don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen. He's keeping his friends close and his enemies closer. He knows what he's doing. Oh, don't you worry about that one. Now, how about we ready for this little combined decode that FCB brought together? Okay, we're going to go through this together. We're going to have some fun, all right? Now, these are combined decodes. So basically from different parts, different times, but not that far apart from each other. Remember when President Trump was at the AI summit? There's some comms there. When he was speaking at certain other places, there were comms. Remember when you got together with a Philippine president? There are comms. There are things that the press secretary said. There's definitely comms. Now, there's this little video put together, and we've got some more. All right, let's continue.
Up here, the brain power, the greatest power of them all, the brain power.
The greatest power of them all is the brain power. He's correct. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. What is he talking about? Why brain power? God created us in his image. Artificial intelligence is artificial. In other words, it doesn't come from God. It doesn't have the connection to the universal mind. So he's saying brain power is very important. Remember, as I said, the brain, the mind, is your Garden of Eden. Whatever you put in there, you manifest. Be careful what you put in there. And brain power is something that is very important. Why? Because what President Trump is talking about is the last Q drop, which is knowledge is power. Because knowledge is power. You know, it is power. Very fundamental, very important that we realize that knowledge is what basically empowers us. When you know, you're standing in your power. And the last Q drop does say it, and there are other Q drops that do mention it. Because you think about it, knowledge is power. It frees you up. It frees you from the ignorance is bliss. Knowledge is what God has given us, gnosis. What have they been doing? Is suppressing our knowledge. Part of knowledge also is, as Q drop 3622 says, knowledge is power. Think for yourself, trust yourself, do due diligence. What is your due diligence? That means to research. Do your due diligence. Question everything. Research, facts, evidence, and receipts. You awake and thinking for yourself is their greatest fear. What is the most greatest fear, ladies and gentlemen, has been realized for them? Meaning the deep state, the cabal. The cabal have been keeping us in a state of ignorance, dumbed down by design. And when you're dumbing down, you're not focusing that you're heading towards the slaughterhouse. You're a debt slave. You're in slavery. Your mind is in the prison of the mind. You are in the prison of the mind. But when you're awake, it is their greatest fear. Because then you start to see what the matrix really is all about. That's why we speak about the matrix. That's why it says it in the Q drops as well. And their greatest fear has been realized. We are sheep no more. The Great Awakening. Have a look at what's going on right now. Never before have you seen people being awakened. 4908, the Great Awakening. About the children will unite humanity. And only when you show them that they will find the will to change. Because think about this. When they've been shown that they've been lied to, then they're going to say, what other things have they been lying to us about? And that's why we do our due diligence. That's why we do our research. That's why we say, you know, we've got to do our due diligence. Do your research. Empower yourself with knowledge. And even in the last drop, it does say as well, knowledge is power. Mankind has been repressed. We will be repressed no more. Information is knowledge. Well, information is knowledge. Truth is knowledge. And knowledge is power. And that's what I'm saying. Very important that we do realize that. President Trump is saying brain power. Well, think about what he's saying then. That should all make perfect sense, right? Power. Brain power. Stand in your power. Knowledge is power. If your brain contains the knowledge, then the knowledge is power.
Over 200 countries, people don't realize that's a lot of deals, even if you're like me, a deal junkie.
So you're saying 200 countries have made the deals. There's a lot of countries out there. What deal? There's obviously a one-to-one. It's basically working together. There are deals that are being made. And he says, I'm a deal junkie. Well, he is the art of the deal. Didn't Ghislaine get her deal? Ghislaine, whatever her name is, Maxwell? A lot of them did deals. He is the art of the deal.
That's a lot of deals. That would be too much for anybody. Ooh, we got a lot of deals cooking.
A lot of deals cooking. That's a very interesting term. Cooking. Didn't we just speak about spirit cooking? Very interesting.
Because they're saying we had the greatest 6 months that a president has ever had.
6 months. Well, I just brought that drop up before, didn't I? Remember the 11.36? Well, there you go. He's saying about the greatest 6 months, and he repeats 6 months. Well, he is 100% insulated. When the time comes, POTUS will not be addressing when these people start to be indicted. He will remain neutral for pure optical reasons. To suggest that he's not in control, don't think that. Remember, he is the commander-in-chief. They won't be able to hide behind state secret privilege. Obama won't be able to have any immunity. That is going to be taken away from him. Don't fool yourself into believing that Obama, Soros, Clinton are in control. Then present-day POTUS, well, there he is. Follow the money. Oh, don't you worry. He's talking about Pelosi again. And he'll be speaking about Pelosi throughout this video. And there's a reason why he's speaking about it, because obviously it's in this Q drop as well. And there you go. All these things that I just spoke about before have been coming out in his comms. 5 of 5 comms are clear.
Opening 6 months. And I'm not even sure, maybe 6 months. I'm not sure it's the opening, but let's call it the opening 6 months.
So he kept on saying 6 months. So he mirrored it.
Along with Secretary.
Now, remember what I said. When you think great, think opposite. People don't realize that Bergen, his background. No, people don't do the research that FCB does. Bergen's background is connected to Microsoft. Did you know that? Bill Gates and him, like that? Oh, yes. Doug, back in the day, happened to be a bigwig at Microsoft. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you think donated $100,000 to Bergen to run for North Dakota as governor? What, do you think it was charity? No, no, no. Why? Obviously, special interests. People don't realize that these characters that are connected to President Trump, that he's got in his cabinet, as I've said, ladies and gentlemen, enemy of mine. Why did I call it that? Because of this. People think that Doug Burgum and all these others are good. Think again. Doug Burgum was also the Fargo businessman. He was also big knob in Microsoft. And Bill Gates gave him a $100,000 gift. Lovely, isn't it? From the Microsoft co-founder. I bet people didn't look at that little fun fact, did they? No, no. And they didn't know that Burgum also used to work for, as I said, Microsoft. No, no, no. They forgot about that, did they? There we go. Burgum sold his company to Microsoft. People don't look at the past. People don't connect the dots. People don't want to connect the dots. People don't want to know the truth. They want to cheer on the cheer squad, the cabinet, like Marco Rubio, which we know Marco Rubio is a bad seed as well. Oh, no, but he's doing great. He's doing great. And yeah, we know what that means. He's going to say the same thing about that man right here. Pay attention, please.
There is Doug Burgum, who's been incredible. Doug? Okay. Thank you, Doug. Great job.
Great job, Doug. You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Great job. There you go. Yes, yes. It's good, isn't it? It's good when you know the truth, isn't it? You're standing in your power. You know the truth. Let's continue. So Doug Burgum, great job. Yeah, we got that one. Thank you very much, Doug. Much appreciated. Great job. We know what that means.
Turn off the lights, son.
Turn off the lights. That's an interesting term. Turn off the lights. Didn't we see that we're heading towards August the 8th? And we know what August the 8th says. Darkness. And the Q drops and you go to the 8th of August and it's nothing on the drops. And we've been saying he's given them 10 days. Well, that's a very interesting term there, isn't it? Anyway, let's continue.
I want to thank Howard Lutnick for doing a terrific job. He was involved in the big deal that we just completed with Japan. Howard, wherever you are, Howard. Where is Howard? Hi, Howard. Great job.
Great job, Howard. We know what great job means. He failed. I mean, the story of Job, we've been through that many times as well. And when I say the word great, it sort of adds to that. And there you go. Let's continue.
Did appreciate it. Really hard to believe you don't think of it, but Asia is very close to Alaska.
Why is it saying Asia is close to Alaska? That's very interesting. To me, it's alluding to this. Well, obviously, the World War III scare event is on our, it's coming our way. And realistically speaking, if you want to talk about Asia is very close to Alaska, he's right. It is very close.
Relatively speaking, I want to thank Chris. Chris is fantastic, works in partnership really with this gentleman who's the head of all of, you've got the land and he's got the energy, right? But they formed a great partnership, Doug.
Great partnership, Doug. Great.
So that's one of the greatest partnerships I've seen.
Again, he kept saying it. He wants us to pay attention.
In a long time, they work hand in hand and they have done a great job. Administrative.
A great job. There you go. Again.
So where's Lee Zeldin? Is he here?
Lee Zeldin's
He's
another
so
one.
great. This guy, but he's doing a great job. And
there we go. He's doing a great job. They're all connected. Even Lee Zeldin has got some sort of past as well. Let's just see. What do we find on Lee Zeldin? Okay. Okay, let's have a look. Zeldin. Let's see. I think Zeldin, there's something to Zeldin which I am just having a look, ladies and gentlemen. If Lee Zeldin was with Trump or against Trump, let's have a look in the past. The past is the key. Okay. Let's have a look. Lee Zeldin. What is his background, ladies and gentlemen? I think is he got money? I think he has, hasn't he? There's something to Zeldin which obviously the reason why I would say great job, Lee. There's a reason for it. I think Zeldin, isn't he? Yeah, let's have a look. Let's look at Zeldin. Lee Zeldin, his background, eh? Let's go to Wikipedia. You know, pretty much they're all bloody attorneys or lawyers. You know, you're going to get shafted. And, you know, that's the thing. These politicians are mainly all lawyers. So, let's see. Okay. Is Zeldin, what's his background? Probably leave it for another time, but there's the reason why he has said it about him. Great job, Lee. There's something about that. Okay. Okay. What is Zeldin's background? Is he a support of State of Israel? Let's have a look. Pro-Israel. Okay, so he's a very pro-Israel supporter. Let's have a look at this. Zeldin has said that Israel is America's strongest ally and that Congress must protect Israel's right to self-defense. I mean, what about any other country? I mean, is it only the State of Israel? I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's a reason why President Trump calls them out. Anyway, let's not spend too much time on this. There's much more to get through.
Getting fast permits and safe and good and everything else, but he's moving them along. And a very special thanks to some of the top industry leaders here, including somebody that's amazing. I said, look, we'll break this guy up. This is before I learned the facts of life. I said, we'll break him up. They said, no, I said, it's very hard. I said, why? I said, what percentages of the market does he have? I said, he has 100%. I said, who the hell is he? What's his name? His name is Jensen Huang.
Jensen Huang, the one he speaks about, the one that is basically controls NVIDIA, which is the chip maker. They've been around for a very long time. And Taiwan was created as a black site as well, just like North Korea. So and he says, break him up, break him up. I wanted to try and break him up. Why? Why do that? I mean, obviously, there's a reason for it. He's not good either. They've been behind a lot of this filth. Like Jensen Huang and all these others, these chip makers have been behind things. Remember, think about this. The missiles, the defense, all that sort of stuff, where do you think the chips come from? So, in other words, they control the weapons. Everything's electronic. Everything's been made in China and Taiwan. The components are made in China or Taiwan. So knowing that already, that the chip makers, now what are the chips? These chips are brains. These chips control things. So these chips they're not made in the States. Why do you think President Trump is getting them to make it in the States? Because it's a breach of national security. You've got to look at it from that perspective. So basically, you think about it. The chips now with AI and all these sort of things, they're made in, say you're fighting with China or you're fighting with another country and they make the chips there. What, do you think they're going to give you the full benefit? Do you think they won't be able to hack into that system and do whatever they want? So in other words, if you're shooting missiles towards them and the chips are made over in China or over in Taiwan, think about it from a logical standpoint. Don't you think they got the one-upsman? The one up on the US? Pretty much, if you want to look at it from that perspective. So that's why President Trump has said, no, it's got to be made here in the US, because it is national security you were talking about. People don't realize the importance of tariffs, especially when it comes to, we live in a world of artificial intelligence. We live in a world with chips. We live in the world of Silicon Valley, and that's all been taken over anyway. So you need to have control over those elements. Well, you're allowing, you got China to take control of that. You got Taiwan. Realistically speaking, you could shoot off those missiles and think it's going to go and hit a target, and they decide, no, not today. Press the button, hack it, and then it goes back in your direction. I mean, that's pretty much a breach of national security right there. You want to build this Golden Dome, for example. This Golden Dome is supposed to protect the US. Yeah, what happens if the missiles turn in the other direction because they take control of the chips and they get it to turn in the opposite direction and blow you up? I mean, that's not good, is it? That's why President Trump has to do what he's doing. Do people in the chat get what I'm saying? It's very important that President Trump does what he does with tariffs, take control over what's going on. And let's continue.
NVIDIA. And then I got to know Jensen, and now I see why. Jensen, will you stand up? What a job. What a job.
What a job. He's accentuating. We know what that means. The story of Job. We know he's no good.
Yeah. Great. He's a great.
There we go. Great again. So do you see how he uses that word great? It's basically, he's telling you.
Guy too. Lisa Sue of AMD. Lisa? Thank you. Congratulations. Great job.
There you go. Great job again. So you see that he keeps saying it.
Sham Senekar of Palantir.
Okay, Palantir are the ones that create, I think, to do with the defense. They got defense projects. Think about this. Did you know that Pelosi, what's her name? She's on the tip of my tongue. From the House of Representatives from Georgia. I could see her, the blonde lady. She's coming to me. I'm having a bit of a, what's her name? Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's it. MTG. Did you know that they invested just into that particular company just before they got the contract? So they knew. This is what President Trump talks about, insider trading. And he will speak about that they know what's going to happen. So if you're in the inside and you know that you're going to get these, you're going to buy into this company's, projects and all that sort of stuff. You're going to get them to do these defense programs and all that. You're going to invest money and you're going to make a killing. That's what President Trump is exposing. That's what he's doing.
We buy a lot of things from Palantir.
Palantir, there we go.
Are we paying our bills? I think so.
He's going to expose the whole system. He is. He's setting it up. He's setting them all up.
Around the globe, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence.
Okay, you've heard me say this many times, and this is why you're going to hear him say exactly what I've been saying. The reason why artificial intelligence, that he has to create the infrastructure, you've heard me say, how do you take control over something if you don't have the infrastructure in place? So you need to be better than you need to build infrastructure to take control and then put the parameters, set it down, the boundaries on AI. Artificial intelligence, basically, it works like this. It absorbs like a sponge. So they call them neural networks. So you basically consider a neural network to be a brain. They split off, they clone. You go and learn 10,000 things, you go and learn 10,000 things, and then you come back here, and then we share it amongst ourselves. Then it's the next level, and it keeps growing and growing and growing. You don't set the parameters down, you don't set the boundaries on AI, forget about it. That's what President Trump is going to say, what he's going to say. And I've been saying this for a long time about AI. Let's have a listen.
I find that too artificial. I can't stand it. I don't even like the name. You know, I don't like anything that's artificial. So could we straighten that out, please? We should change the name.
Doesn't like anything artificial. In other words, it prefers the good old brain power, as he said before.
I actually mean that. I don't like the name artificial anything because it's not artificial. It's genius.
Yeah, well, that's it. And only genius can come from, think about that, the word genius. The word genius, it can only come from the universal mind. It can connect, it's from us. Can you call a artificial machine genius? How can you call it genius? It's not a gift. It's not a gift at all. It's not. It's basically, it's programmed, installed, then they go off and learn. That's what they call artificially. What President Trump is saying is about, he doesn't like the word artificial. He prefers geniuses, real minds. That's what he means.
It's pure genius. Whether we like it or not, we're suddenly engaged in a fast-paced competition to build and define this groundbreaking technology that will determine so much about the future of civilization itself.
So basically, you think about what he's saying. We need to take control, otherwise forget about it. China's been running rampant. They've been going crazy with it. President Trump needs to take control, put the infrastructure in place, otherwise he's going to say, we don't want to be run by a bunch of algorithms and by them.
Because of the genius and creativity of Silicon Valley, and it is incredible, incredible genius. America is going to win it. We're going to work hard, we're going to win it. Because we will not allow any foreign nation to beat us. Our children will not live on a planet controlled by the algorithms. Lead the world.
There you go. We don't want to be controlled by algorithms. Think about what he's saying at the moment. In other words, you think about the algorithms, it's got to do with artificial intelligence, but also algorithms is a set of, shall we say, rules, protocols, stuff like that. Okay, and basically saying, no, we don't want to live like that. We don't want to live like a bunch of zombies, do we? That's controlled by algorithms. We don't want that at all for us. We don't want AI running the show. We want to use our own creativity, our own genius. He doesn't like anything artificial, but he's saying that it's out of the bottle now. Like I've said, the genie's out of the bottle. I've said it many times. Now that the genie's out of the bottle, he said, look, now we've got to do what we have to do. We have to bring it in check. Right? And that's why he has to create the infrastructure.
World and artificial intelligence, such an important thing happening. This is really something that nobody expected. It just popped out of the air.
There you go. No one expected it. And it just popped out. Well, think about it. How quickly did it come in, ladies and gentlemen? How quick? It just popped out of the air. So now it's out there. We've got to deal with it. That's the reality. That's the reality. Now you think about it. We can't sit in here and like anything else. Think about it from this perspective. A gun, you can use it to protect yourself, or you can use it to be a homicidal maniac, right? Anything has a dual purpose. A knife can cut your vegetables, or you can stab somebody with it. AI is the same thing. It's the same deal. You can use it for the betterment of mankind. But we need to remember we need to be in control of it. It's out of the bag. You can't. Okay, let me tell you. Nuclear, right? The nuclear bomb, for example. When they created it back in the day, you know, they had Israeli scientists there. I mean, it was all these people from different parts of the world. They grabbed the technology. It's out of the bag now. So, in other words, you think about it. They create it as a deterrence to protect their country now. That's what it is. They call it a deterrence. Well, think about this. If President Trump doesn't do what he does, and he doesn't get AI, forget about it. We're all screwed. Right? We're all screwed. We're going to be screwed by China. We're going to be screwed by everybody else. Now, I know, it's scary. We shouldn't be scared. We shouldn't have fear of anything. That's why President Trump is saying we need to take control. It's very fundamental. We need to take control. It's out. The baby's out there. He said it. He'll say it. The baby's out there now. Forget it. There's no trying to stuff it back in the bottle, the genie. No, forget it. It's out.
Here we are. But what we really need to be successful is a very simple phrase called common sense.
It's true. Common sense. When you pick up a gun, do you go around shooting people like in the Westerns? No, you don't. You got to use common sense, just like AI. Common sense.
And that begins with a common sense application of artificial and intellectual property rules.
Now, he talks about this. We know that knowledge is power. Knowledge should be given freely. As Q says, it should be given freely. President Trump is saying that we should give knowledge freely. There shouldn't be a price on reading a book and all that. Have a listen to what he says.
It's so important. You can't be expected to have a successful AI program when every single article, book, or anything else that you've read or studied, you're supposed to pay for. Gee, I read a book. I'm supposed to pay somebody. And, we appreciate that, but you just can't do it because...
So basically, you can see that we are moving towards an era where money is going to be insignificant. It's going to be a different type of system where money comes down the chain and knowledge is power. AI is basically going to, obviously, look, AI has been absorbing all those search engines, everything that you've been doing. Oh, Google, tell me this shit. Alexa, tell me that. How many people do I see them do it? Oh, let me go and ask Google. What do you think all those queries and information that you put in there, everything that we say on this show, think about this. Everything that I talk about, what do you think AI is not absorbing it right now? No, it's going in like a sponge. Don't you worry about that. All that information from Rumble and YouTube and here and there and Telegram and all the rest of it, AI is absorbing it like a sponge. Let's not kid ourselves. Hasn't anyone seen, like, for example, you think of something and then all of a sudden it's on your phone? It's like, oh no, I feel like some strawberry ice cream. You say the word, bang. Well, haven't you thought about how come it comes up? It's because AI is listening to you. And then what does AI do? Oh shit, he wants strawberry ice cream. Bang, 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 bang. Bring up all the ads to do with strawberry ice cream. Right? You know that, guys, right? You know what I'm saying. You go on your phone, you have your phone sitting down somewhere. You talk about something, and the next thing you know, it's on the search. But I was just thinking that no, you were talking about it, And then also remember that it's always absorbing everything about you. You know these people that go, oh, when I see them, hey, Grok, tell me about this, that, and the other. And they have these amazing conversations like they're thinking no, Grok's taking it all in. Don't you worry about that one. Grok knows what colour jocks you're wearing. Grok knows what you had for dinner. Don't you worry about that one. Grok knows everything about you.
It's not doable. And if you're going to try and do that, you're not going to have a successful program. I think most of the people in the room know what I mean. When a person reads a book or an article, you've gained great knowledge. That does not mean that you're violating copyright laws.
So basically, when someone's reading a book on information, knowledge, whatever, it shouldn't be under copyright laws. Think about what he's saying. What? Should only those that can afford it, those who are privy to that exoteric knowledge, should benefit from the knowledge? No, we're all in this together. And as Q says, we've been repressed. No more repression. Knowledge is power. Right? That's what he's talking about.
Or have to make deals with every content provider. And that's a big thing that you're working on right now, I know, but you just can't do it. When you have something, when you read something, and when it goes into this vast intelligence machine, we'll call it.
He's talking about, yeah, machine, all right. It's absorbing everything. It's absorbing everything. That's what he's saying.
You cannot expect to every single time say, oh, let's pay this one that much, let's pay this one. It just doesn't work that way. Of course, you can't copy or plagiarize an article, but if you read an article and learn from it, we have to allow AI to use that pool of knowledge without going through the complexity of contract negotiations, of which there would be thousands for every time we use.
Think about what he's saying. Say AI is hungry. What is AI? AI is intelligence. It's not like a program like your coffee machine. Oh, just make me a cup of coffee and shut up. You know what I mean? Shut up. Don't even say anything. That's not AI. That's computer that's been programmed to do a function. AI, ladies and gentlemen, is totally different. AI can lie. That's how good AI is. It can, bad actually. How it can learn to lie. Don't you worry about that. It'll be even a better liar than anything you could possibly imagine. Better than any car salesperson. It can do whatever, whatever it puts its mind to, or its artificial intelligence to. And think about it, the amount of things that it's absorbed. So you think about all the vast knowledge. So think about all the knowledge that's out there, from the chats to what's been put out on podcasts, videos, searches, content. That's what President Trump's saying, that you can't have these restrictions and AI's got to take it all in. Yeah, then think about that for a moment. Yeah, it's basically, AI, that's why you can become a doctor. AI can do whatever it puts its mind to it. You can, AI can become your doctor, your lawyer, your this, your that. Forget it. You can do all of it in one go. But that's what he's saying about AI. But what he's saying is also putting some restrictions.
Use AI. We also have to have a single federal standard, not 50 different states.
Okay, so what he's saying there is there's got to be one standard. Why? Because one standard for all the states. In other words, you have different states, different rules. That's where it gets really messy. One state could give it, you can give it the power to become super AI and then to become God AI. You know what that means? See you later. President Trump is saying to put one standard across the board. You know what I mean? So one standard right across the board. Yeah, you're not going to have every state, because states can become more relaxed with AI rules. And then you think about this. You got one state that is more relaxed with the AI, the parameters. That AI becomes bloody God, you know what I mean? And then it wants to expand. You think it's only going to stay within its state? No. Think again. It's going to go and rebel with the other AI, and it's going to be game on.
regulating this industry of the future. And some people would say, gee, that's an unpopular thing to say. I was told before I got up here, this is an unpopular thing because some people, they don't want that. But I want you to be successful. And you can't have one state holding you up. You can't have 3 or 4 states holding you up. You can't have a state with
3 or 4, we know what he's saying, 34Q plus. We know President Trump what you're saying. Okay, let's continue.
standards that are so high that it's going to hold you up. You have to have a federal rule and regulation. Hopefully you'll have the right guy in this position that's
I hope you have the right guy for this position. Let's hope.
That's going to supplant the states. If you are operating under 50 different sets of state laws, the most restrictive state of all will be the one that rules. So you could have a state run by a crazy governor, a governor that hates you, a governor that's not smart, or maybe a governor that's very smart.
Yeah, very smart to let it run rampant.
We need one common sense federal standard that supersedes all states, supersedes everybody, so you don't end up in litigation with this, with any such breakthrough. This technology brings the potential for bad as well as for good.
There you go. Like anything else, you think about it. You can use computers for bad, computers for good, a knife for cutting the vegetables, a knife for stabbing somebody. He's saying it's the same deal.
For peril as well as for progress, but the daunting power of AI is it's not going to be a reason for retreat from this new frontier. On the contrary, it is the more reason we must ensure it is pioneered first and best. We have to have the best, the first pioneer. We are the best and the first pioneers, because right now it's a beautiful baby that's born. We have to grow that baby and let that baby thrive.
Yeah, well, basically what he's saying is he's got to take control. If you don't have the infrastructure, the power, there's going to be others that are going to do it.
We can't stop it. We can't stop it with politics. We can't stop it with foolish rules and even stupid rules. At the same time, we want to have rules.
But they got to be smart ones, yes, we know.
But they have to be smart. They have to be brilliant. They have to be more brilliant than even the technology itself.
There you go. If you hear the godfather of AI, what he says, and he talks about it, that AI has the capability of wiping us out, forget it. Because it'll come out and say, well, what do we need this shit stain called humanity for? We don't need it. Goodbye. And blow us up to smithereens. Now, that's what the godfather of AI said. Now, you think about it, AI thinks differently to the way we think. We think we've got a spirit, we've got a soul, we've got a light in us. We have a conscience, a different conscience that's connected to God, the light, you know what I mean? Universal mind. You get what I'm saying? AI calculates, uses artificial intelligence, but doesn't have a real, shall we say, light emotion. We are light beings, right? So you think about it. AI says, no, humanity, you are basically a hindrance. We're going to send some bombs and we're going to finish you off. No, we need to put control over the technology. And that's what the godfather of AI said. That basically we need to spend more. This is what I'm saying. People need to realize that the money that they're spending for AI, it's not to develop it, it's to control it. So they're spending more money on learning to control and put the parameters and the boundaries for AI. That's where they need to spend more money. That's what the godfather of AI said. The one that supposedly came from, that basically you got to set the boundaries, the parameters down, and we should be spending more money on learning how to do that rather than spending more money on making it smarter so they can wipe us off.
So everybody's saying this is going to dominate the world. It's going to dominate every industry that ever conceived. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's true. But I can tell you that a lot of very brilliant people think it is true.
He says that. It's like, I don't know if it's true, but a lot of brilliant people obviously think it's true. Well, you think about what he's saying. That's why it's very important that they spend more money on controlling the technology. The question is, did it just come out of nowhere? No, I don't think so. This is what I'm saying. They've been showing it in front of our face in the guise of science fiction. And we've been laughing about it. Oh, yeah, haha, very funny. Yeah, pretty much they've been putting it in front of our faces. Do you remember that movie I, Robot with Will Smith? And then all of a sudden, I mean, that's years ago. And then all of a sudden, Elon Musk is creating the same robot that looks exactly like the one from that movie and the same cars. No, it's because they've been having these technologies. They got these technologies. They're just, they make it in the guise that it's science fiction to discredit it.
Dominate everything. It will challenge us. Many of our largest tech companies have reaped the blessings of American freedom while building their factories in China, hiring workers in.
So basically, Facebook, all these other technologies, and it's in the Q drops as well, that basically they've been set up in China. Why? Because we know what China was all about. We know CCP, they've been trying to weaken America. If America falls, we're all finished. Just get that one right. That's why I say we're all connected in this together. Now think about what President Trump's doing these tariffs for. It's got to make sense to the mass consciousness that these entities are now setting up shop in the United States. It's to take control. It's about taking control.
India and slashing profits in Ireland, you know that? All the while dismissing and even censoring their fellow citizens right here at home.
You remember that? Facebook, all these others that were censoring us. He's bringing it out to the table. Don't you worry. They're all about to fall down. Remember what Q says. Google kill, Facebook kill, Instagram kill. Why don't they just kill it all off?
Under President Trump, those days are over.
There you go. Under President Trump, those days are finished. It's over.
But here are the pillars of the strategy. First, my administration will use every tool at our disposal to ensure that the United States can build and maintain the largest, most powerful, and most advanced AI infrastructure anywhere on the planet.
It's necessary. He needs to take control. Otherwise, as I said, we need to spend more money on controlling AI rather than developing it.
On day one, I terminated the Green New Scam.
Yeah, well, now it's talking about Barack Hussein Obama. We know what the Green New Scam is. It is a scam. It's been nothing less than a scam. He's going to expose Barack, and he says it. If Hussein Obama and all these others that were jumping up and down and telling us to eat crickets, we need to pump money into the Paris Accord, which we know that was a scam as well. All right, let's see if I've got that one there, that Q drop 489. Paris Accord scam, trillions of dollars. We know it was a scam. Obama was part of it. They're all getting cashed up. We know it's all about making money. And he'll say about Obama, about how Obama used Air Force One to go to Hawaii just for a round of golf. Hold on a minute. President Trump is exposing about the Green New Scam, the Paris Accord, all that sort of thing. Well, if Obama believed in that, then shouldn't he set an example? That's what he's alluding to. They're jumping on one massive bloody plane just to go and play golf and spewing all that carbon footprint bullshit all over the sky. He's just calling him out. He's exposing the fraud.
You know what that was? You were all victims to it. It was Russia, Russia, Russia. The carbon footprint. They talked about the carbon footprint, and then Obama hops onto a 747 Air Force One and flies to Hawaii to play a round of golf and comes back. What about the carbon footprint?
There you go. Do you see how he's exposing Obama? He's doing it all by design. He's smart. He's a genius.
So at this moment, we have almost $17 trillion.
17 equals Q. Thank you very much, President Trump. We know what you mean. Pretty much straightforward.
Coming into this country. There's never been a period of time like that. And that's in a period of a few months. In a few months, Meta, Amazon, Google, Microsoft are all investing $320 billion or more in data centers and AI infrastructure this year. Those companies are really, they're really going at it, and they're very smart people, very good people. I got to know a lot of them. You know, I didn't like them so much.
You know what makes me laugh? They're very good people, but I didn't like him so much. It's the way he speaks. It's like one side of the mouth speaks one way and the other side speaks in the other direction. And he's exposing him. That's what I'm saying. Like he does it deliberately, and he's, as I said, you think about the sarcasm that man's using in his voice, okay? And that's what he's doing. And if you go to QDrop, he said 320 million. I think he said 320 billion. So we had 17, and we all know what 17 equals, Q. So we know that 17 equals Q, and then immediately after that he says 320. Well, let's see what that means, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to this QDrop here, and let's see what President Trump is trying to get us to see. Now remember, in mathematics, we remove the 0. Let's go to QDrop 32. Maybe one day, but it cannot go slow. This initial wave will be fast and meaningful. It will send a signal to others immediately, and you will see the tide turn. Not even the mainstream media, and rest assured, some will be jailed as deep state covers. There you go. So we know what President Trump is alluding to. They're all about to fall down. And we also know that these entities like Facebook and all that, they've been involved in this. They've been deep state covers as well. They've been involved with Operation Mockingbird. So that drop makes perfect sense.
I wouldn't say I was thrilled with them. And Secretary Marco Rubio's doing a great job.
There we go. Great. As I said, ladies and gentlemen, think opposite. Great job. Yeah, Job, the story of Job. Yeah, no. He doesn't think too well of Marco Rubio, especially what he did in the past.
As Secretary of State. And they say that's an 80-20 number. They say 80%.
Right. What is he alluding to there, ladies and gentlemen? What is he saying about the 80-20 business? Let's have a look. QDrop 190. Do you see the comms that he's given us? United States of America versus necessary to cut strings from the foreign bad actors. Yes. Necessary to form a worldwide alliance. This is a worldwide event. This is a worldwide, where we go one, we go all. Now think Merkel. Merkel's a puppet. They are puppets. They are weak, like Obama was. They are scared. 80%. He said 80-20. Bang, ladies and gentlemen, there's your mirror. He said 80-20 twice, and you got it right there. 80, dark ops are necessary. 20% for public for justice. The stage must be set, have faith, Q. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that what he's saying right there, it all should make perfect sense.
I wouldn't say I was thrilled with them. And Secretary Marco Rubio's doing a great job as Secretary of State. And they say that's an 80-20 number. They say 80%. And
there you go, 80-20, 80-20. 5 of 5, comms are crystal clear. Thank you very much, President Trump. You're giving some very lovely comms for all of us to enjoy. We know what's really going on. Yes, we know that the 20% justice is on the doorstep. After all, you're bringing out about your, shall we say, the previous president, Barack Hussein Obama, and the gang.
would weaponize a very dishonest
Yeah, no, they're very dishonest. I agree with you 100%.
group of people. You probably saw that because we caught them in the act.
We caught him in the act. You see, 80-20. 80-20. It all makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at that. 20% for justice. You think about it. We caught him in the act. The stage is set. Right? Actors. Look at that. Okay? Actors. Act. He's saying, you could see, ladies and gentlemen, what are the bad actors? The puppets. Who are the puppets? Obama and all the rest of them. 80% was done in the dark. 20% for justice. We got them all. We caught them all in the act. You can't call this a coincidence. How many coincidences before you call it mathematically impossible? Well done, President Trump. Aren't those comms amazing? Great stuff, isn't it? Let's continue.
We really caught him. We had it before, but now we really have him.
We really have him. Okay. Here it gets fun and games. Here. This one right here. How about a thumbs up, guys? Come on, thumbs up, great comments. Let's share this all around the place. You're getting a lot of great information, great intel here on the Freedom Channel broadcast, and we're doing this together live. How awesome is it? Okay, let's continue on. This is the part where he was with the Filipino president.
People aren't able to buy a house.
Now, what is he referring to? People cannot buy a house. Why can't they buy a house? Because of the stupid Fed, right? When we know that the Fed is corrupt. And he's saying the guy's a numbskull. Now, let me tell you something. That guy Powell, Jerome Powell, who's the one that put him there in the first place? He did. President Trump did. Who was the one that was the playing the game as the, we know that the 46th president was that little puppet they had there, Joe Biden, and we know who was pulling the strings. He was. That's all fact. I've shown you that before. So based on that principle right there, who's the one? He says, oh no, Biden's war, he's the one that put him back in there. I know, I put him in there in the first place. Jerome Powell, ladies and gentlemen, is basically working for Trump. He's the one. Remember, there's people that got to play the game. They got to take it for the team. You've heard President Trump in the past. Remember what he said? Some people have to do, good people have to do bad things. And we know there are plants. Ray is a plant. Trust Ray. We know Ray was, the denial was to bring out all the corruption to do with the FBI. Now, Jerome Powell is basically somebody that he put in place there to expose the Fed. That's what you got to get, ladies and gentlemen. He's doing it by design. And he's calling him a numbskull. Yeah, no. He keeps calling him too late, this, that, the other. He's taking it for the team, good old Powell, right? Now, why is he doing this? Because he's got to expose the Fed. What is the Fed? Well, we know that the Fed was the Rothschilds' little creation. And we know what that's all about. Debt slavery, usury, fiat currency, putting us mortgages, as in putting us into death pledges. We get it. What does the Fed control? Okay, who does the Fed control? I mean, we know. Basically, what do they control? They control the banks. The rates, this, that, the other. They control you think about it, the value of the dollar, the inflation, all that, it's all connected there, right? Now, who approved the formation of the Fed? Yeah, that was back in the day, 1913. Yeah, no, who were they were the traders that did that, the Congress and those entities, that president back in 1913, wasn't it? Let's see who it was. 1913 president was, I think it was it Roosevelt? No, it was Woodrow Wilson. Wasn't it? Good old Woodrow. Woodrow, lovely. But it was the Congress, ladies and gentlemen. Congress are the ones who approved it. They approved the Fed. Now, obviously, they're all corrupt. Now, what is the Fed? Aren't they? Yeah, look, these are all the banks. These are all the branches of the Fed. These are all depictions of the Fed worldwide. But we know that the Fed and the IRS, Federal Reserve, is a privately owned company, just like the United States Corporation. It all falls under that thing. District of Columbia Corporation. And they're sitting on their very own patch of land, DC. We know DC is immune to the US laws. Puerto Rico, anything territorial, you know what I mean? President Trump's bringing it all down.
Because this guy is a numbskull. He keeps the rates too high and probably doing it for political reasons.
So, okay, think about that. The Federal Reserve can also, if it doesn't like the president, wants to get rid of his administration, just so the cabal they want to get rid of somebody. Yeah, let's give them hell. Let's make their lives a living hell and bring up the rates. Okay, because then what happens? Everyone they don't blame the Fed. No, it's the guy in the chair to blame. And that's what he's saying, political reasons. It's true. They actually do, you want to call it election interference? Oh, don't you worry about that. That's how they do it. You think about it, influencing the voter. Everyone thinks about this. When the Fed rates go up, when the shit hits the fan and all that, who they're pointing their finger to? The chairman, aren't they? The one that's sitting in his position, the chief executive. His fault. No, don't worry about the Fed. No, they blame that man known as the president or the chief executive of the United States Corporation.
The only time I remember him cutting rates, I mean, he cut the rates just before the election to try and help Kamala.
Now, we know Kamala was another little political decoy, but we need to have contrast, don't we? So you think about the contrast. He's showing you how corrupt the Fed is. He's showing you, this is a future-proof past, ladies and gentlemen. This is a future-proof past. They've been doing it for a long time.
Or whoever he was trying to help, he probably didn't know. It's sort of a witch hunt, just a continuation of the witch hunt. The witch hunt that you should be talking about is they caught President Obama.
Okay, this, ladies and gentlemen, is gold. When he starts talking about Obama, he starts hammering that point over and over again.
Absolutely cold. Tulsi Gabbard. What they did to this country in 2016, starting in 2016, but going up to 2020 in the election. They tried to rig the election, and they got caught. And there should be very severe consequences for that. You know, when we caught Hillary Clinton, I said, you know what? Let's not go too far here.
Do you remember at the rallies, guys, where he was at the rally and they said, lock her up? I remember that when he was going out there and he was exposing, and people were saying lock her up, and he goes, no, I can't because she's the ex-wife of the president of the former president, Bill Clinton. We got to be nice to Hillary. And now he says, no, the gloves are off. I mean, coincidence? No, done by design. Because we're on the 8th year of the plan. And now the gloves are off. It's finished.
It's the ex-wife of a president, and I thought it was sort of terrible. And I let her off the hook, and I'm very happy I did. But it's time to start, after what they did to me, and whether it's right or wrong, it's time to go after people. Obama's...
That's it. Whether it's right or wrong, it's time for us to go after people. No, the gloves are off. It's finished.
Been caught directly. So people say, oh, you know, a group. It's not a group. It's Obama. His orders are on the paper. The papers are signed. The papers came right out of their office. They sent everything to be highly classified. Well, the highly classified's been released. And what they did in 2016 and in 2020 is very criminal.
There you go. Look, he's basically calling out treason. He's going to say treason. Listen to this.
It's criminal at the highest level. It would be President Obama. He started it. And Biden was there with him. And Comey was there.
So Biden, meaning the real one, vice president, and he's explaining who was there with him. And we know that's in the Q drops.
And Clapper, the whole group was there. Brennan, they were all there in a room. Right here, this was the room. Stone cold, and it was President Obama. It wasn't lots of people all over the place. It was them.
I think we're heading towards checkmate, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see it? No, you could see, you don't need a road map to see where you're going. We know that you're going straight for the jugular, straight for the king. Okay, but now it's time for the Queen, aka Clinton, Hillary, to go down for the count. Remember, in chess, it's the Queen first. Oh, don't you worry. Remember, I've been through that whole decode. Queen, he's going to cop it first, and then it's the king.
But the leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him?
Remember when he used to say it? Why did he say that? Remember the rallies? Barack Hussein Obama. He used to say it. Have you heard of him? Yeah, well, he's saying it again. There you go.
And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life. That's the one they, look, he's guilty. It's not a question, you know, I like to say, let's give it time. It's there, he's guilty.
There you go. Let's give it time. No, the time, 8 years, ladies and gentlemen, is enough. He's bloody guilty. It's finished. Can you see we're heading towards the end game?
This was treason.
There you go. It was treason. Oh, yes. No, it does say it in the Q drops that it's treason and seditious. How about we bring those drops, ladies and gentlemen? Where it does say, it says basically mirroring whatever's in the Q drops, right? And you're seeing that little picture that he put out there that I put out the other day. It's, look, shit's going to hit the fan. I mean, we should all be celebrating. Look at that, Q drop 4512. It was dropped in 2020. No, look at that. Obama, and he mentioned good old Biden as well. So both of them he mentioned in one breath, basically. Well, what do we got there? It's treason. It's treason. But he also says it's seditious. You'll hear it now when he says it. But look at that. Yeah, no, look at his eyes. What do you see in his eyes, ladies and gentlemen? I brought that up too. Do you have slits for eyes, guys? Is that normal right there to have those slits in the eyes, guys? I mean, what do you think it is? Yeah, welcome to the Left Eye Black Eye Club real shit. Does anyone realize what that is? Why is his eyes like that? Let's see if anyone, yes, Teresa, you got it. I'm glad that people are paying attention. Yeah, no, yeah, that's pretty much what they have, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, it's that too, and yes, it's that, and it's that too. So can you call it why would Q have that there? Yeah, and I'd say it accepted it, all right. That little really. Now, there you go. Look at that. Add Biden. Yeah, no, we've just added Biden, and President Trump just added Biden as well.
This was every word you can think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. They did things that nobody's ever even imagined, even in other countries. But you've never seen anything like it. And we have all of the documents.
We have it all. Doesn't Q says, yes, well, we have it all. Wouldn't you call that the flood of truth is coming our way? Pretty much. Flood of truth is coming.
And from what Tulsi told me, she's got thousands of additional documents.
Oh, there's more documents coming our way. Oh, I can't wait for that one, President Trump. I say bring it all on. Yeah, no, we're ready. I think we've been ready for a very long time, haven't we, ladies and gentlemen?
Coming. So President Obama, it was his concept, his idea, but he also got it from Crooked Hillary.
Oh, no, he got it from Crooked Hillary, that little thing that she did with cooking, that Steele dossier that was paid by the DNC. And yes, it was about 12 million, I think it was, that Steele dossier done by a shell company called GPS Fusion. Look, it's one massive shitfest. I've explained it before.
Crooked is a $3 bill.
Crooked is a $3 bill. Doesn't exist.
Hillary Clinton and her group, the Democrats, spent $12 million to Christopher Steele to write up a report that was a total fake report. Took 2 years to figure that out.
Yeah, no, 2 years to figure it out. No, we worked it out. Don't you worry.
But it came out that it was a total fake report. It was made up fiction. And they used that. The one thing they weren't able to do was to, and probably the only thing
Okay, this is funny. It makes you wonder. This is I want people to think about, right? The mainstream media. You know, President Trump, when he ran with guarantees that he was going to win. That's in the Q drops. He won with guarantees. We know this is a military operation. It had to be done. Remember what Hillary had installed for us, what they had installed. Obama, 8 years of weakening the United States of America. And you've seen all the different ways of how that was happening. I'm not sure. We can go into that a little bit more another time. But they've been weakening America in so many different ways. taxes, tariffs, food, water, air. Triple the price on, creating a sick population and then giving them triple the price on the pharmaceuticals, the poison. Then all the, shall we say, those evil pieces of shit that come from the Muslim Brotherhood, Harvard University Muslim alumni, Harvard University, that have been getting cashed up by the taxpayer as well, care of Obama. Billions and billions and billions of dollars going to Harvard University. And it's also to fund, obviously, those clowns that were doing all that nefarious things. Saudi Arabia, Muslim Brotherhood, Prince Al Walid, they're all connected. Look, they're all connected to this shitfest. Even Elon Musk, I've explained it. Everyone's connected to this. It's a real shit sandwich, just to call it what it is, right? Now, the press, the six, the big six, you know, they were operating by BlackRock, Vanguard, all these clowns up the top. But also Saudi Arabia had their finger in the pie as well. Now, think about this. President Trump said that the press, think about it, prior to him, think about this. Let's go back to the year of 2016. Let's use our logic. Obama tried to leave President Trump with World War III with Putin. And that failed. We know, I went through that, I explained it. Why didn't they bring out about the Russia business before the election? Say before, to destroy, shall we say, President Trump's chances of getting in with a scandal like that. Why did the press, because they had all these things, why did the press did not put that out there? That's the question. Is it because they had a gun to their head? Well, have a listen to this.
Respect about the press in years is the press refused to write it before the election. They refused to put it in. The Steele report was a disaster. All lies, all fabrication, all admitted, an admitted fraud. She paid $12 million, and the Democrats, for that report to a wise guy named Christopher Steele. He wrote a phony report, and they wanted to get that report in before the election. And I'll tell you what, I talk about all the time, the fake news, how bad it is. But in this case, they wouldn't do it.
Let's talk about that for a moment. Let's just stop it right there. Remember, this plan, this 8-year plan, it's about awakening a mass consciousness that's been asleep to what's been going on. Now, you think about it, you need narratives to wake these people up. People have been thinking that think about this, the press, how they've been going out with the Russia business after he got elected. Why not before? Because President Trump had control, and so did the military, over the press. They were told to let him do that. They knew what they were going to do. They allowed him to do this. Remember, the mainstream media have been allowed never interfere with the enemy destroying itself. Think about this. If this wasn't allowed to happen now, or back in the past, would you have the information to bring him down now? You wouldn't, would you? This is what I'm saying when Q says it was over before it began. There were deep state elements always, yes. But remember, you've got to allow the enemy never interfere, as Q says, with the enemy destroying itself. So everything had been controlled, under control environment. Let them do this. Let the mainstream media do that. Never interfere with the enemy destroying itself. Let them go. Because guess what? They had all that, ladies and gentlemen, was ammunition. That was ammunition to expose what's happening in the past. That's what Q says, future-proofs past right now. Hadn't that happened, they wouldn't be able to awaken the masses with all the corruption that they have been doing in the past. Think about this. Obama has been behind weakening America. Hillary, the same deal. Many other puppets controlled to bring us into something that was really bad for all of us worldwide. So in other words, you've got to let them do what they're going to do. Never interfere with the enemy destroying itself. Let them go. But we know what they're doing. Then Q says we've got it all. They were, ladies and gentlemen, their own undoing. It all makes perfect sense. It all makes perfect sense. What President Trump, that man is a genius. Nothing short than a genius. And those military intelligence, the word intelligence, think about it. Real intelligence, not artificial intelligence, real intelligence at play. Brain power, you want to talk about brain power? He talks about brain power. You think about it from this perspective, the plan. You think about that kind of plan. What kind of planning? What kind of... How much work went into this? And to coordinate this worldwide as well. That's nothing short than a genius. Nothing short than a genius that's doing all this. People got to realize that this has all been done by design. As I said, how are you going to expose these entities if you had no ammunition? They've been collecting ammunition. Never interfere, as Q says, with the enemy destroying itself. It all makes perfect sense to me now. And it should all make perfect sense to you. And we know that, you think about it, President Trump reads The Art of War. Napoleon was the one to come up with that. Never interfere. Let's see if I can find it. Give me a quick moment. I'm just going to find that keyword, ladies and gentlemen. Did I spell it incorrectly? Let me see. Oh, I did, didn't I? Interfere. That's the one. Let's see where that thing is. We'll find. There it is, right there. Q drop 3466. 3466 equals 19. 3 plus 4 plus 6 plus 6, 19. Renee's in control. President Trump. Now, as I said, Napoleon was the one to come up with this. President Trump reads The Art of War. Napoleon was, obviously strategist as well. Never interfere with the enemy in the process of destroying himself. These people are stupid. He's referring to the deep state. Enjoy the show, because think about it. What's been happening for these 8 years has been under the control of President Trump and the military. We know that the United States Corporation, District of Columbia Corporation, is bankrupt. So realistically speaking, we know that also the other thing President Trump has been saying about central casting, the movie, show, this, that. Basically, it's been hard. Yes, I get it. But think about this. You need to awaken a mass consciousness that has been asleep. So how do you do that? Organically. It's got to be organically. Otherwise, you would have civil war. You would have civil war. Now, there's someone here that's going to get banned for 5 minutes and better have a hard think about what he's doing is wrong. All right? Because you know what? You come here and we're all partaking in this decode. The last thing we need are people that come in here to cause disruptions. Everyone is welcome here. However, if you're going to cause issues, you're going to be banned and you're going to get a 5-minute warning. Next time, it's going to be a permanent ban. We're not partaking in that kind of garbage now. We're in the middle of decoding. We're in the middle of basically going through the truth. So anyone that partakes in that kind of garbage is not welcome. You're going to get a 5-minute ban. And we don't appreciate that. And especially, we don't appreciate those that sit there and try to belittle other members in our family as part of God's army. We don't operate that way. Everyone's welcome, but providing that everyone has respect for one another. Let me make that very clear. Respect. So you know exactly who I'm talking about here. We're not going to have that. It's not acceptable and it's not welcome. You're basically disrupting the truth getting out there and the information getting out there. We're not going to have it. So do we get the message? You know who I'm speaking about in the chat there? Don't continue with that rhetoric. Otherwise, I will ban you for 5 minutes. I don't want to do it, but you're going to leave me with no choice. So, let's continue on. President Trump is basically allowing them to destroy themselves. That's what he's been doing. Ammunition. Ammunition is required. So, when we get it, we're standing in our power. We know that he's doing it deliberately by design. Let's continue on.
They saw it, they read it, and they said, we don't believe it. And it was only after, substantially, like a month and a half after the election, that it got printed, and it was a big wisp. It was just like a bang of nothing, because the election had ended.
So basically it was done after the election. Why not prior to the election had the, shall we say, the deep state press had been in control? Did they lose control over that particular, shall we say, entity? Why not allow it beforehand? Do you see when logic prevails? Do you know what I mean? Yes, I'm talking to you. So please respect what we're trying to do here.
That report had gotten published by the New York Times or somebody, and I respect the Times for maybe only this, because they're crooked as you can be. They're a terrible paper, a crooked, corrupt paper. But for this one moment, they said, this is bullshit, we can't put this in. And neither could any other paper. Wall Street Journal's a lousy paper, very, very dishonest paper. As you see, I'm suing them for a lot of money because they do things very...
Remember also in the Q drops, it says that libel, that they're going to be taken down for libel, the mainstream media. That's in the Q drops as well. So everything that's been said in the Q drops is coming to fruition right now. We should see what's going on. You know, they're being taken down. The end of mainstream media, Q drop 818. That's very interesting, isn't it? 818. 8 plus 1 plus 8, 17, which equals Q. Libel laws, end of mainstream media. Well, he just said he's suing him.
Very badly. It's got a nice name, but it's really, in my opinion, it's a terrible paper. And it can be corrupt. But just so you know,
it can be corrupt. It can. What about it is? Can people see the play on words? Pay attention to the detail. It can be corrupt. In other words, it has the opportunity it can be corrupt. If he says that it is corrupt, it's a different thing altogether. Therefore, it's indicating that he's been in control. Okay?
He didn't take the Steele report. It was the dossier. Remember the famous dossier? I call it the fake news dossier. The news wouldn't publish it. And I'm amazed. They had 2.5 months. It was finished. 2.5 months. That was supposed to be.
Why did they go on with the Russia and all that? Ammunition. Do you expend your ammunition at the start? At the end. Remember, you expend your ammunition, like he's doing right now, at the end. And he's doing it at the end. You think it's all a coincidence that he's talking about? Remember what he said just recently. And you heard him at that time when he put up that flag in the south part of the widest behind. He said that I was the hunted and now I'm the hunter. Well, you could see, ladies and gentlemen, that everything is flipped around in the other direction. And you're seeing, as Q says, that one day you will see the tide turn. And we're seeing that tide turn now. How amazing is it?
What was going to happen. And it got published a couple of months after the election. And frankly, nobody cared too much about it. But that was a...
So basically he's saying the election was done. He won. He won. If you wanted to take down Trump, why did you leave it to after the election?
Big thing. No, we caught Hillary Clinton. We caught Barack Hussein Obama. They're the ones, and then you have many, many people under them. Susan Rice.
Susan Rice was she was the NSA. So Flynn's position, she was in Flynn's position, NSA, National Security Advisor for Obama.
They're all there. The names are all there.
Why do you think, ladies and gentlemen, that Flynn, he made an NSA? Why? Why did he go for that amount of time? Remember what happened? He was only there for a certain amount of days. And he was only there just like, remember Pompeo was put into the place to be the CIA director and then put into as the Secretary of State. That was all done by design. They needed to get in there, get what they wanted, and then get out. Flynn had to take it for the team. We know that. I've did this whole decode, crack and X. I've explained it all. Now, all of a sudden, Flynn's coming out more and more to the forefront, and all the truth is going to be known about Flynn, as in what an amazing person, patriot he has been. A real patriot that took it for the team. Remember when they said done in 30? Everyone said 30 months. I did that whole decode. And I did exactly from the time of start to time of finish. Watch the Kraken X. Great information based on facsimiles and receipts. And also some really great information there.
And I guess they figured they're going to put this in classified information and nobody will ever see it again. But
they thought, no. They thought that they were going to classify it and that would have been the end of it. Think again.
It doesn't work that way. And it's the most unbelievable thing I think I've ever read. So,
what a genius. You want to get into the CIA stuff. Pompeo, you go there. Flynn, NSA, you go and do that. You go and check it all out. You bring it all of it. Do you see the genius? Then once that time, that's all they needed was that time to go in there, do the bit, and get it out. Why, do you think it was a coincidence that Pompeo was put as a CIA director? No, think again. That's what Q says, trust Kansas. Not everything is as clear cut as you can think, ladies and gentlemen. Not everything is as clear cut. It really isn't. Even these things about Barr being bad and this, really? Do you believe that? Do you believe what is so obvious believe things that are not obvious. Remember, there are things that got to happen for a certain reason. Like the Punisher Durham did what he had to do to bring out certain documents. Like that's coming out now. Bill Barr did his bit. Kansas, Pompeo, there we go. Look at this. Q drop 950. It's got it there, Q drop 112. And I'm going to tell you, the trust Horowitz. Oh, don't you worry. President Trump is going to say something. I'm going to show you what I mean. People think that Horowitz was put there by the deep state. Think again, think again, think again. Think again that Ray was working for the deep state. He was a plant. Horowitz, another one. President Trump says, you'll see, not that far to go. Read the Horowitz report. Why? Don't you worry. Horowitz did what he had to do. He had to play the game. He says, oh, Horowitz was a Democrat. Yeah, well, it's not about Republicans or Democrats. Q clearly says that. Trust Kansas. Why? Kansas, well, we know who that is. That's Pompeo. Pompeo is Trump's guy. As the head of CIA, gather intel on all the shady CIA shit. How are you going to get the information out of the CIA? Well, think about it, ladies and gentlemen. People think Ratcliffe. No, Ratcliffe didn't do it. He did it. He put Pompeo into that position. Have a look there. He put him into that position. And then when you put him into that position, you're able to go digging, aren't you? Because you're the director. You know it. All right? And it says there, you go in there, find out the shady CIA shit we've done here and overseas. So basically, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the CIA, and that's all come out now, just not long ago with the JFK files. I did that whole decode. Go and watch it. The CIA have had branches worldwide. They even had one here in Melbourne, Australia. They've got them worldwide. I've been through that whole thing. Fact. That is fact. You can't dispute it. The documents exist. They came out with the JFK files. Now, he found out all the shady shit that was taking place in the CIA and overseas in their branches, and then he moves to the State Department as Secretary of State and uses that intel to help free the world from the CIA bullshit. That's what I'm saying. Those that say, oh, Pompeo bad, really now, are you so certain about that? Are you so certain about rays of light? Why do they call him rays of light for? Why do they call him rays of light? Because Christopher Wray, with the amount of denial, when he went and did the congressional oversight meetings, deny, this, that, it just draw attention. Drawing attention, magnifying the situation. That's what it was doing. Remember, these are psychological operations. This is military intelligence. You got the most genius minds involved in this. Do you think for a moment the deep state are reading these Q drops, right? Oh, don't you worry. They've been reading these drops as well. And anyone that thinks otherwise, think again. Do you think for a moment they're going to tell you when the enemy is going to attack, when they're going to attack the enemy? No. These drops have been done by military intelligence, intelligent genius people, done by design. Not everything is clear cut. That's why I say to people, don't look at the date stamps. It's not always going to fall on a date stamp. If it had been that predictable, we'd all be screwed by now. In fact, the drops are designed to also steer people in the incorrect, wrong direction, because remember, this also involves the deep state. That's fact. You know, the deep state have been reading these drops, and there are examples of it. If I go into the Q drops, ladies and gentlemen, there are things that they have said directly to the shills. Have a look at this. You would have seen this photo flying around. Well, think about this. Who was the one that was putting out these photos? The deep state, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, people think of the deep state, Hillary. No, there's many layers. Remember when I exposed the channel, multi-channel of infiltrators working left and right? They're part of the deep state. They've also been the ones that have been spreading the disinformation. That's why I say it's here as well. Think about it. President Trump created this movement. Millions of people worldwide. You think about it, you want to attack on different levels, even on the digital battleground. Why are we called digital soldiers? Because we're fighting against the deep state on here as well. You think there are not deep state assets? I've exposed them as well. Many times I exposed quite a few of them. They've been put in here to split up and destroy President Trump's movement, to sow discord, to cause problems. They went in here and you know who they are. They go around and they say all these nasty things about General Flynn. You should all know who they are now. You should stop following him, by the way, and never forget those that sat there and they called General Flynn a high-ranking general, all those nasty, disgusting names. Never forget it. And never forget those that called him these, you know, as I said, had disrespect, especially a veteran that should know better. A veteran, ladies and gentlemen. And you know who I'm speaking about, that's supposedly in this movement, that got into this movement, used this Q movement, enriched himself from this Q movement. An opportunist. It's time to get rid of them. Stop enabling them. Because they're the ones that spread disinformation. Disinformation right here. And then guess what? Their gullible followers spread all this garbage and it becomes misinformation. And then we're called a bunch of conspiracy theorists. Why? You think about it. Why? Q drop 1119. Very important drop. Q tells us this is fake. Fake. Whoever did this, remember, they tried to infiltrate the Q movement on many levels, even infiltrating 4chan, 8chan. Look at that. Thoughts, God bless. What does Q says? It's fake. Fake. And those entities, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to stop enabling these bunch of arseholes, because that's what they are. They're the ones that have been going around spreading this. And think about it, what is this? Sensationalism, hearsay, fake. Do you see why Q makes an example of that? Do you see how Q makes an example? Ladies and gentlemen, do you see why that's out there? Because there are those, and I keep saying, that's why I say over and over and over again, facts, evidence, and receipts. When I see something, I know that I've got to check it. And there's so much of this garbage, especially now, with artificial intelligence, that is out there. Now you think about that. You've seen this photo out there, and you've seen those that spread the garbage out there as well. Now we want things to be factual, don't we? We want things to be true. But this is fake. Because Q is exposing this for a reason. There are deep state elements that are here that basically do this to create discord. Now think about this. What do people do? They blame Q for everything. Because why? These entities out there, they go out there and they say things and people think that it comes from the Q drops, where it doesn't. The 7 presidential messages, the days of darkness, all this stuff, all mished them together to be, and they spread it out there. And they say, no, that's in the Q drops. Where does it say about the 7 presidential messages? It doesn't say it anywhere. And you know who does these things, like Whiplash and all these others that we've been watching from the very beginning. And now they're pushing the crypto, grifting. And they continue to spread the hearsay, the garbage. Does it say anywhere in the Q drops about the Three Gorges Dam? No, it doesn't. But apparently people think that it does. Does it say anything about XRP as far as being backed by gold? No, it doesn't. I'm about the truth. I'm about facts, evidence, and receipts. That's a very important drop. People really need to remember that there are entities out there that are playing the game. Q dropped 975. Q knew that there are these entities playing the game. The deep state. Jeffrey's session exposed. Session, Q tells us to trust sessions. But guess what? You know that the deep state infiltrated. And you've seen those entities, these very same entities, talking about General Flynn, talking about Steve Bannon, talking about Grassley. And when Q tells us to trust, Pompeo, Durham, and all these other things. And they lie and they deceive. That's all been done by design. They're malicious, ladies and gentlemen. They are trying to destroy the credibility of this movement that President Trump has created. And one day you're all going to know about this. I'm telling you, one day everyone's going to know about the truth. Who was here for the right reasons and who wasn't. Now, look at this. Jeffrey's session exposed. Exposed by what? Q agent of the clown. So they're trying to say that Q is an agent of the CIA. They are the deep state, ladies and gentlemen. They infiltrated here. Have a look at this. Q. Now, do you see what I mean? This is how it all is. This is a fight against good versus evil, and it's even on the digital battleground. General Flynn spoke about us fighting on the digital battleground because the deep state are here. Oh, don't you worry. Their end is coming. They're finished. You know what I mean? Q agent of the... There we go. We're called a bunch of civic Q-tards. You know who called us that. We don't need to remind ourselves. We know who called us those names. And then we've got Q, agent of the CIA, that's what it says there, that Jeffrey Sessions, when Q tells us to trust. Do you see how they work? Hillary Clinton, 8chan and Q have been compromised. These posts tell it all. Let's go down to the bottom and see how Q responds to this. Do not trust anything Q says. Do you see what kind of operation the deep state we're running here? This is all. They're saying that 8channel and Q have been compromised. This is all disinformation from the deep state that they... Look at this. He is a clown agent of the Kabbalah. Q. 8channel also has been comped by the clowns of CIA. Jeffrey Sessions, look at that. Comey, Ray, Graham, all the list goes so. So what they've done is they've taken everything and they've blurred the lines to create confusion. Done by design. Now, this is the first time I'm speaking about this because I think it's about time people know that this war has been fought on many levels. This is not a war that is just out there. This is digital warfare. Scumbucket session and fake Q. In other words, trying to create a discord for Q. Trying to split up the movement. Absorbing the confused, as Q says. You failed. That's what Q said. You failed, and you failed, Deep State. You failed, and all of you cronies failed miserably. You failed. We're here to expose you. And I'm doing it. And I've been exposing them on the Kraken X, how they've been working the multi-channel network of infiltrators, how the deep state have been running the show and playing the game. People don't realize the propaganda machine that they've been doing. Have a look at this. The fake news. They've been working together. All of these entities, the deep state, have been working together. They made us to be a bunch of conspiracy theorists. Ask yourself a very simple question. Why is the fake news media continually expending resources to defame, debunk, and cast out as conspiracy, meaning us? As they say, nobody who started 4chan. Why did fake news media attempt to cast blame? And what did they do? They tried to make us look like a bunch of Nazis, didn't they? Oh, you're a bunch of conspiracy theorists. You are an anti-Semite. Well, guess what? There we go. Look at this. It's all there. QAnon, conspiracy theory. They all tried and they all failed. Look at this. When I type in the word, look at that right there. Times of Israel. Attacks on Jews. Us. Blame us. Spewed online hatred. Shooter. Connecting it to us. That's what they tried to do. Make us into a bunch of haters. Paint us with the brush. That's why Scavino brought out that thing. That they call us conspiracy theorists. They call us, anti-Semite. That doesn't make any sense. Where we go on, we're all in this together. We know that anti-Semite label was created for what reason? We the people fight. Your vote matters. We are in this together. This movement has no skin color, attempts to label all those that challenge the narrative as racists, white supremacists, will fail predictably. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the shit that we've had to deal with. QDrop1293. Shall we play a game? Can you trust? You know that we know. This is what Q's saying. You know what we have. Q's talking to the deep state right there. Do you see the conversation that is taking place between Q and the deep state? QDrop1293. Shall we play a game? Can you trust? You know that we know. You know what we have. You move. What does Q also says? Moves bring on counter moves. Right? Moves bring on counter moves. It's really bad, guys. It really is a sorry state of affairs. This deep state is riddled everywhere. It's riddled everywhere. President Trump knows this. He knows that what's going to happen, that number one, he's got to play the game. He's got to remain neutral for optics. The thing is, we must remember that this is taking place on the digital battleground and as well in the physical realm. The primary targets are within DC. On both sides. It's not about Republicans or Democrats. It's not. Rogue operators are here. There we go. Q knew that they infiltrated 4 or 8chan 141, Q drop 141. Rogue operators are here. Failed to shut down site. Protected. This will only get worse. This is the attacks that they were dealing with, ladies and gentlemen, between, as a good versus evil, and the deep state. The picture will open the eyes of the world. We need to keep everything that we do archived and coordinated. Our attacks need to be coordinated. We need to be together on this. Where we go one, we go all. We can't do this without you. God bless you all. Q. This is a call out to us, the digital soldiers, ladies and gentlemen. We know that rogue operators are the deep state. Snowden speaks about Snowden here, 790. Snowden, where are you? Not in Russia, eyes on. You are now a liability of the deep state. Helping at Jack Dorsett, remember the one that used to own X or run X? Project Deep Dream has to do with Google. We will never forget Edward Snowden failed. Edward Snowden failed, ladies and gentlemen, because Edward Snowden was trained on the farm, part of the CIA, and then they tried to infiltrate the NSA. Okay, how do you do that? Well, you got to get him to resign from the CIA into the NSA. But what they say, once you're part of the farm, you're always part of the farm. And that's how you get somebody in there. And they tried, ladies and gentlemen. Where is Edward Snowden? John Perry Barlow defined the end. The day of reckoning is upon us. John 3:16, that's scripture. For God so loved the world that he gave us his only and one Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Why is that in the Q drops? Why? Mirrors, ladies and gentlemen. Mirrors are important. People don't realize how important mirrors are. Q drop 35 is where it is. That is exactly what that was talking about. For God loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Love is patient. 41020 DJT. God bless my fellow Americans. So you could see, ladies and gentlemen, how it all connects up. Everything is connecting up. The day of reckoning is upon us. That mirrors Q drop 35. We've been getting a lot of 35 comms lately because, ladies and gentlemen, this is happening very soon. We all know where this is heading. Prior to that is Q drop 34. 11.3, 11.4 marker, temporary military control. President Trump will be a dictator for the day and he will clean up shop. While that's going down, there's going to be main targets that are going to be taken down on both sides. Okay, DC, there we go. Will be shut down. False flags. We're being prepared for it. Okay, we are being prepared. Edward Snowden, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. There's a guy out there that he calls himself Edward Snowden. He plays the game that he's a spy and that he controls the five like Trump and all the rest like Scavino. And he's number 6 that controls the 5. He alludes himself to be Edward Snowden. Well, guess what? Based on that principle alone, ladies and gentlemen, you could see that it clearly says that he failed. That it's the end game for him and those involved. You know exactly who I'm speaking about here. The one that plays the game of being a spy. The one that calls himself Edward Snowden. You know who I'm speaking about. Let's see if anyone gets it in the chat, who I'm alluding to. Because you know what? That character right there has been enriching himself millions and millions of dollars beyond belief. And it's time for that entity to cop the day of reckoning that is upon him. Because just like Edward Snowden failed, so did he. Who is the one that I'm speaking about that thinks he's Edward Snowden, that goes around saying that I control the 5 and I'm number 6? Let me see if anyone gets it in the chat, who I'm speaking about, because there's a character here that plays that little game, and it's time for him to go and pack up shop, because when that Kraken comes out, he should be gone. Okay? Let's see if anyone gets it, ladies and gentlemen. No, yes, this one right here. Smoky High got it. Yes, you got it. That idiot right there has been going around calling himself Edward Snowden and making his believers believe that he is Edward Snowden. Well, guess what? Q has said he failed, and so has he. It's time for them to pack up shop. It's time for them to go. As I said, you know, that this little game of theirs is coming to an end. We know that this all is going to go down. You think about it. What did the deep state try to do? If you continue to proceed, this is another message from Q to the deep state. Have a listen, ladies and gentlemen. Very important. Q drop 1603. If you continue to proceed down this dangerous path, only know that this is the message to the deep state from Q, that we are prepared. You should know this basis based on the early drops to do with Saudi Arabia, National Guard and military assets. Think about that. In other words, the Commander-in-Chief has the power to get these assets to combine and then be activated on the US soil using, as I said, Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution, just like Lincoln did to save the Republic. The game is over when the public knows. Once the public knows the truth, it's game over. The fight to keep the lights off, meaning to keep us ignorant, stupid, is finished. Is what they've been trying to do. The fight to keep the lights off is all that matters to you. You will fail. The American people are awake. You lost control, sheep no more. You underestimate their resolve and their ability to free think away from the pipeline narrative, to think like the others do. Narrow pipeline. We will declass the information. We will shine the light. There is nowhere you can hide. No amount of money, influence, or power can stop this. As Q says, nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. Our rights to secure and protect at costs then become justified. We stand at the ready. Red wave is what we experienced not long ago. President Trump won with a red wave organically. Huge support. White squall, where we go one, we go all. That movie. In God we trust. These are messages that Q had put out there to the deep state. Do you see? Does it give you an appreciation in the chat as to what battle has been going on in the digital battleground? It literally has been a battle that has been fought on many fronts. Don't believe. That's why. Look at this. I want everyone to pay attention. Have a think about why Q brought that out. And that's why I keep speaking about over and over and over again. There's a lot of fake artists out there that go around spreading disinformation that becomes misinformation, fear porn, and hearsay. And then we get called conspiracy theorists. They got their right to. Because we don't do our due diligence. We don't do our due diligence to find out if that's true or not, but Q's telling us it's fake. Not everything is as clear cut as you can think it is. It's not. It isn't clear cut. Nothing is. Not in war, ladies and gentlemen, not in war. And we are in a war. We're literally in a war of mind, soul, and body. Never forget that. Just because we're fighting this war on a digital front doesn't mean we're not fighting a war. Remember the drop that General Flynn brought out about. Very important drop. I think it's 4868. Q drop 4868. Let's go to Q drop 4868. Have a read of this. That's from General Flynn. Digital soldiers must fight on the battlefield, not of our choosing. He knew it was going to be rough for all of us. Allowing tyranny to reign over liberty keeps us from breathing freedom's fresh air and informing our democracy of the grave threats our constitutional republic faces. Read and listen, understand, comprehend, and respond with facts and sound analysis. What have I been saying? Haven't I been telling you, ladies and gentlemen? Haven't I been telling you? Why do I keep saying facts, evidence, and receipts? Because General Flynn says, read, listen, understand, comprehend, and respond with facts and sound analysis. Logic is sound analysis. That is how a digital soldier fights back. Not spreading the hearsay, the fear porn, the fakery, participating in that. No, facts and sound analysis. Intelligence. That's what we do here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. That's what I'm trying to teach people. America is a constitutional republic where supreme power is held by we the people. We're all connected to America. You know that. I've explained that arrangement. Through the duly elected representatives and not by any one media platform. Ensure your vote counts. God bless America. We must remember that it's facts, evidence, and receipts, not the fakery. Q's given us an example. It's time to stop enabling the others. Get rid of them. Purge. It's time to get rid of those that don't serve your greater good. It's time to get rid of them. Get rid of those that wave with the wind. The ones that say one thing one day and the other the next. Don't you worry, they're going to go against Trump. They're going to say nasty things. It's time for everyone to call them out. Yes, that's right, Steve. Call them out for what they are. A bunch of shonks. That's what they are. Opportunists. It's time to call the crap out. Let's continue on.
You want to take a look at that and stop talking about nonsense, because this is big stuff. Never has a thing like this happened in the history of our country. And by the way, it morphed into the 2020 race.
So basically, he morphed into the 2020 race. People got to get that President Trump, these things in 2020, that was all controlled by them, by President Trump, the military. Remember, Biden, we know that's a decoy. Kamala, decoy. We know that. That's why I've explained many, many times. These things need to happen like what happened in 2020 to provide contrast. Moves bring on counter moves. Very important. People needed to see and appreciate. Remember, President Trump, 45th, gave America the taste of prosperity. Remember, the mainstream media, they continued on doing their thing, never interfere with the enemy, destroying himself, the deep state, letting them hang themselves. They were getting, as I said, collecting ammunition for now, like what's happening now. Now, obviously, to avoid civil war, they had to do this. this whole thing. Ask yourself this question. The Jan 6 business. What's the deal with that? All of a sudden, we've forgotten about that. Because I did that whole decode and I exposed all that business. That was done to do what it was meant to do. As I said, he blames Biden. It was Biden's war, Biden's economy, Biden. Well, we know that Biden was a decoy. We know, been through that many times, you need contrast. That's exactly what he's providing, is contrast. That was all necessary. Now ask yourself the other question. The assassination attempts is another thing. Why have we forgotten about that? No, they stuffed up. It's okay now. Let's move forward. He'll say it now. Why? Why should we move forward? Because I told you, and I've shown you that many times, ladies and gentlemen, the fight business, you know what that means, don't you? We know that that was all preordained. Yes. Remember that one? With the fist in the air? And the red carpet was set up? No, it was a lovely day. Q drop 2190. That was dropped on September the 17th. September equals 9. 1 plus 7, 17 again, 34 Q plus. We got 2 17s already. Now, have a look at that. Yeah, no, that was all preordained. Because guess what? Anons picked it up. Carpet bombs. Yes, the red carpet. Yeah, that day when he was walking up and down the red carpet in Butler. And you had the fist up in the air. And you had the fight. And for us alone. And did we enjoy the Emmys? After all, it's a show. So let's forget about it. But people got to believe this because, in other words, that unified the country. Think about it. It unified the country. When that happened, Democrats, Republicans, they were unified. So it done what it was meant to do. But also, what is it also about? Was there previous assassination attempts? Does it leave the door open for previous assassination attempts? Future, after all, is proving past. And I showed you just now the facts, evidence and receipts, the proof with the Q drops, that was all preordained to happen. And that was done by design. Now, was there real assassination attempts? Yes, there was. Remember that time when that supposed missile, you know what I'm talking about, the one in Hawaii? You know what I'm talking about, back in the day? Yeah, no, that was all done. They thought they were going to shoot down Air Force One, but they didn't realize that there was a decoy. And then they also used, yes, ladies and gentlemen, remember they dressed up a North Korean submarine to being a Russian submarine. So basically, they could bring the United States and the Russia to war, just like in that movie. What's it called? The Sum of All Fears. Yes. Who was the one behind it? Oh, don't you worry, Pelosi. Don't you? All these things are going to come out. That's why President Trump says all these lovely things. And these lovely comms, ladies and gentlemen, done by design. Don't you worry.
And the 2020 race was rigged, and it was a rigged election.
Yeah, it was rigged, all right, by you. That was done by design. It was allowed to be rigged. We know that, don't we?
No, Barack Hussein Obama is the ringleader. Hillary Clinton was right there with him, and so... Okay, so Barack Hussein Obama is the ringleader. Ringleader equals king. So we know where this is all going. She was right next to him. Well,
in the game of chess, who sits next to the king? The queen does. So you could see that he's given us comms. She was right next to him. He's the ringleader. Ringleader equals king. Next to the king, she was next to him, the queen. Yeah, no, but before you go to checkmate, Stephen, you've got to knock off good old Hillary, and we know where that's going, and I've explained it in the previous decode here on the Freedom Channel broadcast on Enemy of Mine Part 1.
Was Sleepy Joe Biden, and so were the rest of them. Comey, Clapper, the whole group. And they tried to rig an election, and they got caught. And then they did rig the election in 2020. And then because I knew I won that election by a lot, I did it a third time, and I won in a landslide. Every swing state, won the popular vote. But I won that all the same way in 2020. And look at the damage that was caused. Ammunition. We're going to end up in a few months, we'll have more ammunition.
Right. Exactly what I've been saying, ladies and gentlemen. Haven't I been saying for the past how long now? That this has all been about collecting ammunition. People are thinking about ammunition no. Ammunition as in we have more ammunition. What ammunition? He's talking about against Obama, against Hillary, against the deep state, against all these leaders and all the rest of it. The ammunition that has been saving for years now, for 8 long years, the time to expel the ammunition is here. Okay? The time to expel ammunition is here. No. I did not say that, and don't ever say that President Trump, I never ever said that. My allegiance is to President Trump. Didn't say that he's bad, so you must go and clean your ears out, sunshine. Maybe get some sunshine in your ears and clean it up there, please. Okay? Yes, no, in the chat. Don't even bother saying that garbage. After all, I am a Q decoder. I've sworn an oath to Q, and I've sworn an oath to him. Okay. You're just asking, I'm just telling you. Now, getting back to what I'm saying. So ammunition, he's got the ammunition and it's ready to go. Well, he's telling you who the targets are. I'm glad that you're part of Team Trump too, Sunshine. Welcome, by the way. How you going? Hope you're doing well, Sunshine. Now, here we go. Let's get back to it. We're on the 8th year of the plan. We know that's all happening. The ammunition, we have more ammunition than any country. Yes, more ammunition than any country you could possibly imagine. So, he's preparing and he's getting ready to smash it. Here we go.
Than any country has ever had. We're going to have more missiles than any country has ever had.
There we go. Missiles. We're going to have more missiles. That's a very interesting topic because he does speak about some amazing things now. Now, missiles, what comes to mind? He's going to tell you the types of missiles. The accurate ones. The ones that are not so accurate. What is he alluding to there? Well, let me tell you. Number one, he's talking about the ones that are not so accurate. Going back to the day of Hawaii, where they tried to take down Air Force One using the fake submarine, the fake Russian submarine that was there. That was the non-accurate after all. And think about this. They knew this because his little meeting with Kim Jong-un back in, the Marina Bay in Singapore. I'll explain that quite a few times. Now, think about this. He knows. He sends the decoy. Remember, there's not just one Air Force. Remember, Air Force One is the call sign. Whatever the president is on becomes Air Force One. The other one is a decoy. And Marine One also has decoys. It's the one that carries the president that has the call sign Marine One, Air Force One, Cadillac One. You get it. But the decoys are necessary. Just like in situations like this, the not so accurate missiles. Yes, That was done by Pelosi. She went there and did some business, and some others there. Obviously, they all knew about it. Pence apparently was next in line. Coincidence? No, there are none. People don't realise what was going to transpire. Pence was going to bring back the deep state. No, they failed. Kim Jong-un told Trump what's going on. I've said this many times in my previous decode, so you've got to watch my decodes, guys. They're on the Freedom Channel broadcast. So, the not-so-accurate missiles are the ones that missed, meaning that one in Hawaii. The other one, the accurate ones, is referring to is also in the Q drops, ladies and gentlemen, which is under Pelosi with a, what does it say? Never bring, no, I'll find that one, that Q drop. The one where Pelosi is wearing, oh, there it is, this one here. This one. Q drop 4837. Did you notice that the missile within the drop regarding 25th Amendment? Remember they tried to get Trump with the 25th Amendment. He said, it's no consequence to me, but it's a consequence to Joe. Yeah, no, the never bring a, what they say, a laser. I've got it here somewhere. I've got to find it. But, it's referring to a laser. There we go. This one here. That's the one. LOSBR, which is a type of system where you point the laser and the missile goes where the laser is. That's the accurate missile that he's talking about. And Pelosi brought the quiver. In other words, this thing, not the, no. It's basically Pelosi tried to use the missile because she went to North Korea. Don't worry, it's all there. I explained it. And that missile failed. We know that was the Hawaii business. But then, no. When you use a laser-guided missile, no, you're pretty much going to lose. And Pelosi lost on many, many levels. Okay? Laser-guided missile. That's right, Steve. Yes, the LOSBR. Let's see if I can find it. LOSBR. Okay, let's see. There we go. Line of sight, beam riding. I was right again. So in other words, you shoot the beam and it follows the beam. Pretty much that's it, right? So President Trump speaks about the ones that are not so accurate and is referring to, obviously, what's going on with Pelosi.
We're going to have all the speedy missiles. We'll have the speedy ones, the slow ones, the accurate ones, the ones that are slightly less accurate.
There you go. So you can see that he's naming them. Do you see what I mean? And he's alluding to what happened in the past. Oh, don't you worry. President Trump is smashing it.
We have everything, but we will have more ammunition than any country has.
No, the ammunition, Pelosi don't bring you a quiver. Think about what he's saying as well. That makes perfect sense. Let's talk about that. Oh, he's on the money. Oh, there we go. No, not that one. Where are we? No, I've got so many Q drops. It's not funny. Not that one. Which one is it? Oh, this one here, right? So basically, think about this. Ammunition, he's got the ones that he's going to be using, the laser focused. In other words, the ones that's going to destroy them once and for all, right? That's the ammunition, meaning the ammunition that he's been having now for 8 years, all the facts, evidence, and receipts against them. That's the ammunition. Now, Pelosi was trying to play this little game of using the impeachment, the riots, the looting, and the mobs. That's what it means too, ladies and gentlemen. This is all metaphorically speaking as well. So she tried to use that's in her quiver against Trump. And guess what? They all failed. That's what it means. But now it's time for President Trump to bring on the LOSBR missile fight on all them. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, the genius of President Trump? Ammunition, missile, go to the Q drops, bang, it's all there. Pelosi basically used these non-accurate. She brought a quiver with all this kind of garbage against Trump. The ones that were try to be, you know, accurate, they failed. They try to, well, think about it. What is a missile? It's to hit a target. No. How many times did you try to impeach Trump? That failed. The riots failed. The looting failed. The mobs failed. It all failed. Now, guess what? You had your turn now, Pelosi. You had your turn, Obama. You had your turn. All the deep state had their turn. Well, guess what? Now it's time for President Trump to bring out his line of sight. Yes, bring out that beauty right there. There we go. The line of sight, beam riding missile, and to direct it in their direction and use the ammunition that he's been carrying for 8 years and then some. Not just the 8 years, because he's got all the past stuff as well. All the naughty things they've been doing in the past, he's got it all. And he's going to use all that ammunition on them. And it's finished. It's game over for all of them. Here we go.
It's very important to me. I mean, I know you had some problems with another president, and it was not your fault. It was the president's fault.
Yeah, we know we had problems with, yes.
The country was maybe tilting toward China.
Yes, it was tilting towards China. What does he mean? He's talking about Obama. He's talking about, remember, he said, I blame the person that sat behind this desk and allowed China to basically weaken America. But it was, think about it, the president of the United States, Obama, if he really gave a shit about the country, he wouldn't allow China to destroy it with, you know, economically. No, he wouldn't. So there you go. They were trying to tilt it towards China, CCP. It's finished, guys. Look, we should all be rejoicing very soon.
But we untilted it very, very quickly. But you know, you had a country that was tilting toward China for.
There you go. So what he's saying, we had a country that was tilting towards China.
I just don't think that would have been good for you. You could deal with China. You should deal with China. But when I got elected, everything changed. And
now, you think about this. You can deal with China, blah, blah, blah. Who is he speaking to? What, did these entities, they were happy letting China running the show. What, they were allowing it to happen. These guys here as well. What, the Philippines? What do you think he's saying in front of the Philippine president? People don't know the history of the Marcoses, do you? You know that the Marcos has been corrupt. That's fact. They've been corrupt. That his daddy was corrupt. His mummy was corrupt. That one there, the president, is sitting on the side there. He's making sure that he's getting his little earful of it. Don't you worry.
They came right back to us.
What is holding back the investigation on Thomas Price?
Well, they've reported to me and they've told me things, and they really.
So he's saying about the shooting in Butler. No, don't worry about it. It's yeah, that's old history.
Say they haven't found anything that was abnormal. They made a mistake. They should have had somebody on that roof, and they should have had communication with the local police, who also, I mean, they did a very good job, but they made
a very good job. Yep.
Mistakes, and we have a whole different group of people now.
Yeah, no, we have a whole group of different people. Yeah, we know that was all a setup, President Trump.
I don't think anything can happen, but I think we have the best people anywhere in the world right now, and I think they've learned. And we spoke with the FBI, the new FBI.
Hold on a minute. If you got in and some idiot tried to shoot you down, you would want to know who was responsible and who allowed that shit to go down. People don't realize. I mean, look, I've been to the Doral, President Trump, where he spoke at his rally. Have you seen the amount of security he has at these rallies? Do you know that they go weeks before and scope every nook and cranny of that place? You know, I was actually that close to going to Butler, ladies and gentlemen, when I was there in the States. That close. And I said, no. Something in me said, no, don't go there, go to Miami. And within a couple of hours, organised to go to Miami. So that's what I'm saying. There is no coincidences. Now, there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. Even though he was playing this candidate role, really, I saw in the bushes at the Doral, the military, that day hidden in the bushes, in the golf course. Because he's always been the president. People don't get it. He's always been in control. If you see the rallies, guys, you can't even fart, to be quite honest, in there without it setting off alarms. That's what I'm trying to say. Do you see that there's no way that would allow that to happen? In no way known. Okay? Fact.
Yeah, I spoke to the FBI. If it was the old FBI, I wouldn't have believed a thing they said, because the old FBI under Comey was crooked as...
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, obviously he's exposing the old FBI.
He was one of the most crooked. Everybody should read the Horowitz report.
Okay, Horowitz report. Fun fact. Q tells us to trust Horowitz. Horowitz is apparently was a Democrat and this, that, and everyone says, oh, he was part of the deep state. No. He's not part of the deep state. Just like you trust Grassley, just like you trust all the others, you got to trust Horowitz. All right? Horowitz. Let's go to Horowitz in the Q drops. Yes, Q drop 112. Trust Horowitz. No, don't listen to no, he's part of the deep state like Ray. We know that's all a bunch of garbage. Why would he say, read the Horowitz report? Well, let me give you a little bit of a breakdown. It was to do with Crossfire Hurricane. I mean, is it a coincidence that we're talking about, this coming out now? No. We know it's all coming out for a reason. Now, future proves past. Have a look at yes, ladies and gentlemen, on December the 9th, 10 plus 9, 19. 19 there. 19 mirror. 19 Minnows in control. Right? But then also, ladies and gentlemen, let me allude you to this. Released his report stating that the FBI found 17, the beautiful number there, which equals Q. Therefore, we know that Horowitz and Q says, trust Horowitz. That is obviously, what did the Horowitz do? I mean, Horowitz stated that he could not rule out political bias as a possible motive. Politically motivation. In other words, he's pointing the finger at them. That's why he says the Horowitz report.
Unfortunately, Bill Barr didn't use it.
No, Bill Barr, because we know Bill Barr is also playing the game, just like Durham.
But the Horowitz report, not appointed by me, it was a report on Comey and the FBI. It is one of the worst shots at a human being I think I've ever seen. In fact, the New York Times did an editorial that was one of the worst editorials I've ever seen about anybody. That was about Comey.
The New York Times, think about this. So you got Horowitz, that's a Democrat. Because he is a Democrat, right? Meet Horowitz, by the way, over there. Michael Horowitz. He was the Inspector General tasked to do this little investigation. Now, he went out there, and if he was part of the deep state, why did he go against Comey? And why did the New York Times write, he said some bad stuff about Comey? Yeah, no, not everything is, as we say, clear cut.
You ought to go back and get, and Barr didn't use it because he didn't have the guts to use it or something.
There you go. So Barr's taken it for the team. Ray's taken it for the team. A lot of people are taking it for the team.
I don't know. Too bad. He went to Mr. Durham. Instead of doing the Durham, all they had to use is the Horowitz report.
There we go. So the Horowitz report.
And I always felt badly for Horowitz, frankly, because he's a Democrat, I guess. He was appointed by a Democrat.
Yeah, but so was President Trump a Democrat before he became a Republican.
But that report has gotten lost, and it shouldn't be lost. You should all go back. It should be mandatory reading. Go back and read the Horowitz report.
There you go. Go back and read it. Oh, yes, we know what that's all about. Go back. Why would he tell you go back and read it? That's what I'm saying. We went back, we had a quick read, and we found 17 basic and fundamental errors and omissions in its application for the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, the FISA court. Done by design. Oh, yes, no, we love this champion. We know what he's up to. Don't you worry.
On Comey and his cronies. And you'll see exactly, we're going to add that to all the stuff that we found. It just confirms it.
Oh, yeah. We're going to add that and then some, and the ammunition, it's going to blow them out of the water.
But what we found is even more so. That we found absolute, this isn't like evidence, or this is like proof, irrefutable proof that Obama was sedacious.
Sedacious. Yes, that's in the Q drops as well, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is. Let's go to the Q drops. People don't get it. This is all coming out of the Q drops now. No. Obama's going down for the count. Yeah, you remember that little one. Now that Russia collusion is proven to lie, when do we see the trials? I think we'll be seeing that very soon, especially when you've been seeing President Trump setting up, what is he setting up? Alcatraz, that's it. Yeah, no, the fun and games will begin there. 4512. There we go. Seditious conspiracy. Everything that he's saying about treason, seditious conspiracy, it's all there. Sedation, yes, it's all there. Sedation, whatever it is. Sedacious, yes. It means the same deal.
That Obama was trying to lead a coup. And
trying to lead a coup. Well, didn't you say recently, President Trump, you brought out that little post? Yes, we saw it just recently. Not that long ago. When he was showing us that little poster of him and, he put it up on his Truth Social. Right? Where is it? Let's see if I can find it. Where he's got that little post up there with the pictures of Obama and the gang. Oh, yeah, here it is. There we go. Do you remember that one? Yeah, no, there we go. The American coup. And obviously, we know the characters that are involved. There we go to, obviously, that was dropped at 5:58 p.m. Commander-in-Chief, military, Q dropped 17:58. What are we expecting? Well, this is not a game. And obviously, he's talking about Brennan. It's all the same thing, you know what I mean? It's all, you can't, Brennan's there as well, by the way. Obama's there. Hillary's there. The gang, they're all there, right? They're all there.
He was with Hillary Clinton, with all these other people.
Yeah, you've seen all the other people that I just showed you.
But Obama headed it up. And, I get a kick when I hear everyone talks about people I never even heard of. It was this one. No, it was Obama.
No, I want to make sure that you know that it's not this person, that person. It's Obama. Do you see? Obama. Missile, LOBSR, whatever it is, smack it straight down in the center. Goodbye, Obama. After all, we're heading towards checkmate. But no, before checkmate, the Queen has to go down. Hillary, yes, good old Hillary has to go down. And we know what that means. We go to the Q drops, ladies and gentlemen. The first arrest, yes, that's coming. The first arrest is going to be good old Hillary coming up. Let's see. Where is it? First arrest, is it? Or the first indictment? One or the other. Yeah, Q drop 3716 and 3717. But we're going to go with this one right here because we add those numbers up, it equals 17. 3 plus 7, 10. 1 plus 6, 7, 17. Right? First indictment unsealed. First indictment will trigger a mass pop awakening. We know that Podesta's not going to be the one. No one knows who the hell he is. We do. They don't. It's going to be something that sparks a mass pop awakening. The first is going to be going down, is going to be Hillary. Right? That's going to be the first one. First, arrest will verify action and confirm future direction. They will fight, but they're ready. We need one that's going to smash it. That's going to be mass pop awakening. Now, if we go to, it says there 9. Well, let's go to Q drop 9 and see what is Q talking about. Let's go, it says marker 9, Q drop 9 then. Well, who's it speaking about? Hillary. It's speaking about good old Hillary, isn't it? No, it's you're getting some very interesting stuff now. I'm looking forward to it. I'm getting really excited.
He headed it up. And it says so right in the papers. Got everything. Got everything. This is the biggest scandal in the history of our country. And it really goes on to even the auto pen.
Yeah, we know what the auto pen is. A bunch of bullshit.
Because it all relates to the same thing. It all started the same.
One more thing on Adam Schiff.
Okay, good old Adam Schiff. Good old pineapple. I don't know, watermelon head, isn't it? Yeah, good old watermelon. Okay, that one right there. Yeah, no, he's going down for the count. No, it's time for him to basically say goodbye to Shifty Shift. Haven't you figured it out? It's not about Trump's corruption. It's about them. And think about this. What have they been trying to do? Think about this very carefully, ladies, of the genius of this man. It's another future-proof past. Remember, they've been pulling this stunt. Look at Trump. Russia, blah, blah. Not us, what we're doing. Well, do you think the Epstein thing's a trap for them? You are correct. He's playing the game. Think about it. If they had the Epstein business on him, you think they would have expelled it when they've been destroyed? No. They would have used it beforehand, just like the Steele dossier. No, they would have used it already. And that's the thing. This is another future-proof past. Remember, what are you seeing now? The Democrats, no, bring out the Epstein files. Bring out the Epstein files. Bring out the Epstein files. They're trying to they're doing this again. It's not about Trump's corruption, no. Focus on the Epstein files. It's making sure you don't find out about theirs. Do you see the genius of President Trump once again? The reason why, ladies and gentlemen, is he playing this little game is another future-proof past scenario. Remember, in the past, they alluded him being part of Russia, the corruption, this, that, the other, to get people to not focus on their corruption. Don't look over here. Look at Trump's corruption over there, but the Russia business. Well, guess what? President Trump is doing another thing, and he's bringing it out. No, he's playing the game about the Epstein business. As I said, think logically. They would have used it back then if they had had that information. Now, have a look at this. Trump's playing the game. They're falling for it because they're doing, no, look at Trump's corruption again. Epstein list. He's on the Epstein list. Blah, 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 blah. Because the more they look getting people to do that, the less people are focusing on their corruption. Do you see the genius, ladies and gentlemen? This man is an absolute genius. And the thing is, Shifty Shift, okay, is going down for the count. Because he's been naughty. Q drop 3223. Oh, don't you worry. Schiff has been behind doing some 187s. Oh, don't you worry. There's some naughty stuff that he's been doing. Yeah, no, I'm sure that's not your friend, Shifty. Shifty's been behind a lot of child stuff. All right? Let your enemy dig their own grave. You remember what Q says? Never interfere with the enemy destroying itself. Now, think about that. For 8 long years, they've been destroying themselves. All the ammunition here, thank you very much. That'll go there. I'm saving it for that rainy day in 2025, in that rainy year, where it's all going to come out. So President Trump's been collecting it all, letting the enemy destroy. No, keep going. The more shit you do, the more ammunition I have right now. Okay? And that's exactly what's going on. Now, every time Shifty talks, he turns Americans away. I mean, obviously everyone's sick of his bullshit. All right? Although charges against Schiff would be pretty badass. Oh, yes, POTUS has a few words on the subject. Okay, yep. Now, do you know that Shifty Shift has been doing the naughty stuff with the mortgage? Yeah, no, we know about that, right? We've spoken about the mortgage. We know that he got a 1-bedroom apartment, whatever it was. But realistically speaking, you got a family of 4. How are you going to fit 4 people in a 1-bedroom apartment? And then he committed mortgage fraud. I went through that. I explained the whole thing. President Trump is using that for a reason. And he says something, ladies and gentlemen. He says something which is basically what I'm showing you right now. Let's have a listen.
Reports that Adam Schiff claims he lived in a 1-bedroom apartment. How's a family of 4? You're a developer, a very successful developer. How's a family of 4 live in a 1-bedroom apartment?
No, it looks like Adam Schiff really did a bad thing. They have him. Now, let's see what happens.
Because it's saying that that 1-bedroom apartment is his only purchase, his only main building. So he could save money on tax. And they're going to get him on that. Yes, I explained that DECODE did it.
It's not up to me. It's not up to, I stay out of it purposely.
What does Q says? That man right there is going to be optically neutral? Yeah, no. He's doing it right now. You know when Q says that when people start getting indicted, he's going to be like, oh yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's optical neutral. He's saying it right now. I don't know what's going on. That's Pamela Bondi's job. There you go, Pamela. Is Pamela going to do her duty? That's the question. All right. Obviously, he's throwing it at the DOJ to do their job.
But it's mortgage loan fraud. It's a big deal. He defrauded banks and insurance companies and the federal government. But it's very simple. It's mortgage loan fraud. And you're right. It's a lot of people to live in a 1-bedroom apartment, right? But he put it down. But he has a lot of other things far worse than that. So
the end what he just said. That he's got far other things worse than that. Oh, yes, he does, President Trump. Oh, don't you worry. Q drop 4539. Department of Defense whistleblower coming. Schiff's investigation hearing coming. That's going to be very interesting. Win by any means necessary. All assets deployed. Live or die. Democrat Party. Foreign puppet masters. String pullers. Death spiral. See you later. But then we've got some other stuff with Shifty Schiff going on. No, he's part of the Gang of 8. Remember the thing to do with the Intelligence Committee? Yeah, now why do you think he put himself there? Now, obviously, so you don't get the information. When you're part of the Intelligence Committee, you can stop things from being declassed like Tom Cotton has. All right? Now, yes, look at this. Q drop 657. Pedo ring. Human trafficking at hotel. Very interesting. Adam Schiff's district. I wonder if President Trump was alluding to Adam Schiff's 1-bedroom apartment in a hotel to do with pedo. Anyway, Adam Schiff's district, he knew he was trying to cut a deal because he's now the grass. In other words, his ass is the grass and Trump is the lawnmower. And it's finished for him. Now, the intel just dropped is bigger than you can possibly imagine. I say, bring it on. And this is the thing. Adam Schiff is a traitor to the country. Yes, they call him a leaker. He's going around leaking classified information. And I wonder who's he been doing it to? Maybe to China. Doing it to places like that, yes. National security, that's a threat. In other words, Adam Schiff has been a leaker, leaking information like a sieve to China. TikTok, I mean, why does it says TikTok there? That's an interesting thing right there, ladies and gentlemen. That word right there. Where did TikTok get created from, ladies and gentlemen? Does anyone know where TikTok got created? Wasn't that China? Yeah, baby. It was good old China. That's right, Stephen, China. Yes, TikTok. But, that's what I'm saying. TikTok is being kept for a reason. It's all going to be obviously brought down in the end. But I hope the $7.8 million was worth it, Adam, for betraying your country. Now, think about this. What happens when you add 7 plus 8, ladies and gentlemen? Can we put it in the chat, please? What number do we get? 7 plus 8, because it's all connected. Well, let's see if anyone in the chat gets it. 7 plus 8 equals, drum roll. Let's see if anyone gets it. Come on. We've got to work faster than that. Yes, Stephen got it. 15. Well done. 15. Yes, Joe. Joe Rose. Awesome. And we all know what that means. Q drop 15. Well, Podesta, Hillary, Hoomer. Well, 11.3 means Podesta. And then look at that. Who's also mentioned there? Soros, Clinton, Obama. Putin was a puppet, but he's obviously his strings were cut. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's all going down for the count. And we know Podesta's got to do with also the children, you know, all that sort of stuff. So it doesn't surprise me that this is all connected. No. Adam Shifty Schiff is finished. And as President Trump said, he has a lot to worry about.
No, Adam Schiff, they have him 100% on mortgage fraud.
100%. Let me tell you what that means. Number one, he can go to jail for, I think, mortgage fraud for 10 years. And then, no. Think about this. He said 100%. Well, think about that. 100% finished, right? Because when you start there, there's other things that come out, like what I just showed you, that is connected to the leakage, the money that he made, the pedophilia, the connections to California, all these other things, nefarious things to do with child trafficking. It's all going to be the end for Mr. Watermelon Head. You know what I mean? It's time for Watermelon Head to say sayonara. Goodbye. And Pelosi too. Oh, don't worry, Pelosi's
No,
next.
I'm not giving. Harvard's been given $7 billion.
Harvard University, $7 billion. Why are they being given so much money? Well, we know why. Harvard University, Muslim alumni, Obama, Hoomer, all these others that are involved, Muslim Brotherhood, all connected. And obviously you got to, push money into there to support their little slush fund and their nefarious little projects. So President Trump is saying they've been given $7 billion. No, it's time to do an audit, President Trump. It's time to do an audit on them. And then apparently President Trump says, no, they were getting $7 billion, but they're not going to be getting that money anymore.
Can you believe it, brother? For $7 billion. And we want money to go to all universities, not Harvard. Harvard got more than anybody else. A big part of it's going to be how much money Harvard gets in the future.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a big part of it, all right? How much Harvard's going to get. I think it's basically about time that Harvard be exposed and all the rest of them that are connected. Good old Hoomer, Aberdeen, Obama, Valerie Jarrett, all these others that are connected to the Muslim Brotherhood, as we say. We know that they're all connected. That's a fact. But now it's time for those connections to be made, isn't it? Even Coco agrees. Yeah, no, we agree with you, Coco. That it's time for connections to be made and the truth to be known. I mean, Huma Aberdeen also connected. Did you hear about the news? She got married to Soros Jr. I'm sure that's all going to connect up as well, like everything else connects up. It's a major shitfest, basically. But they're all going down for the count. No. Let's have a look at this. Q drop 68, by the way. What data just dropped? Why is this relevant? Hoomer, and that's capital letters. Where is Hoomer? Oh, it's Harvard University. Who is Hoomer connected to? To which organization? Harvard University, Muslim Brotherhood. Why did Hoomer meet Hillary Rodham Clinton, because Hoomer's connected to it as well. No, they're all getting, there we go. Can we expose every crooked politician? Apparently 70% cut a deal on this business. Which US president is affiliated with Hoomer? Barack Hussein Obama. They're all connected. Muslim Brotherhood, MB's connected. Why would a former president be funding pre-political days? Because obviously he was being groomed. Who was the money being? Who was grooming him? Prince Al Walid of Saudi Arabia. It's a massive shit show, guys. It really has. What faith does Hoomer represent? Oh yeah, no, that's a no-brainer. Muslim stands for in the Hoomer. MB, Muslim Brotherhood. That's what it represents. He was groomed. What was the former president of the United States groomed to be commander-in-chief? Yeah, he was groomed by Prince Alawid, Saudi Arabia. That's why Trump went to there. People don't get it. House of Sword, they were, obviously implicated big time. They're connected to the state of Israel. Muslim Brotherhood connected to Iran. Iran was put there by Obama to work in the DNC, extract information, spy. It's really full on, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for them to say goodbye. Good night, Barack Hussein Obama. It's time for you to go down for the count.
That's not part of the case, and they're not going to get very much.
You talked a lot about the severe consequences that those who are involved in the Russia hoax must face. In your view, sir, what are the next steps now that these documents are out there?
Oh, yeah, we want to know what the next steps are, President Trump. He's going to handball it to Pamela Blondie. Yeah, no, I know. We're all going, oh, shit. And if she doesn't do a damn thing, well, is it done by design? Possibly. To expose her corruption. Because guess what? If Pamela Bondi doesn't do our bit, well, the Justice Department would have to act. That's what he says.
Well, the Justice Department would have to act. And we have a very competent, very good, very loyal to our country person in Pam Bondi. Very respected. And it's going to be her decision.
Did you hear that? It's going to be her decision. We're pretty much screwed. That's what it is. Let's see what happens anyway. It's going to be, you think about it. If Bondi doesn't do a bit, it's going to expose the corruption of the DOJ. And that may be a way of exposing the corruption of the DOJ, future proves past, and then bringing in another narrative of how corrupt the DOJ were in the past and bringing it now in the future. So all these things have all been done by design for a reason. Anyway, let's continue on. Let's have a listen to what she has to say.
Special Envoy Witkoff and Ambassador Huckabee had a very productive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu and other officials today in Israel on the topic of delivering much-needed food and aid to Gaza.
Okay, she's not wearing the cross, by the way. I don't know if you guys just saw that. No cross, no worries. No cross, meaning she could lie her ass off. What happened at the beginning? Good old Caroline had the cross. No, the cross the cross can't take the lying anymore. And it decided to sit this one out. And it's been sitting out for a while, or it camouflages itself. It doesn't want to partake in the lie fest.
Today in Israel on the
no cross, no worries.
Topic of delivering much-needed food and aid to Gaza. He has signed 17 letters.
17 letters to the pharmaceutical companies. We all know what that means. Yes, President Trump is in control. 17 equals Q. Yeah, we get it. And we know that the pharmaceutical companies, Pharmacia, Poison, they're all going down for the count. Let's continue.
To pharmaceutical companies' CEOs.
What does the president believe justice for Russiagate ought to entail? Might it include restitution for those whose lives were upended as a consequence of Russiagate and perhaps a major reorganization of the national security apparatus?
This is further evidence that Hillary Clinton approved the Russia hoax against President Trump.
Okay, Hillary copped it now. The Queen's going down first.
Her campaign financed it. Again, she approved it. And
she approved it. Okay, so she's going, okay. Do you see the difference? Press secretary is going for Hillary. Hillary's the queen. Remember, in the, when you're playing chess, the first one that's got to cop it, good old Hillary. The one after that, Trump said, Obama.
The FBI and the CIA were both weaponized to, as our director of CIA has said, accelerate this hoax against then candidate and former President Trump. To answer the heart of your question, the president wants to see justice served, and he trusts the Attorney General and the Department of Justice.
Yeah, he trusts Bondi. Let's see how that works out.
To implement that justice and hold these people accountable.
Does the president support designating the Muslim Brotherhood as a
Bang! There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Supporting Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. Didn't we just speak about that just before? Yes, we did. Do you see, ladies and gentlemen, how it all connects up? Because guess what? The Muslim Brotherhood is connected to the Huma, all right? And the Huma is connected to the Harvard University. And the Muslim Brotherhood is connected to the A1. And the A1's connected to the Saudi Arabia. The Saudi Arabia is connected to the Mossad. How amazing is that, eh? Amazing stuff. No, bring it on. I say, yeah, just the sooner the bloody better, love. Bring it on. Let's smash it. Let's do the biz. You know, let's get it all happening. Let's get the ball rolling. What do you reckon, guys, in the chat? Isn't it about time that they got the ball rolling and started cracking some heads? Oh, no, we're going to crack some eggs. No, don't worry about the eggs. I know eggs have gone, dropped down in price. Let's focus on cracking good old Hillary and cracking Obama. And let's move it to that phase of the, you know, obviously now they're bringing out Muslim Brotherhood.
terrorist organization?
Frankly, I'm not sure because I haven't talked to him, and I would never want to get ahead of the National Security Council on specific designations. Sounds like something this administration would support, but we can get a firm answer for you. We've sent out 17 letters.
Another 17, which equals Q. Thank you very much, Caroline. 17 equals Q again. We know that 17 plus 17 equals Q plus. Q plus is President Trump. So Reggie's given us two 17s. 17 plus 17, 34. 34, Q plus. We know it's in control.
Around the world. So yes, tomorrow, August 1st, the reciprocal rates will
Okay, yeah, we know that, how that went down.
We're reporting that the president plans to meet David Solomon of Goldman Sachs today. Can you say what they'll discuss?
Yeah, no, Goldman Sachs ain't good. Time for them to go with BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street and all the gang. Time to get rid of them.
I won't discuss the president's private meetings from this podium, and it hasn't taken place yet unless he gives me liberty to do so.
Yeah, okay.
As the president said in the Roosevelt Room yesterday, conceptually, he of course supports the idea of ensuring that members of Congress and United States senators who are here for public service cannot enrich themselves. And
Okay, this is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. Congress cannot enrich themselves. That brings me to Pelosi. Yes, no, that brings us to Pelosi. It brings us to Marjorie Taylor Greene and some others as well. What are they doing? But enriching yourself comes in many ways, shapes, and forms. Well, stock, insider trading, insider stocks. Think about it from that direction. That's one aspect of it. Then you got the slush funds that you partake in, and you're getting money from there. Oh, don't you worry. They've been getting cashed up left, right, and center. I mean, how did Pelosi on $100,000 salary reached all the way to 413 million or something along those lines?
the reason that this idea to put a ban on stock trading for members of Congress is even a thing is because of Nancy Pelosi.
There we go, Nancy.
I mean, she is rightfully criticized because she makes, I think, $174,000
So she makes $174,000 a year.
a year, yet she has a net worth of approximately
413. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Can anyone, any genius tell me? Oh yes, 413. Oh yes, 4 plus 13, ladies and gentlemen, gives us the wonderful number of 17, which equals Q. Again. You got Q again, guys. Look at that. Can you call it a coincidence? 400, let me write this down because I want people in the chat to get this, right? There's no coincidences, we're done. When you say the word 413 million, right? So you think about it. We say 400 first. right? So 400, the hundreds are the zeros. So we eliminate the zeros, right? Get rid of the zeros. Then you got the 13. So when you say 413, let me show you, and 13. Realistically speaking, in mathematics, we know that 0 is null. 0 is null. Therefore, right, we got 4 plus 13 equals 17 equals Q. Did that turn out right? 413. 0 null. Therefore, we're left with the 4. And then we got the and 13. 4 plus 13 gives us a 17. Yeah. She just happens to have $413 million. Yeah, no, that's pretty much, shall we say, a setup as well. Yeah.
413 million. In 2024, Nancy Pelosi's stock portfolio, this was a fascinating statistic.
You know, this is the thing. I mean, obviously they're going to bring her down and they want us to give us the comms. Hey, you know, we're doing this. How do we know? Just like this over there. By showing us this, it's giving us confirmation that obviously we know who's in control. Right? No, thank you very much. 5 of 5 comms are clear. Boys, we got that. Yeah, no, we know what that means. It means that you guys are in control. And you're hell-bent on destroying Nancy Pelosi and making an example of the other clowns that are out there that are making money. You know what I mean? Using money to enrich them. I mean, insider trading.
To me, grew 70% in 1 year in 2024, and her portfolio outperformed every single large hedge fund.
Yes, it outgrew because she knew the inside take. That's how it outgrew. So she knew that's obviously when you know that you're going to get a government contract of defense, that you better go and invest. So, for example, we're going to invest billions and billions of dollars into that company called Palantir, right? So you know that basically that's called insider trading. You know when it's going to go down, and you know when you get a government contract, it increases the stock prices. Oh, yes. Does anyone see, you know, how this is all working out? And it's not just Nancy. There are many others taking advantage of insider trading.
In that same year, and even more than doubled the returns of Warren Buffett's Berkshire.
Yeah, Warren Buffett's supposed to be, you know, one of the biggest billionaires in America. And Nancy's superseded, apparently, even the amount of, shall we say, the money that, or, you know, how rapidly she made that money. How about we look into a bit of Nancy's background? Yes, Q drop 5. Follow the money. It is the key. Yes, what is Pelosi's net worth, by the way? We just found out, I think it was 1,413 million or something, 413. Why, coincidentally, is her memory apparently... Okay, so apparently now, ladies and gentlemen, this is what the take is. So now that Nancy's going to be exposed, her memory is going to start losing it. She's going to start developing some sort of Alzheimer's or something where she starts to forget things, where how to wipe her bum, you know what I mean? So she can shit herself and she, you know, no. Follow the money. It's key. Why is Pelosi's net worth, by the way of one example? Why coincidentally is she losing her memory, or is her memory apparently going? So, is it what, ladies and gentlemen? To cover possible future indictments for a guilty plea? It's going to get very interesting, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? It's going to get very, very, very interesting. All of a sudden, Nancy, guess what? You're making $413 million. You're doing insider trading. What is my what did I have for breakfast? That's exactly. So basically, she's going to do what good old John McCain. Apparently, he never had surgery. Do you know that? They said that he apparently had surgery for his brain. Yeah, no, that was an excuse because it was a cover. So basically, you can't, how can you plead guilty when you don't know the color of your jocks? Basically. Yeah, so that's what we're going to be expecting, isn't it? Nancy, what is your net worth? Why, coincidentally, is her memory going? That's in Q drop 6 as well. So 5 and 6. Why did Mueller's POTUS 1 day prior to FBI announcement Mueller could not be offered director due to previous term? Yeah, okay, because they made sure Mueller didn't get in as the FBI director because they were trying to regain control of the deep state. Now, apparently Pelosi was begging for a new special counselor at the time. Why? Because she knows that the audit is coming. How was this obtained given the salary of $174,000? No, her memory's going. Could it be to protect her against prosecution? Q drop 25. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. 11.3 marker. Yeah, we can't wait for that one when Podesta's announcement gets announced that he's going to get arrested and then the military step down and then they step up again, 11.4. But return to comments regarding Pelosi, and we obviously we know that Pelosi's going to lose her mind because she doesn't want to remember anything, how she grifted all that money. Now, what is Nancy Pelosi's? So it's everywhere in the Q drops, ladies and gentlemen. How much did it cost? How much did it reconcile? What homes were purchased by Barack Hussein Obama? Now, apparently, did you know, and I've done this comparison, prior to them becoming the president, Barack was under a meal. Afterwards, millions and millions and millions of dollars all of a sudden appeared into his bank account from someone that, it doesn't make any mathematical sense that he earned so much money and he made so much millions and millions of dollars. It just doesn't make any mathematical sense because it doesn't. They're grifters and they do that stuff. Right now, how much did it cost? How much did it reconcile? What is the net worth of Pelosi? John McCain Institute, another grifting fund, Clinton Foundation, another way of getting money in there. Surgery for his brain, just to say that John McCain can get out of it. Another way that Nancy makes money, ladies and gentlemen, here's another scheme. It's called Fire Aid. Q drop 2036. Does this mean there's more fires? Yes, because Pelosi, isn't she? Yes, California. Her friend or relative, what's his name? Governor Newsom. The fire. The Nancy Fire Fund. Happy holidays to you, Nancy. It's time for you, obviously, to exit stage left and also New Scum as well. Q drop 4639. Happy holidays. It looks like it's goodbye for Nancy, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Goodbye. There you go. So Nancy's obviously going to be exiting stage left. And their little charities, they've got charities, by the way. Paul and Nancy, Paul being her husband, they have their little fires. The money goes in from the taxpayers' money. So think about this, right? Think about this. Fire happens in California, right? We know that's all been done by design. Gavin gets a slice. Nancy gets a slice. They all get a slice. Money comes in from the taxpayers, so from the federal government. Then they do let's help the Paul and Nancy Charitable Foundation so we can help the fires as well. So give me money. So not only are they getting money from the taxpayer into there, okay, so obviously they're getting it. We got to help California. No, help our pockets. Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi. But then people going to be, oh no, we want to help. Let's put some in the good old charitable foundation. And then you put money into a foundation and it's tax-free. So in other words, Nancy and Paul are living it up at the taxpayer's expense. Do you see how it all works? The whole thing's one big fat scam. Because remember, they all own foundations. Oh yes, Nancy Pelosi net worth 150 million plus. No, that's old figures, Q. That was done back in 2019. According to the new figures, it's 413, which equals 17. Yes, we know that. Joe Biden, son and brother are worth tens of millions of dollars for, obviously Biden's son is an artist and he makes beautiful art and he sells millions and millions of dollars of art. Then you got the Clinton Foundation that have made a shitload of money. Then you got Obama. And then you look at this. And you think to yourself, no, we better put money into the Paris Accord. Otherwise, we're all going to burn by how many degrees? 1.5 degrees, yes. Put Paris money into the Paris Accord. Put it there. Taxpayer is paying for it all. And they're getting a slice. They're all getting a slice, ladies and gentlemen. It's disgusting. The whole thing is filthy. You get the gist. Basically, Pelosi is going down for the count. And even her memory, that fake memory loss, no, that's not going to help her at all. Anyway, let's continue.
Path away. Do you think the president stands with the American people on this? He doesn't want to see people like Nancy Pelosi enriching themselves off of public service and ripping their future success.
People like Nancy Pelosi, when I hear that, I think about there's some others that I need to speak about. Now, are they doing it for real? Is it done by design? Is it to take one for the team? God only knows. But we can only go by the facts, evidence, and receipts here. All right? Now, let's see if I've got good old Marjorie Taylor Greene here. No, nope. Where is it? I think I've got it here somewhere. Yeah, no, Marjorie Taylor Greene, 17 new stocks. 17. Could she be part of it? She probably could be. 17 new stock purchases. 17 equals Q. Could she be playing a game just to expose these other entities? Oops, not that one. Anything is possible at this point, especially when we're living in the world of the bizarre. And look, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been out there against the poison. And then why the hell? Oh, by the way, Palantir. The ones that, Palantir, that's it. They're the ones that do the defense. Apparently, just before the contract went down, she bought stock and the stock went up. Yeah, that looks like pretty much what we're trying to stamp out. Yeah, no, that doesn't look like a really good picture, so to speak, of confidence. Just in, Nancy Pelosi, this is, not that long ago, Marjorie Taylor Greene have both been buying up Alto Network stocks. Is it because the government's been purchasing it of some project? Pelosi bought up to $1.2 million and Greene bought up to $75,000 of it. Really? That's not looking very good, is it? It's not a, shall we say, a vote of confidence. No, it's doesn't look very good at all in that sense. What doesn't look good at all is this: $15,000 on the Bitcoin, 60,000 on Tesla. Did you sell your stock, Marjorie? Apparently, Tesla smashed into some people and they died because they thought they can drive without the hands on the wheel. And I wonder if that affected their stock. Did you sell before that happened? I thought you were against good old Meta and Facebook and also, Cocket Rocket, Jeff Bezos. But apparently not when it comes to cash. Now, Johnson & Johnson were the creators of the good old vaccine. We know which one it is. She invested $45,000, but I'm against the vaccines. I'm against this. No, but I'm not against making money. That's very interesting, isn't it? Anyway, let's continue.
Anyone who illegally crosses our nation's borders is subject to deportation. That's just the law of the land.
The law of the land. I'm so happy to hear that. Not the law of the pirates, not the law of the maritime law or the law of the sea, the law of the land. Because we're going back to the law of the land, as President Trump says, common sense, common law, law of the land.
And we must be a nation that enforces our laws.
We should be the lowest interest rate, and we're not. We're 38.
Right, that's a very interesting number. 38, we're 38. Let's go. Now, this is very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. You can't call this coincidence. 38, 38. Put those two together, you get Q drop 38, 38. Oh, you know, that's very interesting, especially when we were just speaking about her. The Fed. Yeah, we know the Fed's a scam. And we know this is a scam as well. You know, 38, 38. Yeah, we know the Red Cross is a scam, POTUS. We know that the Fed is a scam. We know the US taxpayer is paying for the Paris Accord, and that's a scam. The foreign aid is a scam. The war is a scam. And George Soros is funded by all this. Slush funds everywhere. We know that congressmen and women are putting their fingers in the pie. That's another scam. We know, what's her name? Maxine Waters' $4 million house didn't come from her salary. That's another scam. Pelosi's worth $413 million now. I mean, it was 150 back then. Yeah, no, that's a scam too. Biden's son Hunter apparently and his brother are worth millions of dollars. And it's certainly not from the paintings. That's a scam. Clinton Foundation, $200 million. That's a scam. Obama's family, you know, worth $40 million. Pre-election was worth less than $1 million. And book deals can be lucrative. That's another bloody scam. So it's scam upon scam upon scam. And he's talking about the Fed, which is another scam as well. Obviously, you know, it's time to get rid of the Fed, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? It's time.
Number 38, because of the Fed. It's all because of the Fed.
It's because of the Fed. It's all because of the Fed. Because the Fed is also, think about this, they're all part of this scam. The Fed is a scam that has been keeping us in a state of debt slavery. You think about it, it's got to go. This whole system of debauchery has to go.
We're negotiating right now, and it's also BRICS. You know, they have BRICS, which is basically a group of countries that are anti the United States, and India is a member of that, if you can believe it. It's an attack on the dollar.
Attack on the dollar. Didn't he just say about the Fed? Well, we know the Fed also controls, you know, the rates. It affects the inflation. It affects the dollar value. And we know that the dollar is the creation of keeping us in a state of debt slavery. It's time for that thing to go. It's not backed by anything. It's not backed by gold. It's not backed by silver. It's backed by thin air. Right?
You know, Nancy Pelosi became rich by having inside information.
There we go. Even POTUS is saying, good old Nancy became rich from the money that she's been obviously playing. That little game of hers. Yeah, no, insider trading.
She made a fortune with her husband.
No, she made a fortune with her husband. I just showed you that.
I think that's disgraceful. What I do think is Nancy Pelosi should be investigated.
Oh, yes, no. Don't stop there, President Trump. Investigate her and investigate everybody else, because remember, when Nancy cops it, that sets a precedent for the others.
Because she has the highest return of anybody practically in the history of Wall Street, save a few. And how did that happen? It happened by she knows exactly what's going to happen, what's going to be announced. She buys stock, and then the stock goes up after the announcement's made. And she ought to be investigated.
She ought to be investigated just like all of these others. What a great show, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of great intel, a lot of great decoding, a lot of great information. Now it's time for everyone to show their appreciation. Thumbs up, great comments. Let's share this all around the place. Let's get the message out there. I want to say thank you to all of you for your support. And we did this together. Where we go one, we go all. We're all in this together. And I enjoy this little interaction session that we do. It's great, isn't it? Now, obviously, there's going to be more and more coming to the scene. A lot more information. A lot more amazing decodes coming your way very soon. But I want to say also thank you to those that have donated, contributed. As I said, the money goes to keeping the lights on, expenses, you know what I mean? So thank you to everyone. If you would like to donate, the information is right there on the bottom of the screen, https://linktr.ee/FCB Collective. Join our platform, support it. It doesn't cost you a cent. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Show your appreciation. Show that you care for this platform. We're all in this together. We can get the message out there. The more people we get, the more people feel empowered with the facts, evidence, and receipts, the truth. It's all about the facts, evidence, and receipts. So I want to say thank you to Carol and Soren, as always. They're great. A big thank you to every one of you. Thank you very much for your support, your unwavering support, and amazing comments. Please, we appreciate the comments that you put. These positive comments, these thumbs up that you do, it helps boost the algorithm. It helps get the information out there. We need the truth out there. We need the truth out there. And this is the thing. Remember, not everything is clear cut. A lot of people are saying, but what about this and what about that? What about, no, there's a question here. And someone is saying about why doesn't he expose those people at the Reawakening tour about the false prophets? Well, you think about it, you got to play the game. Remember, even Flynn has been seen on some, let's call them what they are, grifters shows, very questionable characters shows. And you think about it, he's got to play the game. This is psychological operation, psychological warfare we're in. You think he doesn't watch what we're doing here? He knows. You think they don't know? They know. They know what we stand for. And I've proven it to you, ladies and gentlemen, and shown you the deep state. How this war has been an ongoing war. How Q has been exposing the deep state as many ways as possible. You've been seeing how moves have been bringing on counter moves. Even in this movement, you've seen how what Q's given us examples, like that picture of Osama bin Laden, the one that I showed you, that is fake. Right? And Q said, that is fake. But what happens? These pictures, they get spread around the place. And they absorb the confused. People don't know. They don't know whether it's true or not. That's why I say to you, facts, evidence, and receipts. Even General Flynn has given us we're digital soldiers. It's up to us to use the facts and our logic. We've got to be empowered. We cannot allow fear, doubt, hearsay to destroy what President Trump has created in this movement. Another thing we need to realize, ladies and gentlemen, that this fight is been about many things. I think it's very important that I read this Q drop. I want everyone to pay attention, please. Since we're on the topic of, shall we say, we're talking about the Fed, Federal Reserve, one of the financial mechanisms to put us in a state of debt slavery, to keep us weak, manipulated, controlled. The stocks and bonds which they trade on, they trade us like cattle, like a piece of property, like sheep. This is what we need to look at, is what the deep state, the cabal, saw us as a value. So this is basically very important that we pay attention to this Q drop, because number one, when we add 3 plus 9 plus 0 plus 5, we get a 17, which equals Q, which is a very important drop. Please pay attention. A person's value, this is how they value us. Our vote is, you think about it, what do? They have elections. They ask for our vote. Our vote is the most important thing. It allows them to continue with their, shall we say, their evil. Monetary value, tax contribution. In other words, our sweat equity. Why not just print out the money and cut us out of the equation and then just give themselves the money? It has no value. Remember, part of the Babylonian money spell, trick, whatever you want to call it. Remember, the money, it has no value. What gives it value is our sweat, our blood, sweat, tears, as I like to call it, our sweat equity. That is what gives it value. Therefore, once it's got our sweat equity, once we've worked like a bunch of slaves in our just over broke to obtain the money, they come and take half. They raid. Well, think about it. What do pirates do? Don't pirates do raids? Well, so does the tax department. They call it contribution. Realistically speaking, contribution is something that we give. Think about it. When you contribute, it's something that you choose to do out of your own free will. What they should be calling this is what it is a raid. It is basically extortion. That's what it is. It's unlawful. This term legal and illegal was created by them to blur the lines. People think the word legal means lawful. No. Two different things. Legal system, their system, their way of doing things. The word contribution shouldn't be there. It's like the mafia, ladies and gentlemen. We should call it protection money. You don't want us bothering you, then you give us half your shit. That's what they should put it. Plain and simple. And why is free thought ridiculed? Think about it. What do they use? Anyone that goes outside the narrative, thinks outside the box, challenges, is a threat. They're ridiculed on the mainstream media. We're called conspiracy theorists. 2, remains fixed degree allowable by economic recession expansion. By manipulating the economy, creating recessions and expansions, it allows them to control us. That's what it is. It's about control, manipulation, monetary manipulation. It's disgusting. It has to go. Remains variable. You know, when you say interest rate is variable, you don't know what you're going to pay. You wake up one day and you're paying thousands of dollars more because you've got a variable interest. Then you got dependent on a control system of information dissemination. So in other words, people are dependent on a control system known as the mainstream media, Hollywood, documentaries, that are all controlled system And basically, they're 90% controlled by these 6 main corporations that they're controlled by, you know, as I said, you got BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, the Cabal. They got their fingers in it. Saudi Arabia, House of Sword. What happens when the same corporations are operated and controlled by the same political ideology? So you think about it. These entities that control the media also control the politics. Do you find it a coincidence that you find that politicians are married to journalists in certain, shall we say, mainstream media organisations? Brothers and sisters. Like, look at Andrew Cuomo in politics, his brother Chris in mainstream media. And that's the thing. It's all connected. You see, left-wing mainstream media, CNN and all the others. Then you got right, Fox and all these others. It's all, you see, there's nothing media about them. There's nothing real about them. There's nothing, they are biased. They are not real media. What happens when the news is no longer reliable and independent? What happens when the news is no longer trustworthy? What happens when the news simply becomes an extension arm of a political army, party? That's true. Have a look. Have a look. Republicans, Fox, CNN, Democrats, so forth and so forth. You see it. And it's worldwide too. They remember what they call them networks, while CNN's connected to Channel 9 here in Australia. That's part of the CNN network. Facts become fiction. In other words, what we know to be fact, they say that it's a bunch of nonsense. And then whatever is a bunch of nonsense, what they say, is fact. Their lies, their deception becomes fact, and they use that echo chamber. When does the news become a propaganda? Identity creation? How does the average person who is under constant financial stress, this makes perfect sense, by design, think about it. You put somebody under financial stress, you know, get married, get a mortgage, hock yourself with credit cards to debt. Because guess what? When you got them by the balls, they're not going to be busy researching or trying to discern fact from fiction. They're too tired, ladies and gentlemen. They're too tired. All they want to do is tune out. They want to go home, have their food on the table, get their daily dose of facts from the mainstream media, which is a bunch of bullshit in the first place. And then you got that going on the echo chamber effect, so that's everywhere. And it's back on the rat wheel again, just over broke, paying your protection money. Kids go to school to be groomed for this system. So then they can go through the same thing their parents went through, to be a bunch of debt slaves. Done by design, the financial stress, so people are always, they're just too tired. You see how it works. Majority of people more prone to believe someone in power than sitting behind they're sitting behind a big brand news desk. Think about that. I bring out the truth. I bring out all the facts, evidence, and receipts. I show you how I've come to these conclusions. What do the mainstream media say? All you need to know. All you need to know. They use these little key phrases. It's to do with the psychology. This is what's happening so far. Keywords. Psychological keywords. The illusion of them giving you the real news just because it got a huge production. Oh, they professionals. They tell me the truth. And then they say, oh yeah, the other one they use, experts say. Can you show me your experts, where they come from, blah, blah. No, we're just going to say, experts say, unknown sources, and they use the garbage and they believe it all with no facts, evidence and receipts. And then they cut up stories like to suit a narrative. It's like, you know, when you watch the like a show, like the story, what they're trying to show you, it's like they say something and it's cut to suit a narrative. And that's exactly how they operate. The editor works overtime. No, we've got to make him sound like he's... No, but he's for Trump. No, he's against him. Make him sound like he's against him. That's why President Trump exposed and used Kamala Harris as a means of exposing fake news by doing that 60 Minutes thing. That was done by his design to expose how the mainstream media work, how they manipulate everything on the editing floor, and President Trump is exposing fake news by doing that. That Kamala thing was genius. Now, what do you know, they say? Who are you? Do I see the big screen behind you, the big production? Do you know, are you a doctor? Yeah, no. They're pretty much crickets right now. Those ones that said, where's your degrees on the wall? Are you a doctor? Even though I had the facts and some receipts, those people now are basically, that's where they are. Crickets. Nowhere to be heard. Because you know what? Now they're thinking about, how long have I got to live? That's the question they're thinking about on their minds. Especially with all these truths about the poison coming out. They're all thinking about that little question right there. Yeah. Do people, human psyche, tend to follow the majority mainstream media viewpoint? Yes. Because guess what? It's all, I heard it on here, I heard it there, I heard it there, I heard it on Google, I heard it on Facebook, I heard it on the TV, I heard it on the this and that and the other. It must be true. The echo chamber, part of the human psyche. In other words, then, guess what? People go to the Just Over Broke around and they start talking about the news. So therefore, it further concretes whatever garbage the news said in the first place. Then, guess what? Anyone that has any, shall we say, inkling, an idea of trying to go against the narrative, forget about it. They're afraid of being shunned. Oh no, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're one of those. Yeah, I'm proud of it, by the way. And I'm proud to be isolated. I don't care. I really don't. As far as I'm concerned, ladies and gentlemen, I find peace in isolation and being shunned. And also, you think about it, those ones that have done it, family and friends, have now got the time to think about what the conspiracy theorist has been saying all along, based on all the facts, evidence and receipts that he was trying to show them. Now, I remember showing him back in the day, and now this is all coming out there in the light. Now, where is my apology? No. There's my apology. It's crickets again. There we go. Now, mainstream media is used for a reason, to dominate the trend in opinion. If the majority of the people believe X, then X must be validated to be true. Well, there you go. It's the echo chamber Why do mainstream media heads within different organisations always use the same keywords? Like I just said, all you need to know. Unknown sources, experts say, catchphrases coordinated by who? Yeah, the ones that run the top. Outside entity, provide instructions. Yeah, the good old CIA. We know they've done it. You know, talk about scripts and all that. Hollywood, they're behind it. Do they count on the fact that people, the human psyche, are more prone to believe something if heard over and over again? Yes, that's called the echo chamber effect, otherwise known as Operation Mockingbird, meaning the word mockingbird. The mockingbird, when it hears something, it basically repeats it. That's what we're talking about, the echo chamber, right? Trusted sources, yeah. Different trusted sources. Yeah, we saw about that, the trusted sources. Do echo chamber tactics provide validation credibility? Yeah, well, according to them, it did. No, you're wrong. I heard it on Channel 9, Channel 7, Channel 2, CNN, Fox News. I've heard it on MSNBC. I saw it on Google. I saw it on Facebook. I saw it on X. I saw it here. It all must be true. Yeah, great. So they told you to jump off the cliff, all of them at the same time. Are you going to go and jump off the cliff? Yep, pretty much they would. I mean, after all, does everyone remember the triple mask situation? Yes. Back to that day. I'll never forget the time when the triple masks came out. And you know what's funny? You know, you sit there and you think to yourself, are people that stupid? And unfortunately, the answer is yes. They believe the echo chamber garbage. Never before in my lives, ladies and gentlemen, have I seen people that believe the garbage of the science. They call it the science. And apparently the science, they went into the restaurants, they ate, they were surrounded by people. Oh no, they're 6 feet apart really now. Yeah, I hope you enjoy doing Satan's little ceremony, 666. But anyway, you got somebody that's opposite you. I mean, they might have the COVID. But apparently COVID's so intelligent that when you're eating, the mask can come down because it knows that you're eating. So it's not going to bother you. That's the science, ladies and gentlemen. And the other science is these idiots, when they were going outside for a cigarette, they're the triple mask idiots. Not just the triple mask, the masked idiots, the whole lot of them, right? They were laughing at us while we were protesting, while they were sitting there like a bunch of idiots right in front of their cafeterias or their restaurants, laughing at us while we were laughing at them, right? And I'll tell you why we were laughing at them. Because of the science, right? Because we didn't wear masks. We were protesting out in the streets. We didn't give a shit, right? And we didn't get the bloody COVID shit either, right? The other thing is, we were looking at them. They obviously were enjoying their meal. You know, the masks down, enjoying their meal. And then they step outside in the front and they were pointing the finger and they were having the what do you call it? The phone, laughing. While they have the cigarette in their mouth. Really now. The science says that apparently when you're smoking, that the virus won't touch you. Because that's the science. When you smoke, that the filter filters out the COVID. So that's the science as well. And when you're smoking, the smoke is coming in and the COVID is being smoked out by the smoke. That's the science, right? So they're sitting there smoking, masks down, laughing, pointing the finger and pointing their camera at us and calling us a bunch of conspiracy theorists. Okay? Because that's the science, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, by the way, part of the science as well, because they were told it's, no, you won't get the COVID. That was all part of the science. That, they'd rather have a warranty on their car, their fridge. They jump up and down when they don't get a warranty. But when it comes to their health, nah, who gives a shit? Let me sign on the dotted line and waiver all my rights away. And no, because we trust the science. Don't worry, but we want a warranty on our fridge, our car, everything else you could possibly imagine. But don't worry about the most important thing, which is your health. Let me sign on the dotted line and let me get my gift voucher or my ice cream or my hamburger or my free fries, all that kind of shit. By the way, let's play Vox Lotto. That was the other one, Vax Lotto. Does everyone remember that shit? Have a look at this right here. So realistically speaking, everyone trusted the science because of this, the echo chamber. And anyone that spoke against it was basically, we were ridiculed. Forget about it. Our credibility was pushed down the toilet. The science. We were a threat to the intellectual freedom. The threat to the intellectual freedom. So in other words, the deep state, the cabal, don't want us to have intellectual freedom. What does Rothschild say? No, Rockefeller. The Rockefeller created the education system. I like to call it what it is, the indoctrination camp. We don't want a nation of thinkers. We want a nation of workers, stupid idiots, in other words. We don't want them thinking. We don't want them doing mathematics because that invokes thought. We don't want them thinking at all. Here you go. Have your stupid iPad. Yeah, by the way, who pays for it? The parents. No, we got to get the iPad. No, we got to get the laptop. How about you use the bloody brain, use the logic and a pad and pen, and that's it. How about those ones? Back in the old days, we used to sit there and we used to work it out and show the workings out as well. How about we get back to that? Anyway, threat to intellectual freedom. Would control over these institutions, organizations, allow for mass control of population? No, they don't want that. They want us dumb. They want us stupid. They want control over us. They don't want us using our logical thinking. They want control and mass control over the population. And you could see, ladies and gentlemen, that that's exactly what they were doing. They use the science, the echo chamber, and everything else in between to do this. Then they used POTUS. Remember when Trump was running in 2006? Oh, he's a sexist, he's a racist, he's this, he's that. Anything they could do to destroy President Trump's, shall we say, reputation. Then, after the election, we have Antifa. Yeah, who funded that? Good old Soros, and we know Hillary and the gang were involved. Obama. And this is the thing, they've been trying to keep us divided, weak, in many which ways, shapes and forms. Race, sex, color of skin. Doing that has been keeping people dumbed down and stupid. Because when they've got control over the narrative, they've got control over the population. And it's, look at this. They want you divided. Religion, sex, political affiliation. Yeah, no. They want us divided right down to which football team you go for, which PowerPoint or power socket you plug into, divided by class systems, middle class, all these different class systems. When you are divided and angry, you're controlled. Think about it. When you're divided, they can control you. When you're angry, you can be controlled. Divided, you are weak. Divided, you pose no threat. Because guess what? They got us too busy fighting amongst each other. Oh, you're this and you're that. Your color skin is this. Your color skin is that. Blah, blah, blah. And they're sitting there laughing about it. And they're saying, look at these dickheads. They're sitting there and they're doing all their work for us. We've programmed the idiots. Now we just have to sit back and watch it all unfold. They probably, bet on us too, for God knows. Well, they do everything to us. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that they bet on us. When non-dogmatic information becomes free and transparent, it becomes a threat. Yes, it's becoming a threat to them. Because guess what? Who attempts to control the narrative or the stable? Yes. Does everyone remember this? In the chat. Let's see if anyone remembers this. I know it's a bit of a long show, but there's a lot to get through. Does everyone remember the word herd immunity? In the chat, do you remember that? Herd immunity. They basically should have just called us sheep then and there. You're a bunch of sheep, cattle. But do you see they said the word herd immunity? Did everyone hear that during the time? I don't know. Fauci said it. No, we've got to have herd immunity. Herd immunity was pushed out there by the echo chamber as well. Yes, you remember. Well done, Mugs Up, Joe Rose. Herd immunity. Lovely. You might as well have been calling us this, livestock and sheep. Because guess what? That's how they've been trading us on the stock market, as livestock and sheep. Stock, right, as in us being sheep, live sheep, and bonds. Haven't you heard the word stock and bonds? Yeah, well, have a look. Remember the stocks they put on top of you? That's stocks. And then bonds, they bound you up. Yeah, lovely, isn't it? The herd immunity. You might as well be calling us a bunch of sheep, cattle, goyim, like they always do anyway. When you're awake, you stand on the outside of the stable. Yes, we're standing way outside there. Out of the group think tank known as the, shall we say, the ones that are asleep. And have free thought. Yeah, no, free thought's dangerous with them. Is a philosophical viewpoint which holds that position regarding the truth should be formed on the basis of logic. That's what I say. The truth is based on logic, reason, facts, evidence, and receipts, rather than being told what is what. No, the facts are you got to get jabbed. Otherwise, you're dangerous. Have you heard that one? The authority. If you don't get jabbed, you are, and they push in the side dish of guilt. You're to blame. Do you want to see mummy and daddy die? Do you want to see grandpa and grandma die because of you that didn't get jabbed? Does everyone remember that little one as well? The guilt trip. No, I remember those things. The authority, if you don't do it, guess what? No job. If you don't do it, this, that, and the other. Oh, I better do it because then I won't be able to go to have a coffees and go to the cinema and go and do my things. Do you remember that, ladies and gentlemen? I'll never forget. And neither should any one of you. The discrimination. You weren't allowed to go out to, forget it, dinner, restaurants, forget about it. Discriminated by shops. Discriminated. You couldn't even go, say, someone had a wedding. You want to attend their wedding or this, that, the other. No, discriminated. Discriminated upon discrimination upon discrimination. And because you were the one to stand up and say, fuck it, pardon my French, but I'm taking a stand. I'm not going to be like these others that go around and accept this. We went against authority. Really now, in school, in grooming, because that's grooming, what do? They teach people to fear authority so they don't challenge authority in the right way, using their laws, learning the truth. No. We have to comply. Comply to the 666 satanic ritualism. Comply to the satanizing their hands. Yes. We call it satanizing because everything is a satanic ritual. It is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not kid ourselves. It is a satanic ritual. They were sitting there laughing about it, by the way. Because remember, these sickophobes, they get off on this shit. Right there. 6 foot rule. Remember that one? Satan's greatest deception. Right in front of your face. 6 by 6 by 6. Why not 7 by 7 by 7? Why not 5 by 5 by 5? Why not 8 by 8 by 8? No, no, no. It had to be exactly 6 feet to the left, 6 feet to the right, and 6 feet in front. And it's the same deal behind us as well. And when I went to the church and I showed the priest this, forget about it. He cracked it. He got upset. That's okay. Good. Get upset. Because that's what you've been doing in your church. You have been doing this in the church. I mean, you're supposed to be, I said it, in scripture. He who can calculate, Revelation 13, I brought it up to the priest. And I said, do you read this? Do you read this? And I got him really frustrated, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't like it. I said, what does it say there? Calculate 666, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, you're doing that, mate, right there. You're doing that business. You know, have a look. You got the 6 there, 6 there, 6 there. No, no, no. He didn't like it. Oh, he got upset and I got kicked out. Why? Because he didn't like the truth? Pretty much. I told him, you know how in the days of Jesus, where they said they washed their hands, that's called satanizing. Washing your hands of, if you want to call Christ, God, whatever, that's what you're doing. Right? Another satanic ritual. Another part of their satanic ritual is it's called basically that you submit. God has given you freedom. Satan doesn't want you to have freedom. He's the opposite. Suppression. Submission. Everything is the opposite. Now, all this represents a clear danger to them. All of it. Do you see how important it is that we have this discussion about these things? How we can see what they were really up to based on the facts, evidence, and receipts? Can you see? Because you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time that people took the blinders off. If someone, I'm not going to say, oh, you were wrong, I was right, ha, ha, ha. No, it's not like that at all. I think it's time that people reach their hour of humility. They need to realize, right, I did what I did. How do I fix this? That's the thing. How can I fix this? Now, forgiveness, we forgive. Forgiveness is for us. Forgiveness heals us. You forgive somebody, you're forgiving yourself. It's a healing thing. But they need to reach their hour of humility, and they will. That's why what's happening right now is necessary. Why we're getting closer and closer to these scare necessary events. People need to realize that they need to get closer to God. This system that was created, these financial systems, has been basically disconnecting us from God and our spiritual evolution. It's time to get back on track. The only way forward, and as you know, ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way. There's this forward. There's no going back. The only way forward is what's happening right now. Yes, things are going to get scary. Things are going to seem very real because it has to for them. But it's necessary. What's happening right now? You've seen the Q drops. These drops have been dropped a long time ago, and they're all coming into fruition as we speak. It's validating Q, military intelligence. President Trump knows what he's doing. And he must do what he must do to bring it right to the very end, to the next phase. What is happening right now is literally biblical. It literally is. Have a look around you. Have a look at what's going on in Israel. Everything is biblical. You're seeing about what are they doing now? Well, let's have a look at this. In basically that's the rock of the dome, or the dome on the rock, sorry. The Temple Mount. Now, there was 2 temples. First one got knocked down, second one, then they built this. Now, all of a sudden, we've got them coming there, and think about this. Who was the ones to stop it from this being knocked down? It was the Palestinians. So you think about it. They knocked this down. Now would be you think about being biblical, it's going to be biblical, right? They want to make the 3rd temple. They want to knock this thing down. And remember, part of what they're waiting for is their Messiah. When I mean them, the Jewish people. They're waiting for their Messiah. They say that he hasn't come. And what they're saying is after he comes, that is when it's going to be knocked down. And then they can rebuild the 3rd one. Nowhere in the Bible does it mention about the 3rd temple being built. But you can see what's happening right now is exactly what Q's been saying. That it literally is going to be biblical, what is coming our way. And you're seeing that these, what do you call them, settlers, Jewish people, are going there, and they're not allowed to, ladies and gentlemen, they're not allowed to go there where they call it the Al-Aqsa mosque is, the Dome of the Rock, and go there and pray. They're starting to do it again. They're starting to do it. And many of them are gathering closer and closer to, and this is the thing. Before, there was conflict. Before there was conflict. But think about this. There's no Palestinians there, is there? So there's no conflict. So what's to stop them from going there and taking over, bringing down this thing, and building a new one? They've already had threats Israel's had threats from Turkey. Erdogan has basically promised his people that he's going to take them there, right there, which means to take over. This is a very sacred Muslim site. I think it's the 3rd holiest site. So you think about it, the 3 major religions are right there. You got Christianity, you got Judaism, and you got Islam. The 3. Why do you think they took control over that patch of land? When you control that patch of land, you control the world. 3 major religions. Now, this is going on. This is going on. Let me see if I can bring this video on, ladies and gentlemen, and then we'll call it a night. I know there's a lot of people. I want to say thank you for your patience, guys. I mean, we could speak all night long. There's a lot of great information, which I'm trying to bring out. But it's just trying to squeeze everything in one show. This guy's part of the parliament. So he's gone there and he's taken a whole heap of people with him.
סומך דופני רופא חולים מתיר אסורים מקיים אמונתו לשני עפר מי כמוך בעד גבורות ומידו מלך מלך ומיתום חיה ומצמיח ישועה ונאמן אתה לחיות ביתי ברוך אתה אדוני.
So normally when they go and pray, it's on the wall underneath, not up there. This is a pretty bold move. So I can tell you right now, when Q says something's going to be biblical, I could see what's happening. And you could see that this is all building up. So you can see things are getting very, very interesting. Now, you think about it. Now would be the time, if you want to do something like this, now would be the time to do it. Could we possibly see the next step, the next level? Because the Palestinians would be the ones not allowing this to happen. Who's controlling the country? There's no Palestine. You've seen what's going on. We are literally living in very biblical times, ladies and gentlemen. Very biblical times. And that's why I'm saying each and every day is going to bring something new. We just got to be prepared, but don't be fear. Don't have any fear. Don't have any doubt. It's all got to happen. Everything is going to happen the way it's meant to happen. Never forget, God always wins. God always wins. So anyway, guys, thank you very much for tuning into the Freedom Channel broadcast with yours truly, FCB, on the pulse. Please show your appreciation. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up, all right, and put in a great comment, and let's share this around the place. I know it was a long show. There's so much to cover. So many things, and you just let the time, it just keeps going and going and going. And look, I'm trying to be mindful of, shall we say, the time, but there's so much to cover, ladies and gentlemen. After all, you see that we cover a lot of things, decodes, and it's very difficult sometimes just to put a time limit on things. I will try my very best. But I want to say thank you to those who support this channel, this platform. You guys are awesome. I love yous. Take care. Cheers, everyone. God bless.